Hello, everyone. Welcome back to NECC. I'm We All Koo, and this is Treasury joining me. And we're just going to be finishing up our turn here on the casting booth, as there will be another match coming. But before we get there, we are a special guest, Dugan from University at Buffalo Alpha. We just saw him win 2 maps in a row. Really good job. Congratulations, Dugan. So how do you feel about this? You guys are undefeated so far through the regular season, and now 2 maps in a row. How does that feel?
You know, it's always good to take a win. I mean, so far, I don't think we've dropped a map in the regular season, and to be honest, it's just something we want to keep rolling through the playoffs. I know you guys were talking about it before we started the interview about like the Dolphins and the Patriots. Like, I think we can do it. I think we can do what they couldn't do. I'm
Ooh.
confident we can. I'm very confident in my team.
I imagine you guys are pretty confident. Let's talk about confidence here. You guys, you had some back and forth early on in the first map, and then all of a sudden, just looks like you turned the gears on and you started just dominating, and it carried into the next map. You 7-0'd the second map. How does that feel? Is that a special thing to 7-0 a team, or is that just another day in the office?
You know, I mean, 7-0s happen. I mean, we've been on the opposite end of them. They suck when it happens that way. But, you know, being on the winning side of it, it's like, all right, we played our game. We ran our strats. We did what we had to do, and we did it perfectly. And it's always good to get that kind of result.
Well, speaking of winning, running your strats, that really begs the question of that first floor objective on Clubhouse. Is that do you see that as part of your core strategy there? Was that entirely just for the enjoyment of it? Like, what was the rationale for that? Take me through what you're thinking.
It's just one of those sites. Like, you know, everyone knows it's bad. It is. There's no other way to put it. But we wanted to try something. It's something we like to see if it's going to work. Where we test things. You know, it's a whole process. You know, to get to our final core strategies. I'll be honest. I don't think it's going to be in our core strategies, but you know, it's something fun to have. Like once we have it in a working manner, as we've seen.
Okay, awesome. I have a question though. So you guys chose Clubhouse, and then
Yes.
you went to Chalet, and you look like you're really dominant on Chalet. Is Chalet a map you had already prepared for? Did you let it kind of go through? Did you think it was going to be chosen, or do you feel like your map pool's just big enough that you're not ever really worried about it?
Chalet is an interesting map for us because it replaces a map that was close to our heart. You know, theme park was one of our go-tos, and it was hard for us to start working on Chalet, but we're working on it. It's very much still a work in progress map for us. I I I'd say that it's near where our map pool needs to be for us to be comfortable playing it. But it is what it is. You gotta play what gets picked.
Definitely. And you mentioned earlier that you're pretty confident about your ability to take it with your team and just go undefeated all the way through NECC. What teams are going to be coming up that you are either fearing or really excited to go up against?
At the risk of sounding ego-ish, there's really only one team that I think gave us the toughest fight, and it's Central Methodist.
Mhm.
And I'm pretty sure if they're winning, if they win their matchup, I believe we're playing them in the second round. So I'm gonna have my answer pretty quick. You know, I'm excited to play them. I'm excited to play everyone, but they're the team I think has they took, I think, the most rounds off of us during the season. So
So they're the most
if anyone
potential.
them, if anyone them.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us for the interview. I think we have
No
the next
problem.
lobby set up, so we're gonna have to jump over to a quick advertisement break, and then we'll come back with the new casters and the new matchup ready for everyone. So thanks for joining us, Dugan. Thanks for joining us, viewers. We'll be right back very soon.
Problem.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable. Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Oh, that is comfortable.
All right, so you get. Bye.
I can start. I'll start. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the NECC. My name is Booker. First time you've actually seen me on the cast. I'm normally behind the scenes here. I'm joined by the ever-astute Treasury, coming back after a fantastic match earlier. Treasury, what do you have to say about that last match?
Well, I mean, for those of you here, it was a little bit of a stomp. It was the first seed and the 8th seed, and I think most of you guys know how that's gonna go. Usually, there was a great showing for Lakeland to start off with, but University at Buffalo Alpha is just a force to be reckoned with. For this second match, though, we're going to be heading over to Central Methodist University and Johnson and Wales University. Both really impressive teams. These are the 4th and 5th seeds, respectively. So this will be, I think, a much closer match to see than last time.
No, I definitely think so. The last time these two teams have fought, it was actually an Oregon and Clubhouse, and we're going to be going back to Oregon.
Or
around here.
no, we had a Clubhouse and Shout.
Oh, no. I'm talking about the last time these two teams have fought. Johnson and Wales. Yes, and Central Methodist won. Yeah, so last time, Johnson and Wales was actually the team that picked Oregon. They did not, unfortunately, have a successful time there. Overall, the match, they went 14-4 over the cross-team maps there. Clubhouse is not going to be seeing a return for this series here. Stature gets taken off the table. Is that we are going to be seeing Chalet yet again, as well as Villa. This is the first time I'm going to be commentating Chalet since the changes, actually.
Ooh.
I know,
It's,
very exciting.
It's an interesting one. It's nothing like how it was before, and I mean, like we saw last time, it really comes down to that fragging a lot of the time.
Yeah, I would say so, definitely. CMU not willing to deal with some of the fragging potential from JWU, is they're going to be banning off Blackbeard. I haven't seen a lot of Blackbeard bans overall for the season, however, Thatcher. It's been similar throughout the T3 scene and into professional play. Nobody likes playing against Thatcher when you're in defense. He just destroys so much potential for stalling. So he's just going to be taken off the board. Followed very swiftly by Mira. Now, Mira's kind of an interesting ban coming from CMU because she has shown in this new meta how strong of an operator she is. Not to say she wasn't strong previously, but with some of these other operators getting nerfed, she's really come full force as the main space denial operator. So her being taken off the map for Oregon is going to leave places like Bunker, E-Box is going to be a little bit more free to jump in there. So we're going to be seeing some interesting setups here from Johnson and Wales.
Yeah, that Kaid and Mira in the basement can set up basically a fortress in that basement. There's just so much to get through with the already hard to take area. You get the shields and the Jaeger devices, always going to make it really easy to hold up in Pillar and E-Box. And typically with that elbow extension, all of those are just really dangerous and hard to get all the way through. And one of those things that is good at getting through it is Yang. That was a sixth pick feint from our attackers in Central Methodist, feigning that and actually baiting me out into going for that Warden, which is really mostly just going to be there as a counter to Yang. So he's kind of left without a little bit of that utility that he otherwise could have been bringing. And instead, a shield and an MPX, which is not a bad loadout, but not quite what could have been.
Well, we have Flossie here in Capitao, so not incredibly an awful pick having the Warden right now. Either way, effective for denying space when they're trying to make their execution here. We're gonna have to see how Meow is able to use this Warden pick here. He's played him previously, so I'm not too surprised to see him bring it out right off the bat. It's a little interesting though. We're gonna be seeing Kids as the first hold. Pretty standard seeing second floor Kids or basement from every team. Honestly, Oregon's pretty linear in that sense, since you're kind of seeing a lot of the same holds, a lot of the same sites. From the spawning that we're looking at currently,
this looks like a bit of a mixed push. Along the southern side of the map, we've got attackers moving in, a little bit separated from each other overall, each going for some different things. And this big window on Kids' dormitory is going to end up being sort of an important thing here, with two attackers already pushing for it and keeping angles of sight directly into sight.
And Toxicity going to be holding this angle currently, trying to see where any of these defenders are held up. Attacking out Arrow is going to go through from Flossie, going to be dislodging Strict Viral there. He's going to be taking half of his HP, but able to back off, not losing his life, thankfully, as there's yet to be an opening frag, although Little Beat has taken a lot of damage himself. Toxicity jumping straight into the window, knows that Strict Viral is sitting on the right side of top of white stairs, so you just be careful at his angles here.
That's an impressively early entry into Kids' dormitory. That's going to be pretty useful. And, Meow managing to barely get out of there, taking out Lil Beatus, who was cut out with his pistol and not able to actually pick up anything. Tumok picking up the refrag, though, and Ados and Strict picking up Toxicity and Flossie. It's Tumok and Wailord to deal with 4 players on JWU, and Coin Flips doesn't think that should stay that way at all. Wailord, last player left, still stuck outside where he started.
Yeah, unfortunately with the assault here, when we were looking at how split it was, they did not have any removal of these roamers, and it kind of bit them in the butt at the end of the day, as we see up, I think, 2 players that were picked off from just people still roaming first floor while they're trying to get their execution here. Wailord, quite a steep hill to climb if they're able to try and claw this round back from a loss. Unfortunately, only knows from one of the players on JWU is currently sitting strict viral, but it's not really able to dislodge him, unfortunately, as the gas canisters from Autosmooth are going to be coming in, and he still has one left in his pocket, trying to get some sort of sight lines here, but JWU is just not going to be giving Waylord anything.
Yeah, earlier we saw Waylord and I'm Toxicity get some early ground, smoking up a kid's dormitory really quickly, and actually getting one of them in there and pushing Strict Viral off of the really good power position here on the beds, but he was immediately able to get right back after picking up that kill on the Zofia, and with all those kills on the other part of the map and all that like lack of roam clear really coming back and hurting CMU, there's just nothing left there without that clear.
Yeah, no, and there's definitely a problem for the teams here. Looks like there's some high ping problems, so we might actually end up getting a rehost. But what I'm hoping to see some change coming from CMU's attack is just more coordination. Right, you were talking about it previously with how split they were. They just were not able to refrag each other, picked off one at a time. JWU was able to create an a more advantageous position from an already advantageous position as they're currently sitting on defense.
Well, here round two, we're still deliberating over the servers, might be a problem, but we get a little sneak peek here into the lineups either way. Overall, looking pretty similar from CMU. I think they've got all the same operators. I'm not sure who the hard breaching pick was before, but we got the Habana, Zofia, Ash, Capitao, and IQ, which all are pretty open operators, able to do quite a bit. The IQ is not going to do too much, though, having to go to basement this time, though, so that one's a little strange to me. What do you think?
I think they're still expecting a top floor hold, just or not a top floor hold. I guess they have to go into the basement. I'm not sure either what the IQ pick here is being brought. Maverick is still on the table, so his ability to open up patches. Well, Ivana isn't bad, and since Kaid's not on the table, she's able to do it as well. But Maverick has a lot of versatility, especially with these frag grenades, to kind of dislodge the defenders here. Since basement, you have your defenders sitting in pretty specific locations, and you have to kind of muscle your way through. What's interesting to me, however, is seeing the Aruni pick coming through from Meow. He's going to be switching off Umai for that, kind of leaving all of the utility collection over to Jaeger. But Aruni has been seen, and we've been seeing it kind of in pro play a bit with this new season in conjunction with Castle a lot, just to deny as much zone as possible and force a heavy dose of utility to be expended. Now seems to be pretty liking the Aruni so far this season. It had some success on it previously, so I'm kind of excited to see where the Aruni is going to be coming into play. And yes, that is going to be an administrative rehost really quick here, so we'll be right back with the game. But in the meantime, I was taking a look at the bracket previously, and I know there's some bracket predictions. If you have not done yet already, I think they're closed actually, which is a little bit unfortunate. But there's some bracket predictions that the NECC has put out with, and if you get it right, or the closest to get it right at least, and this is for across all brackets, including the Rocket League and the Overwatch brackets, you can get $100 off of it, which is not bad. Not bad at all.
We do love to see it.
We do love to see it.
That's a lot for a little bit of knowledge.
You get that insider scoop when you know all the matchups previously. What's your prediction here, though? Looking at these two teams,
I like the start from JWU. They had a really solid defense there and are already playing into the weaknesses of that attack from CMU. Right off the bat, that Aruni, like you said, is good for denying area, and that's going to exacerbate the problems that CMU had pushing up the first time, not being able to clear as much ground. And with that being an issue, dealing with a Warden, kind of upgrading that Warden to an Aruni is just going to be a lot more to deal with, especially in the basement, where you have to get a lot more ground to even be able to access site one bit.
Yeah, and with Oregon being so defender-sided, I would not be surprised of a kind of an aggressive split here, maybe 3-3-3-4 RE with JWU. I would say, based on the history that we've seen these two teams playing previously, CMU's kind of historically dominated Oregon. I would not be surprised if they take the first map here relatively handedly. Chalet, however, is a toss-up. I have no clue what that's going to be looking like. And I say candidly to taking this map, it all depends on how they're coordinated, right? I would say their attack so far looks a little all over the place, a little scatterbrained, but I think they can definitely shore it up. But a map like Chalet is going to be, it's not going to be nice there if you are not well coordinated with your attacks. A lot of angles you're going to have to deal with, a lot of multiple sight lines you have multiple people kind of looking at. But the third map, I'm hoping for map 3, of course, because I haven't casted Villa in a long time, and that's always a fan favorite to see some Villa gameplay. But honestly, based on their previous history, I'm gonna have to probably give this set to CMU, see if they can actually take it. But I have hope for Johnson and Wales.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about the map 2 and 3 prospects. Just to get to see such a wide range of play from both of these teams. Chalet and Villa are just about as different as they can get, I feel. There's a lot of vertical play on either one. Chalet, like you're mentioning, has a lot of crossfires that are possible. It's got a lot of these hatches as opposed to as much just soft floor to deal with. So it's very different kinds of vertical play. And Villa is a very like a lateral kind of map. You kind of have to push across in one direction. There's definitely vertical play, but you're kind of funneled into a few larger areas in those hallways, especially you look at like second floor between trophy and classical to main stairs. Those opportunities really funnel your attack into one place, and it's a little easy to get those choke points. Meanwhile, Chalet has harder to see choke points because they're coming from all these doorways that are kind of making like a little maze to have to navigate through as the attackers, and you just have to be able to drone really effectively to catch where the defenders are and where those sightlines are actually going to be.
I definitely agree with you here. We're seeing a little bit of change up on the defensive side. I think it's just Meow actually. Now that I'm thinking it, now that I'm saying it out loud, they had the mute. They had this is actually a pretty similar lineup. They're just switching out Meow, putting him on the Aruni, and yeah, the only change is switching out Ace onto Hibana for Waylord here, just on the hard breach, switching it up. Hey, have you been liking the Hibana change? We've been sitting around with the Hibana changes for a while now. We've been kind of able to see here in action. You've been thinking they've been doing the right job?
I think it's been actually a really nice change. There's a lot of uproar. Very popularly, people thought it would kind of break the game open, really make hard breach just too good. But I think on one side, it sort of limits the usability of impact striking a little bit, which is an aspect of the game that I think is has really high skill cap. That's, I think, great in a game such as Rainbow6. But if you're able to impact trick well still, and it's much more difficult to do now, of course, but if you can, it's like even more rewarding, not gameplay-wise, I guess, at least skill-wise. But it really hasn't broken anything. Hibana is still a good hard breacher like she was before, but most of the focus is still on Ace anyways, so I don't think it's a problem one bit.
He's just so good, right? I'm Toxicity, already down Laundry stairs, very aggressive. Noticed pretty early on, like this lobby, this laundry hatch had not been reinforced. They're kind of the Johnson and Wales is really relying on the Sovereignty Gate to keep the defenders back. It's doing a good job currently, but Tumok also playing aggressively, already in right outside of E-Box here, pushing through bunker. Not really finding anything, not many shots being exchanged.
Yeah, this is a really quiet minute.
Yeah, it's very slow, but I like that from CMU. It tells me that they have made at least a little bit of adjustments from the first round, and taking a little bit more methodical and less just run into bugs, right?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a lot of really far up players. Tumok is getting attention into bunker, but he's really waiting for his teammates to coordinate and open up an opportunity for him to actually get in there and start getting kills. And we saw, of course, on Toxicity take his time, kind of get a gauge of this area in Laundry, but even for all of his caution, he's going to be taken out by Gent and Ted. Yeah, that was a tongue twister name.
Quite a tongue twister indeed. I'm Toxicity. First opening frag going to Johnson and Wales. That happened the previous round as well. Tumok able to get a kill into Meow, evening up the kill count here as Jen and Ted grabs up a second one on the Waylord. Coin flips, bringing it yet more into Johnson and Wales' favor, and they now have the diffuser. That's going to be sitting in freeze, and it's going to be really hard for Little Bees and Tumok, who are currently sitting in bunker, to kind of make some adjustments. This is the problem with when you have the Maverick on the table and you don't bring it, it's really hard to open up some more open up some more avenues onto site here, and you're just kind of getting funneled through. And we saw that on Laundry, we saw that through Freezer, and now we're seeing it through Bunker. Tumak has to look at multiple angles at once, not finding anybody, and he's just going to get swung on. Autosmooth able to get a kill. Stuck in a 1v4, Little Beat is trying to put some shots down range. He does have a lot of bullets in his magazine to use. Unfortunately, while he does know where a couple of the players from JWU are, it's only 10 seconds late. He's able to get one on the Jet, and Ted now down to a 1v3 with 5 seconds left to slowly click it down. Little Beat is just going to be taken down by Autosmooth. Unfortunate to see there from CMU.
I feel like Central Methodist was more conservative after that first round, not going their way by really being out there, by pushing themselves in to site really quickly. And they saw that, they made an adjustment, but I think it was one of those over adjustments. They went a little too far. They just kind of tiptoed around. They didn't clear out anyone. And Johnson and Wales was more than comfortable to sit around and wait for the attack to finally get there in the last minute, or just above a minute of the round. And those SMG 11s rang clear. Autosmooth making a couple really good ones, and Coin Flips getting a really good pick on that flank down Freezer. That was so pivotal, getting the diffuser down in Freezer, totally separate from the players that are still left from CMU.
Yeah, it was definitely a misplay on CMU when it came to their execution. The players in Freezer just completely on an island in comparison to the Bunker push there. And yeah, we just saw how Tumak was just really stuck in Bunker, not able to make a push through E-Box, having to fight through a player who was sitting on backstairs. It was just an unfortunate another round of miscoordination, I would almost say, on CMU's side, which is really uncharacteristic of the play that we've seen previously. We're going to be moving over to a meeting kitchen hold, or not a meeting kitchen. Yeah, meeting kitchen. Ah, gosh, I was confused to call it for some reason. I was confused dining and meeting. But yeah,
I always second guess them as I'm saying them. Even if I know I'm right, I still second guess myself on it.
Well, it's just so strange. When the meta changed a bit, we stopped seeing a lot of, and maybe I'm just a Rhino Star, but we stopped seeing a lot of more kitchen dining holds. Have each transition over to kitchen eating, which I like significantly more. As a whole, kind of adds some more impactful verticality, because even if you open up the hatch looking into, even if you open up the hatch looking into kitchen from kids, it doesn't give you a really good sight line into meeting, and that's just been into dining, which has always been unfortunate with that. Plus, when you choose this bomb site, you're able to completely negate any thermite tricking, which has been very popular these days. I see Whaler's actually going to be bringing up the thermite, potentially expecting, and that's going to be an opening frag from Tumak. Disgusting plays here. Finally, CMU is actually an opening frag.
That ping came out just a little bit too late, though, and Tumak ended up going down. There's still someone to contend with in kitchen, not allowing Whaler to just push up. He's actually going to be pinned here behind the table in dining hall for a little bit. He's going to have to cross in order to res Tumak, who already has 2 kills on the board. This push is a lot more coordinated, but just that lack of that drone being a little too late. Not a lack, but just the little lateness to that drone almost just cost their entry fragger. I like seeing CMU a little more coordinated, though. I could stand to see a little bit more droning, despite that.
Yeah, I think this first floor droning has really been a problem. They had players playing the second floor. Oh, not quite in the second floor. They're currently around the roof here. Hopefully they've been droning out a bit on the second floor. They know that there are players sitting there, at least the positions of the pings are coming out, so there has been some drone work being done now. But this is going to be a wall to crack. Tumak able to get a pick onto Coin Flips. Yet another one for the Zofia name. As Little Beatus is picking a fight here with Strict Viral. Autosmooth is actually able to put one onto the table for Johnson and Wales. That Little Beatus is going to actually grab a big kill for himself.
These kills are actually going in favor of CMU this round. This is really good. Oh, as I say, Meow gets in, gets a kill, almost gets another one falling, but he himself is fragged out. It's down to Autosmooth to deal with Tumak and on toxicity, but it's not in the cards. CMU having more coordination this time, having more of a split push, and actually successfully getting up to the second floor. They're able to get it this time, which is a really nice shift to see.
Yeah, and we see how impactful these opening frags really are. Right, when you get that early kill, I think that was Tumak, but Tumak got that early kill into Kitchen, it forced Johnson and Wales to try to move some more resources to shore up that problem, or to shore up that hole now in their defense. Um, I would have liked to see a bit more, I would say, aggression uh, from Johnson and Wales in that regard. They knew where the push was coming from. They kind of just sat there and held angles even when they lost their initial player. And it did unfortunately lose them the round. It's 1-1. They were undoubtedly picked off. Meaning, however, that third bomb site generally is going to be significantly harder to hold than the rest of them. And Oregon has some incredible sites on the second floor basement.
Absolutely.
And if we've been seeing the play that we saw previously, I think this might be a 4-2 split.
Yeah, I like to see Strict Viral. You were saying that you wanted some more aggression. I think Strict Viral, despite the rest of the team needing a little more aggression, he did a great job of holding there in kitchen, making sure that attack wasn't going to go any further. He lost one teammate, and he was not going to lose more. He was just going to be that bulwark to the defense. He was able to waste quite a bit of time, especially with how fast CMU was able to push all the way up to kitchen and into a gunfight with him. And I think, knowing when to play him and when to hold him is a really valuable skill, especially from your support plays. So Strict Viral, I think, made a great showing of that. What he needed was a flank from his other teammates. However, the fraggers for CMU were able to just blaze through the second floor and deal with anyone left in Meeting Hall way too effectively for the rest of Strict Viral's team to get there and help him out. And Johnson and Wales just lost that round, I think, on the back of that volley.
No, I would have to agree with that one there. 2-1 currently. Johnson Wales does have the lead as the execution from CMU is coming through. I like to see this adjustment that we are going to be on a master push here. Whalers could be taking some damage, but Toxicity is able to find a kill on Demiao, and that's another opening frag from CMU. This is the CMU that we've seen previously. They're really coming to form now after a couple early, I would say, trip-ups on the first two rounds, but Lil Beatus now in a better position as Adelsman was able to take down Flossie, but that's actually going to be evening up the kill feed.
Yeah, and here CMU is really showing that coordination. They're opening up Attic as well, so they'll have two really good avenues to attack here. Whaler's making a really good split push with his hard breaching capability, and with these 2 kills on the board, it's in the advantage of CMU, so JWU is going to have to be able to get these picks once these next lines of movement start happening. Unfortunately, Attic is no longer going to be a safe zone. Looks like, I don't know who's playing in Attic, but he's going to have to pull off. And this is quite a lot of real estate taken for Central Methodist. Coin flips and Addis move. Going to have to hold out against 4 players on the other team. The odds are not looking great for them right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, as he tried to get out of Attic, Jen Antenna was just going to be taken down. Addis move and coin flip all by their lonesome seer. Still has a couple smoke babes into the pocket to be able to use. Ooh, Little Beatus has exactly the right information to take down coin flips. Status move grabs a kill for himself, but he's stuck in a 1v3. Yet again, the smoke main all by himself. He's able to grab up another kill onto Waylord. Now it's down to a 2v1. This is looking significantly more winnable as Little Beatus just shuts him down. Alice Move is going to go down in a hail of bullets. SMU takes another round, evening it up here. And yeah, I think they said it right in chat. Peeker's advantage is insane.
I think they might still be having some issues with the ping. Is might be where that's coming from. But that round really sort of looked more of a Lil Beatus versus Addis move. Just holding that angle, Addis move really. He got 3 picks off of that with his SMG-11, which is always impressive to see. It was just his teammates folding around him as more and more of site get taken over by the attackers. Lil Beatus, though, got inched 1 step ahead, turning that 3K into a 4K and taking Addis move out of there. And it looks like Central Methodist is a little more warmed up now.
Yeah, I would say so. I know that there is some unfortunate server issues on the NA side currently. So we could try moving it. I guess CMU might be a little bit opposed to East Coast. might just a little bit when you're on the opposite side of the US. Ubisoft, please. That's all I can say here. Unfortunate timing, just right in the playoffs. But yeah, this is 4 playoffs for the second match of playoffs. This is looking to be a very exciting, very swingy map so far. CMU though, after these last 2 rounds being won for them. Looking incredibly strong on this attack play. I'm trying to see some adjustments from JWU that we need. I think it needs to come down to having more avenues of crossfires. Right, we're getting to situations where the attack is coming through and forcing the defenders out and forcing anchors out of their comfortable positions, and it does not allow for these defenders to reset up and kind of set themselves up for firing lines or for multiple firing for multiple crossfires before being taken out. And that really needs to be seen here.
Yeah, I think beyond that, in addition, I think the biggest issue that I'm really seeing missing from the Johnson and Wales defense is an active roam presence. I don't know why we're not seeing flanks. You looked at that Thermite split pushing through Attic on his own. That shouldn't really be a thing if you have someone to rotate up through Big Tower and take him out from behind. That's a pretty easy thing to identify and deal with. There's a player still in Attic. He was well aware of Thermite. They're exchanging shots downrange. And we definitely saw it in Basement as well when Johnson and Wales was very quiet. It served them pretty well on that round to just hold out and wait for Central Methodist to push them. But this last round on second floor, I think really hurt to not have roamers to tamp down on, just allowing hard breach operators to just run through the building, just opening up every wall they see. And that's how that one felt.
Yeah, there was the big change, however, and I know we were mentioning it on round 3 on when it was the meeting hold. The big change that we saw now is the adjustment of droning. They know where these anchors are sitting at. They are getting all of this intel. That's Central Methodist, that is. And Johnson Wales is having some problems kind of combating it. They might try to opt for some more information now by introducing a Mozzie into the mix to try to make it a little bit more difficult for CMU to realize that locations, if they are going to play more, I'd say more anchory. I think that's a word.
Anchory.
But yeah, I think they definitely do need to have some more roamers. They're getting a little bit too comfortable at home.
I think that's perfect.
They put their feet up on the desk. They feel like they're chilling, but at the end of the day,
they got 2 rounds with their feet up on the desk, and I can't hate on that one bit.
Well, let's see how it does well for them. We have switched over to South American servers.
Whatever gets the job done.
I think we're on South American servers. South Central US is where we're actually at. I just got word for it. And the ping, I think so. I think it's probably Central. Yeah, like the Louisiana area, and the ping is immaculate. So glad to see that our players are not playing on 300.
Works really.
Whatever gets the job done. We're going to be seeing another go at this kids hold that did not work for Johnson and Wales last time. A little bit of adjustments coming from their end, however, in the form of a Valkyrie to the mix. And this is kind of fits all of the marks that you and I were looking for.
Yeah, we've got that counter intel. We've got intel in addition. Strict Viral is running that bulletproof camera again, which has actually served them pretty well. They've gotten quite a bit of intel off of that. And of course, Meow sort of looks like the flex player on these defense holds. He kind of picks up anything that the team wants for additional flavor. And the Valkyrie, I think, will be really nice, allowing them to actually play contrary to the attack by having more active roam with more knowledge. I think that's something that just wasn't really there. We saw all that knowledge on where the attackers are actually coming from, besides the really obvious ones, that are shooting guns at you.
Of course. Ooh, I mean, I was going to try to get a nice cheeky can. I've seen this cam placement before. There's also a really good one outside of Bay Window. You just run out and kind of get it onto get it. You can see the entire map, honestly. And yeah, we know where the Valkyrie cam is. You can see on the map right now, but they have no clue. They don't have an IQ available either, so not going to be very quickly.
Yeah, likely going to stay there for a while.
Oh yeah, potentially for the entire round. Something that I've seen that's like that I've liked is this play. We've talked about Ying, and actually this Buck as well. We've talked about how effective Ying can be for breaking open these defenses, and the inclusion of, or I guess the first round when we saw Meow try to counteract it by bringing the Warden into play. We see how much Johnson and Wales respects the pick. Toxicity on Buck, however, is pretty nice. I like watching a lot more Bucks. I know he's fallen out of meta. He fell out of meta way back when his frag grenades got taken out, but he's now here ready and
there
rolling. Oh my god!
There it is. There's that flank with the C4 to boot. Not going to land anything for Meow, but he has evened up the man count. That's nice to see.
No, definitely here. And I was going to mention it earlier, but having another C4 on the table is incredibly effective for them. Coin Flips, unfortunately, had his die in his pocket, so there is no more C4s in play for that, for Planted now. They're going to have to really rely on Atos move smoke baits to keep them at bay. But that was a huge hit to the attack. They have to really make adjustments now, as they are no longer going to be really having any significant push from Big Tower.
We mentioned that mute jammer from before. It's already doing its job. We see this flank drone sitting there on top of the Fox, totally out of commission, not going to be there to help out against a potential another flank from Meow, who actually is picking up another kill, which is great to see that going off for him this time. And he's being a lot more active and getting a lot of reward for it.
Yeah, the problem here from CMU is that they've just been pushing in by themselves a little bit. We saw Tumok just kind of get picked off, Wailord as well. Now they're stuck in a 2v4. One of them is trying to come up White Stairs with the Flossy. Apparently his little Beatus is sitting, looking through a little hole that he's made here in a closet. But actually, Flossy's going to be able to get a pick on a Jet and 10 for free, and he's going to be running back off, but oh no. Lil Beatus tried to push off, Strict Viral not having any of it, and now Flossy is stuck in a 1v3. Was able to get off one person previously, but little intel for him. I know they at least have a drone set up in Trophy that's going to kind of help for a flank. Flossy seems to be trying to make his way there, but he is aware of a player sitting downstairs, and that's going to be Meow at the other end of the barrel. Flossy's going to be throwing... He's throwing his Ying charge just to try to run past her to get to site here. He doesn't find anybody, however, Strict Viral just gets the kill, and this new ping is really helping out Johnson and Wales, it seems.
Yeah, I think as far as those swings catching the defenders off guard, Central Methodist really reaped the rewards, but now it's coming back the other way. those wide swings aren't going to do quite the same thing for them. We saw Lil Beatus really eat a bullet for that one as well.
Yeah, just unfortunate. Unfortunate for CMU. They're going to have to make a little bit of adjustments to how they're choosing to play angles. We're going to be going back to basement here. There's going to be a laundry supply hold. This 4-2 is still possible for Johnson and Wales. I'd kind of mentioned it earlier, and it's with CMU having a rough time attacking this basement site last time. I think it is almost likely. However, 4-2 split is relatively what you're gunning for when you're in these positions. It's not entirely out of the question. As that's just how it goes.
Yeah. And with that positive record already on basement, the precedent has been set that Johnson and Wales is going to be really comfortable here. So that's a great way to start off a half potentially. Not to count all the eggs before they've hatched. We're just starting this round. But overall, it's looking like the same loadouts as before. Flossy has once again stuck that Ying. It's the real notable pick along with I'm Toxicity's Buck that you were talking about before. And so far, we haven't really seen too much impact from either of those. They're not doing anything that another operator couldn't do.
Yeah, and the problem why they're not coming into huge play is the coordination again. They are unfortunately put into positions where their entry fragger gets picked off and they're not really able to get the refrag, and they're just kind of stuck solo pushing. Your Candelas are only so good when you're solo pushing, right?
Yeah.
I'm liking
it's all about setting up those crossfire angles. That's what you need in order to really capitalize off of a Ying.
No, I completely agree. I like the inclusion of a Rooney here, actually, when it comes to setup. It is actually kind of created a really tight angle here on E-Box for Central Methodist to get past, as Meow is able to play on either side of pillar here, and they don't really have the intel to know. I think that a drone has gone through. I do see a ping that's going to be taking that a Maestro cam. Maestro, first time we're actually be seeing this operator. He has not made an appearance as of yet, but he's going to actually only be down to one camera, it looks like.
Yeah, that's going to hurt because he hasn't had an opportunity to actually use it for anything yet this round. So he's going to be stuck with just one. And that was a pretty useful one over by a pillar. It kind of frees up a hand that we don't need to have as many people holding in pillar he had that opportunity to have that pressure. But now that that's gone, he's going to have to actually face peek quite a bit. And with a minute 30 left and some actual presence on site, there goes I'm Toxicity. I think he was pushing in Laundry, which would have been really nice as that anvil to the hammer that is over here by Bunker's side. Looks like Tumok is going to continue that. There's the hammer getting it. Tumok taking out Meow. And coin flips both in one go. This is actually pretty nice to set up for this execute. Only 2 defenders left.
Yeah, and with the cameras taken out from Maestro, the only denial that they have for plant denial is Auto Smooth's one smoke babe, and they're just gonna jump straight onto both of them. Strict Viral and Auto Smooth taken out very swiftly by CMU, and that's gonna be put the attackers on round 6, evening up the score at 3-3.
Well, it looks like we were definitely proved wrong. Good thing we weren't counting those eggs. We got that 3-3 split, which is pretty good for Central Methodist on that attack on Oregon. Definitely nothing to laugh at or I don't know.
Shake a stick at.
Nothing to shake a stick at. I think that's the appropriate thing there. So that's a pretty good start. It can really go either way, though. That's not an uncommon split for Oregon one bit, and I think really speaks to the even match that we're going to be seeing here. Although Central Methodist does get that measurable advantage of being on defense from here on out.
Yeah, the thing that I like to see, or I think that's interesting to see, is where the opening frags have been going. The first 2 rounds, which were pretty commandingly Johnson and Wales favored, the opening frags went to Johnson's side. They were actually able to capitalize on the unpreparedness and the uncoordinated attack from CMU, from Central Methodist, and we're able to use those opening frags and kind of convert those into wins. However, for the rest of this match, including the one round that they did lose, Central Methodist 1 has been on top of these opening frags 4 in a row, and we've seen the impact that they are able to make on the map itself. We talked about how that was able to impact on that meeting hold, but it's really detrimental to a team when you lose someone that early.
Definitely. Looking at this round, it's interesting to see Central Methodist lineup here. The Rook is always an interesting one to see, adding that armor, stopping their teammates from dying instantly on a body damage. He's going to have a great gun available, and Flossie has been doing really well, so I think he's trying to keep up that momentum. He's going 4-1 right now, so it's nice to have an MP5 in his hands. There's a lot of intel game being played here. Lil Beatus and Tumok playing for Drone Denial. And of course, I'm Toxicity running that Valkyrie.
Yeah, no, I like the change-up of the operators that we've seen. We've not really seen a Rook previously, and the inclusion of Mozzie here just to deny a little bit more in intel and space, including with Whalelord. Now, Malusi's been on the table this entire time and has not been brought up previously, so it's interesting that this is the first time that operators can be making an appearance. But the most interesting thing, I think, on CMU's side is how many C4s they have available to them. 4 on the table.
Oh my god.
And while exactly, and while it doesn't make too much of an impact where Whalelord currently is, just sitting in basement as of right now, if Johnson Wales is not able to get a complete clear of this first floor, it's going to potentially lead to huge problems later on in the match. Opening frag is actually to come through. Tumok is going to grab Jenna and Ted to start off with. That's ace down as well.
Yeah, definitely a valuable operator. That is the main hard breacher off as well. Strict Viral can get some walls. He definitely was... Yeah, he got the one in Closet as well. So he's already done some of his work. But Gen 10 Ted, I think, must have also gotten them into Attic, judging by this context. So not a huge loss, and he hasn't been exactly on fire so far this game, unfortunately, for him. So not... maybe as bad as it seemed immediately.
Not that we don't love us some Jenna and Ted. Coin flips having also a bad game as well. 1 HP left to the Ash player here as Meow is going to just be swung on by this Rook. Oh my god, Flossie, where are you at? Whaler grabs a double for himself as the entire team from Johnson Whale is being cut through like butter. 2 left on the table. Strict Viral and Coin flips, both of them are coming in through Master side. Coin flips currently trying to push in through Trophy, but with 1 HP. They have less than a full health bar between the two of them. This is looking a little bit rough for Johnson and Wales' first attack.
Looks like Strict Vile still got his Thermite charge left up there. It's not going to do a lot for him at this point. Maybe be a distraction later on as a split play. But he is flanked at 180 degrees, which is a lot to deal with. And just one too many gunfights, finally getting knocked down. If Coinflips takes a single bullet, though, he is out as well. And there it is, Lobita shotgunning him from Attic.
Yeah, that shotgun would do 100% of your health on a good day. But here, this is a significant amount of overkill. It's just going to be a commanding end to that round. The defense from CMU looking incredibly strong, and I'm liking their changeup of the defensive play. When we look at Johnson and Wales' more hunkered down style, CMU is very comfortable running their operators all over the map, having a lot of roamers and having a lot of different. I would say options, right? They keep their they don't keep their cards as open when it comes to information coming through.
Yeah, I really like to see Tumox plays actually with the Mozzie opening up that first kill, like you noted, Booker, and in addition, really setting up that flank, playing an armory in the late game. It made it impossible for any kind of rotation to happen for any of the attackers that were left. They were stuck, with whatever they had sown. They had to reap it because you can deal with a Mozzie behind you with that commando.
Well, that's for certain. Yeah, that is for sure. Now, one of the problems here, we talked about CMU having some issues droning initially at the beginning of this map. Johnson and Wales having some problems themselves. They're kind of they're not clearing out these roamers. They really need to, right? They're not taking time to clear out these roamers. When you have an operator playing in armory for so long, when you're looking to push through master, it's just an ginormous thorn in your side. And either you completely missed him on initial drone, or just kind of let him get that space for free, and you can't have that in the future. So I'm hoping Johnson and Wales can be more on top of their droning. I'm not quite sure how well they're doing pre-plays, but they have only lost one in the prep phase, so not awful so far.
To be fair to Johnson and Wales, they had to deal with the Mozzie mute combo last round, so there's only so much that's even possible for them to do without really playing for that drone utility and having to, stretch themselves out to take out those devices.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that one. It's going to be a big tower take here. Is Quarterfinals just going to be jumping right in? I have a little bit of information that this space is mostly safe, but is very wary of potential flank here. It is a basement. Is a basement site, so I'm liking the amount of time or the amount of positioning that or the positioning of Johnson and Wales as they are trying to take it more slow, more methodical, clearing top to bottom, because they're kind of respecting the heavy roaming that they saw previously.
Yeah, I like that Meow's wasting no time exploiting so much of this utility and really opening up as many avenues as he can for the attackers, making sure that they're going to be set up for this attack and sure of no chance that there's going to be any actual flanks. This might be a little costly on time, though, opening up so many things. And also, in addition to spending a lot of time on this flank denial, Gentent Ted is going in through dormitories, which is a little off to the distance. So hopefully they have enough time for all this traveling. That's just going to be required from this take.
Yeah, it's a little slow right now in Johnson Wales, but it's proven to give them some important information. As toxicity is just going to be turned out by strict viral. Jenna Ted, however, is going to be the first one taken down. This methodical play is not leading them any sort of benefits, as CMU was able to get 2 frags for nothing. Lofty just traded a little bit of his health for it. Coinflip's able to get finally a refrag coming through, evening up a little bit 4-3 as Toxicity's position is going to be given away by this Jackal.
Yeah, someone does have to check Flossie, and looks like we found the man to do it. I like seeing Strict Viral here. He's actually going to be pretty pivotal. He's seen so many footprints so far. That's a lot of information to bring to the team. And here with this flash, it's going to be really hard for Toxicity to actually keep it up. He's gotten a lot already out of this round. And 3 flashes are going to do it. Total blindness for Toxicity, and that ensures the kill. Coin Flips and Strict Viral, though, have to go to the next layer of defenses here. Little Beat is poised with the shotgun and his mute jammer. That's going to be a hard one to root out.
8 seconds left on the clock to do so. The man count is not against them, however, but the utility is. They still have 3 smoke baits, and with Little Beat is just going to be taking down Coin Flips very quickly. However, Mal grabs up a run for himself, but Little Beat is proving to be incredible with that shotgun. As Tumac also able to get a kill onto Meow with it. The shotguns coming from Central and Methodist are very effective.
As a M590 enthusiast, I think CMU is doing pretty darn good with those so far. That's like 5 kills already in these last 2 rounds with these shotguns. That's a lot of work to be done there. And once Lil Beatus actually got that first kill, there's nothing to be done. The diffuser down. What are you gonna do? You got 10 seconds to pick it up, get through the shotgun, and get into sight, or otherwise kill 3 players. That's just too much for any reasonable situation. So the game was already won quite a bit ago.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. What I might potentially disagree with is this kitchen dining pickup. Like I said previously, we don't see a lot of this because, and I think it has a lot to do with not only the second floor hold, but also the thermite tricking and auto smooth. Able to call it out, could be bringing that titular thermite. Hopefully it's enough. Johnson Wales, after the side switch, have not been able to find a single foothold into the defenses of CMU. No chinks in the armor here. And they really need to make some sort of adjustments. I'm hoping that this weaker site overall is going to, for the defenders, is going to be a boon for them to kind of come back to that more even play that we saw previously. But as of right now, CMU is looking incredibly strong. This is CMU, however.
That's true. That's absolutely going to be a big consideration. I like that Central Methodist has managed to be pretty hard to predict on any given site. Already we're seeing Tumac fully drone or I don't know, anti-drone out, pest up a small tower, making sure that he's not going to get droned out. It's sort of like playing a vigil up there, but with increased late game potential, he's going to be able to get those drones if anyone does try and come for him, and he's going to be able to, as long as he stays alive, bring those to bear and actually, play attack on the defense side.
Really bunkered up Flossie as well, giving him kind of an escape route that he's going to have to potentially use here. As Jen and Ted is trying to get some sight lines into him, he's going to be droned out up top. Oh no, he might not know he's being droned though.
He's on camera. Oh no, he's wearing AirPods, but he has a sense for something. I'm not sure what cam he was looking at. It might have been an outdoor Valkyrie cam, but he knows what he was looking for out that window. He's got to use that escape route that you mentioned, and he's got to get out of there with half health. Good thing he's got all that armor on, though. That could honestly have kept him from being at just a little sliver left.
Fortunately, Waylord isn't as lucky as Meow's going to get the opening frag for Johnson and Wales. Something that I'd really like to see. We've been missing out on these frags for the entirety of the round, and currently Johnson Wales looking a little bit stronger on this side. Again, kitchen dining, a little bit harder to defend, but putting players on putting players onto islands approach and hoping that they can try to waste as much time as possible has been doing. It's been an okay strategy from CMU.
Well, I mean, half of the round is out now, so I call that a success from these island players.
They did lose someone though, but that's completely fair. That's completely.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he's playing for. He doesn't have any utility to use anymore. It'd be more of a problem if Tumac was lost. But there's a lot of set it and forget it utility from Central Methodist right now between Waylord and Flossie.
Yeah, they have a lot of potential as well. So we're gonna have to make sure Strict Viral's a bit careful up top. Let's try to open up some lines of sight here. 55 seconds left on the table. Johnson Wales needs to make a little bit more of a move. They're still taking it slowly, which is okay for only so much time here. Ted going to be Snoopy's Nomad. We've been talking about Nomad as much. Really good operator on maps like Oregon, which
Ted is doing a really good job of taking out the most important things. There's Meow off. There's another kill for Meow. Lil Beatus off, and Lil Beatus has been very effective, especially in little areas like that. There's another really vital kill. AS Move was starting to get that diffuse down, and with him off the board, that's gonna buy some time for his teammates. Coin flips is the last one left now after a flurry of kills. This is looking Central Methodist very suddenly. They turned it around at like the drop of a hat.
What the heck just happened? I'm completely in awe at the last few seconds that we were just staring at. Something that looked so in Johnson and Wales' favor suddenly turns to the CMU's. This coin flip's able to get a kill or to down Tumac, but Flossie just doesn't. Flossie kills coin flip while needing to get the diffuser disabled. But there's so much time left on the table. There's such a promising round for Johnson and Wales as well, but these firing lines that were created, these openings that were created by Central Methodist were used to such an effect to just tear through all of the all the attackers here. They didn't even have the chance.
I'm just thinking about the continuity where Flossie or Tumac were the ones that actually got knocked out first, since they were all just playing to die, and then they just go on for the rest of the round to just pad the KD with 8 and 6 kills between the two of them. It's like so much impact in just 1 second. Just that flurry of kills, taking out everyone on that half of the objective. That was just from the eye of the hurricane.
I've said it better myself, Treasury. I guess Johnson and Wales trying to mix them up a little bit with the here. Gonna be switching back onto the Jackal pick. I do like that a lot more. But Tumac, trying to bring the Mozzie as well. But this is something we have to see something here from Johnson and Wales. I thought the last round was the sauce. I thought that's what they're doing everything right.
It was the sauce too.
Yeah, but now they're staring down a match point. However,
yeah, that was just some gunplay that got Central Methodist out of a tight spot.
100%, 100%. Sometimes you just gotta hit your shots, right?
Yeah.
Now we're back to a kids hold from Central Methodist. They had a lot of success on this site previously. Johnson Wales just having a rough time on attack as a whole. Have yet to even secure a single round since the side switches, and it's definitely got to be hurting morale at some point.
Yeah, I do like these switches. Meow back on that IQ. Gen 10 Ted going for the Jackal. The Jackal worked out really well before, and the Nomad just hasn't been panning out. I don't know if I've heard a single Nomad go off. No one's been bounced around by that. So switching to something that's a little more guaranteed to go off. Not to say that the Nomad usage was even like bad or anything. It just hasn't panned out yet because Central Methodist has just been unpredictable all the way through.
100%. They have been incredibly unpredictable with their holds. The IQ was probably potentially brought by Meow to counteract a Valkyrie that we saw previously in a couple of rounds, but it's nowhere to be seen. Instead, they've gone more for information denial, including bringing the Aruni. And yeah, it's a lot of information now. Actually, it's going to be really hard for Johnson and Wales to root out where these defenders are sitting.
Yeah, this is everything you can really do to stop drones. Oh my god!
Oh,
there's a pile of them. There's a pile.
They tried to get past one Mozzie pest, but there was just a second one. They're everywhere.
Oh man, there's another one just went off. Another drone just got hacked.
Wait, we just see the
and Tumac has been located. The information game. Oh my god.
And Tumac's got to be careful here. Another drone's going to be coming through. His position is definitely given away, but they did know where Tumac was already. Oh no, Coin! This could be the beginning of the end. As Toxicity just takes down Coin Flip. Another opening frag from CMU. Only have dropped one since round 2. While Tumac is here on an island, it doesn't matter as much when it comes to the drone economy. There's only 3 left available. 2 in the pocket of Meow, 1 for Auto Smooth, but the rest are just gone. CMU is going to be playing the rest of the... Johnson Wales is going to be playing this round blind outside of any Jackal tracks they have available for him. Auto Smooth does not care, however. His little beat is just going to be taken down in a hail of bullets.
Strict viral. Why weren't you looking?
That hurts.
That was one of the 2 places he could be.
Sometimes you got to play the 50-50, right?
I mean, sometimes you don't, though, and unfortunately that was one of those. Toxicity is taken out, though. Meow also getting a kill on Flossie. That's Tumac and Wheeler's the last 2 left, and Tumac's going to have to do quite a bit to rotate back into sight, and he's the last one left now. Meow getting another kill. And there's another one that's just not going the way we thought it would, but Tumac is going to just keep going. 8-1 right now. The record so far this game is so in his favor. It's the Titans against each other. Meow at 9-4, Tumac at 8-1. And the question is, who can do more with just about nothing left? Tumac still has a drone. Meow is all the drones that were left on his team before this executes. They have information potential. They have great guns available. Oh, and here's the flank. Meow getting right behind Tumac and not quite landing it. Tumac is crazy.
Oh my god. That was absolutely insane. It almost went the way of Johnson and Wales, but that is just that is just the word to use for this map. It's just almost. Unfortunately, Meow not even able to use his advantage of finding Tumac previously, and he's just gonna fall. 1v3 goes to Tumac. I gotta
That's
give
gotta
him the
be so
MVP.
frustrating. He saw him. He shot him. Oh man. And they
We're
did
so
so much
close.
to try and root out Tumok. They kept droning him, but he was out of the way. Their push was kind of, they put themselves in between him. I think that's the real thing. No one dealt with main stairs. They just ignored him, and he came back to bite him in the butt. Like literally, he came from behind him every time, and it just ended it. Like that was almost every second floor round.
It's really hard to see. It's
yeah.
really hard to see. But we see the effectiveness of a strong drone economy in this
Absolutely.
regard, because no flank drones were set up because barely any were available. Most of them were taken out previously. I think Mozzie got max amount of drones, as well as the mute jammers were available. I think one of them got thrown into a
Doing a renegade.
yeah, a renegade. So it's just a rough spot, and that's what happens in Siege. You gotta make sure that your flanks are covered. You gotta make sure you have drones for when you're putting you to a plant situation. So, but we're gonna be going to a quick break actually, right before the next match. Don't go away. It's only gonna be about 5 minutes, and we'll be right back.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Hello again, everybody. We're back with NECC Rainbow6 Siege. We're here for quarterfinals. This is going to be going to map 2 of Central Methodist University and Johnson & Wales University. Already a match in progress. It's been going quite well. I'm Treasury. I'm joined here with Booker, and we're pretty excited to share this with you guys.
Yeah, it was exciting to be on the mic with you, Treasury. It's been way too long, I have to say.
It has been too long.
Although I do miss my boy Wes. Shout out to Wielku. I'll see him shortly. We saw a relatively even, at least at the start, Oregon. Unfortunately, it really went the way of CMU incredibly hard towards the end. 7-3, not what you want to be seeing with your Johnson & Wales. This is a single elimination playoff, by the way. So Johnson & Wales is currently on
pressure's on.
Tournament life. Yeah, exactly. However, it is going to be going over to their map of Chalet. Going to be seeing Johnson & Wales actually on the attack to start off with. So we'll see how
that does mean that that bit of advantage for being on the defense will go to Central Methodist University. They had some really good success on defense last map. We'll see if they can keep that inspiration and that crazy playmaking that we saw last map. We've seen a couple players absolutely pop off so far. So we'll see if they can keep it up, and we'll see if Johnson & Wales is able to really catch up and use their map pick to their advantage.
I guess we'll have to look and see. With Thatcher again going to be taken off the table. He has 100%. I'm not sure if you guys are aware. He has 100% ban rate in this league. 100%.
He deserves it too.
A single.
I like Thatcher, but he deserves it.
Very unfortunate for the British operator. He's British, right? He's not Irish. I'm not confused. All right, British. Got it. Thank you, production. Jacqueline Malusi going to be taken off the table for Johnson & Wales. Not willing to do with the Malusi, and I agree with this. Considering how much trouble she was giving them on Oregon, I'm not surprised at all to be seeing that ban coming through.
Yeah.
What I am confused a bit about is the Jackal ban, since they are on attack first. And they were using Jackal pretty liberally that last.
Yeah, Johnson & Wales use a lot more than Central Methodist with that Jackal. That one's interesting for sure.
It's a self-ban. Maybe they feel like they got to put up some weights on themselves. might be a bad time to do it, considering you're down a map, but we'll have to see.
If it is, I love the confidence.
I fully support anything Johnson & Wales does. Shoutouts to the team there. Similar lineup as last time. When I say last time, I mean the entirety of Oregon from Central Methodist. We saw them use the Smoke Jaeger Mute Aruni combo a lot. The Rook is going to be switched up from the Mozzie previously, but Flossie seems to be very comfortable in a myriad of operators, so not too concerned.
I think actually Tumok is switching from the Mozzie to the Jaeger. Flossie, I definitely took note of the Rook getting all these kills for so many of those rounds.
I got you.
I think the really interesting thing, yet again, Meow taking an interesting pick with the Zero. I don't know really what all the possibilities are with Zero on this map. Of course, he's able to shoot his drone through the floor, walls, reinforced or not, windows, barricades. There's a lot of potential there. And he's chosen to go with the MP7, which is really great gun for up close quarters. So that might be telling on what he's going to be using it for.
It's another one of those operators that have just been out, not able to be played in competitive setting for so long. And now that he is, we're kind of waiting to see about the impact. I think it's still a little bit too soon to tell how much of an impact Zero as an operator has had on the competitive meta. But I'm very excited to see him played a bit more. He has a lot of versatility, especially when it comes to the attackers. Not even going to be able to finish a sentence here. Flossie gets the opening frag on the coin flips. Very unfortunate for this offense.
He's been having such a rough time. He keeps getting first picked. It's going to happen a lot with your entry fragger, but he's been done dirty just such a number of times. This one is no exception to the spawn peeking Rook. I thought we were past those days, but apparently we still have Rooks running around on these crazy plays and not quite landing yet. Meow, there we go with the MP7 in close quarters.
Flossie,
I called that one. He's replaced the cam. He's replaced the default camera with a 0 cam.
So, now Flossie just plays with no respect for the enemy team, and unfortunately, it's going to bite him in the butt a bit here, as he's going to get traded off. 4-4, as it currently stands. Johnson and Wales have not yet made an impact on the second floor. It's going to be on to Meow. And I'm not sure if he's aware of the current players trophy. He's not. What are you doing? Put some drones down.
Yeah, there's a difference between having cams and using cams.
Just a little bit. Hopefully, Meow.
I don't think he put either of his drones out.
No, he didn't. He had drones available, and we were talking about the droning problems last time. So maybe Johnson Wales is going to be taking this adjustment and looking at this round and adjusting accordingly.
Yeah, I really hope that it is noted and actionable.
Yeah, a few more kills going out for both teams. I'm currently sitting at a 2v3, going the way of CMU. T-Mock just needs to sit here. He doesn't have to do anything. And now, no, we just switched from him as he was picking up a fight here against Addo Smooth and Strict Viral. They are both
2v1ing the whole remaining enemy team now, and he's got one. That's a double kill for him, and so much time wasted. Strict Viler's alone. He's got the diffuser finally after taking out T-Mock, but he is on his own against Lil Beatus and Whale Lord, and those two are so good at clutching. Both set up with shotguns and SMG-11s, and sitting in these positions that are going to be hard to deal with the Claymore, as opposed to any flash grenades on him. Strict Viral can't actually deal with that Aruni Gate with any efficiency. He'd have to just walk through it or sacrifice one of his drones. Granted, he does have a couple available if a little bit distance. I don't know if he's going to get this one up there in 15 seconds.
Position.
And
They're so far.
So ready.
Yeah, and this is just a problem when fighting against the Roonies. What does Strict do here? He just has to walk straight through it, and it's going to take most of his life.
He didn't even know he was there.
And there's just no drones available. They spent so much time walking into the building, not setting up drones. And, and it just really cost him the round. We saw Meow get picked off very early as well.
This match was looking really even. We looked at the first 6 rounds, and it was even. It was a last map, of course. And then CMU kind of ran away with it. And already with 1 round down, that was just such a strong showing. Like, when you get to a point where you've got to have your Thermite walking through 3 barbed wires and an Aruni Gate into a pair of shotguns on either side, like, that's not even close. Like, besides just being a 1v2, that's like a 3v1 as far as like utility going, and he'd have to get into a doorway to plant. That's just such a big differential. So already CMU is really just showing their advantage already.
Yeah, it's one of those try not to cry a lot situations.
Yeah.
for Strict Viral. And you can see him thinking it too. He's like, man, if I brought flash grenades, flashbang, everything would be way better. Oh man, no more C4. Probably for the best though.
Yeah,
considering he's dealing with.
I'm usually a big proponent for flashes on Thermite. There's some situations where you definitely want the Claymore, and honestly, if there's any team to be running that Claymore against, it would be this one with Flossie running out with Rook all the time, and Tumak also just doing crazy fragging things. Was it Waylord? Yeah, on the Malusi before. After seeing that, I would definitely be going with the Claymore. But these Aruni Gates are just so much to deal with constantly. And CMU is 1 step ahead again. They don't even have the Aruni Gates this time for the flash grenades to be thrown into.
Yeah, but they do have here is a bandit. That's going to be Flossie holding down this the snow wall, snowmobile wall. I've actually not seen all the matches I've been watching this late. I've not seen a lot of teams really dedicate resources to getting open this wall outside of ranked, but no comp teams have really been focusing on trying to open up the double wall here. It's been a lot of either pushing in through garage, trying the car garage on the other end, or trying to get some control of Drench. And this is what we're going to be seeing from Johnson and Wales right now, as Addo Smooth and Coin Flips try to get a very quick push here on the laundry stairs.
That's a sad wasted drone. Flossie's bandit charges have been doing a great job. Those batteries just haven't been dealt with yet on either side of the objective. And Meow's going to be taken out. Coin Flips flipping that back on Tumak, taking him off the board as well. That's a nice change, stopping that flank before he was able to do too much.
Yeah, and thankfully took him out early, right? Tumok's now not going to be a thorn in your side. However, you are down as your 0. And Meow was not really able to set up a lot of his cameras. He still had a drone in his pocket. At least we see some improvement. He didn't have both of them in his pocket when he died. But the information game here is just not in Johnson Wales' favor, and they are just really funneled currently. Although they did get a wall open over by Wine, so
that's true. But I'm Toxicity's Toxic Babes are going to do a lot of work here with the whole attacking team kind of piled up on Wine Room. There's four attackers left, but they don't have the opportunities to really get a lot of good angles here on the 3 defenders.
Yeah, Ados move is thankfully going to be able to get a kill on the Flossie. That bandit that we were talking about earlier is just going to be taken down. Whaler trying not to eat a Nomad charge right in the face. That's actually going to be swinging here. Does down Jen and Ted, however, does not finish the kill. He's going to get full flash and have to fall back. Flips is picking a fight as well as Jen and Ted is hopefully able to...
This could be so much. There's the finishing kill. Not quite any more damage on anyone else, but he's ready to take down Strict Viral as well. Tapping yet another with that TCSG 12.
He just could not deal with Waylord.
So much right now.
It's just the one-man army.
God. Oh, not quite another one. Coin Flips is done with that. He's got his 2nd kill for the round, and Strict Viral is still down, so it's all the way up to Coin Flips, especially with so little time left on the clock. He knows what he's dealing with. He heard that reload. There's a headshot for the triple kill, and at this point, it's got to be defuse or die.
Yeah, 3 seconds left on the table here. Little beat is. Oh no! Why did he stop? Why did he stop trying to plant?
Oh,
no!
My God!
He could have had it down.
I think he would have gotten shotgunned right after. Anyways, it didn't. It's not an impactful thing, but that's not playing to your outs, unfortunately.
No. Pros don't fake, as they say. Well, CMU, 2nd round on the table for themselves. This is looking a little bit rough as a map. But, Chalet being Johnson and Wales map, potentially we're going to be seeing them have a stronger appearance on the defensive side. It does seem to be a little bit more defender-sided, but that's not too uncommon. The difference here is going to be the kitchen dining room hold, because this is their weakest bomb site, in theory, right? This should be where you are able to get on the table. You need to get on the board with some sort of score, because you cannot sit here with a 3-0. That's if it's demoralizing, if nothing else, especially after that first round.
Yeah, to see one that ended up being kind of a stomp by the end to start off, in the opposite direction, that's not going to do wonders for JWU. Especially seeing just, sometimes just degenerate plays coming out from Central Methodist. They're just so unorthodox with these things. Having Whaler just fight it out, retaking gunfights with a slug shotgun against some of the best rifles in the game just over and over again. I think he's just in their heads. Johnson and Wales isn't really just capable of taking what Waylord is dishing out right now. I think he's just got them demoralized and flustered.
Yeah, and going to be trying to continue that, bringing the Vigil onto the table here with Tumok. They're going to have to be very careful with dealing with this operator here. I don't know, he's just slowly killing their drone economy as well. And their drone economy is looking incredibly rough right off the bat. 3 drones off the table immediately. I'm not sure what Johnson and Wales. Hopefully they got some valuable information with it, but I'm just not too sure what they're doing. But they did. Apparently it wasn't enough.
How far up was that smoke? Or mute?
Was that?
Wait. Was that I'm Toxicity that got the kill? I didn't catch.
Yeah. No. Yeah. He did. He must have shot him.
Oh, it's from the hatch. They didn't check the hatch.
They did not at all. They just kind of ran in and got shot, unfortunately.
Man, Ted is having such a rough time. He's not been able to get in on anything. It's shut down consistently every time. He's just trying to do his job, man.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Yeah, it's just kind of a rough situation for Johnson and Wales. If they lose yet another player, Floth is going to be grabbing up Auto Smooth. That is another one of your hard breachers down. While Strict Viral is still available, he utilized here. I'm just going to jump in and grab a quick kill and get out of there. He's not looking to do this. I was good at least. That was good. Gives Justin Wales a little bit of reprieve, a little bit of breathing room when they're dealing with Whaler. Of course, knowing where Meow is playing at. Meow, he's been having a little bit of a rough game as well. Thankfully, that just kind of brought him up to even with that kill coming through. But his impactfulness on these rounds has been a little bit left inspired.
That is bold. That's a bold hole to make. That whole wall was soft for Toxicity, just hoping that he could catch someone by surprise, get a quick headshot with the SMG-11. But he was just as likely to get a headshot through the wall by Meow. Ooh.
Strictly Bile. Toxicity just going to be taken down, and this is the first time that Johnson Wales is able to kind of put a advantage onto the board. 3-2 their favor. Meow's going to be able to win that gunfight versus Little Beatus as well, and this is looking really good. However, we've seen him in this situation before, and they have lost it. So I'll hold my breath until it says JWU victory, but Wailord has a significant problem here. Multiple sides that he's going to have to contend with, and Coinflip's able to grab up the kill. Puts JWU on the board. Let's go.
Yeah, can we just drone coin flips in every time? He's not missing really. Like he's had a couple like extended engagements, but so far both of these rounds has been coin flips. Or the last 3 rounds has been coin flips, doing like half of the heavy lifting for the entire team.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't get shot out immediately before hitting the building, it should be all right. All right, so gonna be going back to Master. I think Simi's a little bit happy to get back to these sites that they're a little bit more comfortable on. Gonna be opting for more information now this go around. Tumak on the Mozzie, with Toxicity now rocking the Jaeger. So going to be even harder for Johnson and Wales to get some sort of information. They've been having some issues previously. I'm really hoping that Meow is going to be able to use his gadget to a little bit more effect here.
Yeah, Meow just keeps sticking the 0 in every round so far, and I mean, I don't want to say we haven't seen impact from it. I mean, but mostly he's getting leverage or mileage off of just his shooting with an MP7.
Right.
And I don't know, maybe that's the move if he's going to keep going positive on it. Like, that's not too bad. But maybe I don't know.
That's kind of where I'm sitting at.
I feel like it's still like we need a little more information. So yeah, another one to look at. But Tumak, every single round, I've never admired someone's gameplay on drone economy so much as Tumak. He's like a one-man drone versus drone army.
Yeah, he's
handedly winning the intel game.
He really is just shutting down Johnson Wales wherever he can be. Coinflips, you're mentioning him previously, and he did have a really good.
Oh, Strict playing with fire there.
Oh my gosh. One after
head again. Flossie off the board. That's gonna put an end to his shenanigans for this round, which is nice to see. But he's got Tumak there to keep up the degeneracy. Get nice angle from above through that hatch, and it's time to start rotating and look for Tumak. He's got a nice little spot here, though. It's gonna take some resources to actually root him out from behind this desk.
He also has a C4 available. Oh yes, he is going to be taken down. But yeah, he did have a C4 available. But now Johnson
Village though. That was 3 players.
Yeah, it did take a few of them to take him out. 3-3. Johnson Wales looking not too poorly right now. They're actually looking pretty good as they were able to get the roamers cleared out from the rest of the map. Now just taking a bit more time to secure the bottom floor and trying to get some sight lines on the roof above him. And this is really where his gadget's going to be coming into a lot of effect, because this is later into the round, and he's able to get.
Are they going to be able to take out these mute jammers? If so, that's going to be pivotal. He's pinging it from below, and we saw Meow below. Hopefully, he's going to be getting one of those lasers out. I don't know if they've been shot out from him. I don't know if that comm's not coming out.
You got to be really quick about it. It takes a second before you can actually shoot, like you get access to it.
And Wheeler's going to take Strict Fire out, not allowing him to get any of that herd breaching down. Toxicity picking up Meow. He's never going to get the opportunity to use those lasers to take out the mute jammers at all. And Ados move also taken out by Toxicity. Wow.
Yeah, CMU puts yet another round onto the table. 3-1 right now on defense. Defense is looking incredibly strong on Cholet. And it's that corner. It's that corner upstairs when you're trying to get into the
Piano room is
piano area.
Zone.
Yeah, a lot of that has to do with Johnson Wales not taking time to get control over long and pixel outside, and preventing these rotations from the defenders. They're opting more for a linear push coming in through library side, right? Trying to get control of blue.
Yeah.
I
feel like a trophy take might just be the move because there's so much investment of players on the east side of the map. We saw Tumok take 3 players to take out. That's so much like man hours just to have to send 3 players to go and take him out. And that's just 1 player to have to get that kill. And of course, also Flossie took a bunch of investment to deal with in the beginning. And that was basically the first minute and a half of the game. And then when you're having to push into piano room as the last bulkhead of the game, that's never a winning scenario. So if it's going to take that long to take library, you got to just, suck up your losses and go for trophy. Maybe a worse push, but if it's a possible one, you got to do it, right?
Yeah, and I also think that pushing in through like that bathroom side, right? You prevent the defenders from having sort of rotations, and just kind of bully your way onto site. It kind of puts the players of piano into a rough situation because you're able to kind of run through the doorway and get some good sight lines in there. But regardless, we're going to be.
The window play is going to be another important part of that too. And you know who's the player that needs to be playing that?
Who is it?
Ed, and he keeps just being the first pick, so he's not able to fulfill that role. And that role would be so important right now for JWU.
What I'm liking so far from JWU is they're droning. Look, we've said it and they've listened at least a bit here. Not losing a drone so far, able to at least get some information. Just as I say, it kind of gosh, one of them just got destroyed in front of us. But regardless of that, they're taking it a little bit slower here than because they faced this defense before. It's just like that coin flips checks to see if the hatch is open.
good, learning.
Yeah, learning. You get your input. You gotta adjust accordingly here. Coin flip's gonna be leading the charge, however, which is I like to see. Hopefully, his team can draw on a bit more, as they're looking to get control up top, first floor, and really prevent any of the defenders from playing aggressively as they might want to. We've seen some aggressive plays coming up from players like Waylord.
Yeah, already there's quite a bit of pressure here. This is going to be similar to the previous basement round on round 2, with a lot of pressure from JWU over here by this Canyon and Wine Cellars. We saw this pan out poorly last time, though, so that makes me a little bit apprehensive.
An opening frag, though, it's actually going to go to Johnson & Wales. They're able to find on Toxicity, just going to be able to take him down without even taking a single bullet themselves. So that's going pretty well. This execution is considerably better from Johnson & Wales. However, the flank is going to come through. Meow's just going to be falling to Tumok. And this Vigil has consistently been a thorn in the side for Johnson & Wales. And it's actually 2 players. It's not just the sitting there. And they're going to have to be very careful. This Nomad play for Gen 10 is going to come through. But the diffuser is actually going down. Strict Viral planting as we speak, and some of these players are nowhere near in position to stop him. Oh no, the last second! The diffuser doesn't go down! The C4 comes through! We get 1, we get 2 taken down, and now it's a 2v4. With Gen 10 trying to defuse by himself, but Flossie takes down yet another player's coin flips.
No, you're shooting the right place! Oh, he's down to his pistol, and there's 2 of them right on top of him. Another one left in reserves to come back for him later. And a 20-round mag is not great for the situation. Whaler just quick peeking everything.
He doesn't care. He does not care. Waylord is here for blood. And that's going to be yet another round going to the Central Methodist. And Johnson & Wales is just looking really rough on their map pick here. This is, while marginally better than their previous set they had against CMU back in, I think it was actually week 9. I think they actually very recently played. It's kind of looking pretty similar here, Treasury. I don't know what to say about it.
Yeah, on the bright side, kitchen and dining room is the objective that Johnson & Wales has previously won on round 3. I think they're going to be relying on this going a similar way, but obviously with that being only one objective, you can't rely on getting this in order to get a map. So something is going to have to change, and it's going to have to change pretty on a large scale in order to really keep it up once they get the defense side.
Very quickly when you see these adjustments. 4-2 though, not an awful split for you. I incredibly versed on how Chalet's been going in comp right now. I think it's kind of been relatively even for the attacking and defending side. So this is going to put CMU in an advantage regardless of how this round goes.
Definitely.
Hopefully Johnson Wales can repeat their previous success. They're sticking pretty tried and true to this lineup. Now, this might be something that we need to discuss a bit here. Does Johnson and Wales, is the lineup the problem, right? Does Johnson and Wales need to bring some different operators to kind of combat the defenses that we've been seeing?
Well, I mean, the one thing that's pretty noticeable here is we're seeing Meow actually go with a much more conventional op. I haven't seen conventional ops from Meow much so far, but just taking off of that 0 in favor of Ash. Ash is always going to be really nice value. I mean, I don't think anyone is unaware of that. That's a lot of explosives to bring to the table. But I mean, this is a tried and true roster. You've got your hard breach, you've got your fraggers with explosives, and you've got flank watch. But I think it's more of a team coordination thing than operator selection. They've got all the tools that they need to deal with the problems. Potentially having more explosives might be useful, but I don't see it doing much more than the 0 did. He was able to take out Arunis and to take out mute gadgets. Just getting the mute gadgets never happened.
Yeah, but what did happen is this opening frag here. Toxicity is going to be taken down, or second frag. Sorry, Meow's going to be falling. I forgot that Flossie died previously. Johnson Whale does get the frag for themselves, but that's be quickly evened up here.
Flossie has gotten a lot less mileage the last several rounds, being the first frag without getting much impact, trading, or going negative each of these rounds. So far, the team has been able to carry it for them, but this is a trend that we didn't see before.
Yeah, and I think it's very similar to where Meow's sitting. He was having a better game last game. He had to have known. He had to have known he was in a bad spot. He got droned out. You had to start running, man. So that's going to be yet another kill going Johnson Wales' favor.
Okay. So why was that wall soft? It hasn't been soft before. It's been reinforced in the previous rounds. If you that's such an important place to be.
I'm not sure if it was reinforced the last dining.
Oh no, never mind.
Yeah, he was kind of roaming by himself upstairs.
Okay. And lurking there without the reinforce makes no sense, though.
Right.
That's unfortunate. There's so many places you can shoot at that from. Not taking their upstairs again. I was like, why would you not reinforce directly in their sight? But no, they're on dining. But that definitely was a mistake to make, being in such a exposed area. Ada's move got toxicity, and now it's down to Wailord and Lil Beatus. The both of them are really good in these clutch situations and scenarios. Scenarios. But Wailord again has a gun that's not amazing for these clutch scenarios, and Lil Beatus has been not nearly as much on a tear so far this game.
Well, honestly, he has
to deal with.
But here it's really going to be Auto Smooth's favor. He grabs 1, 2, and 3, and coin flip's just going to finish it off. Johnson Wales able to get another round onto the board, a double dining victory, which could tell us that this is going to be significantly more defender favored, considering these are the harder, kind of like the harder areas to hold. I think the biggest problem there when it came to CMU's hold of dining is that they did not commit enough resources upstairs. That wall that you were talking about should have probably been reinforced. There should be an escape plan for the players upstairs, because they need to understand that if the defender or if the attackers are able to get a foothold, a very strong foothold in the Minister office, you lose all of your safe anchoring positions, right?
Yeah, and we did see a lot of vertical destruction, so all of those holes were already being opened up once they lost their upstairs.
Yeah. Well, a couple 6 picks going to be coming through here after the switch. 0 being brought by Little Beatus. Going to be playing around with the Amaru, trying to scare Johnson Wales into submission here. And the 6 pick from Strict Viral onto the Wamai. First time we've actually seen Wamai this series.
Yeah, this is a lot of grenade. It's a lot of grenade protection. Aruni, Jaeger, and Wamai. That's going to be really shutting down a lot of that possibility. And Lil Beatus is also going for 0 for this Chalet pick. There might be something more to that. I don't know enough to know exactly what that is, I guess.
Information, right? I think it's just how much like a sightline that are available to them. You're still looking at, even though they've tightened up Chalet as a map, there's still some pretty key locations that you can put cameras that have a lot of sight, right? Especially in these 90 corners. What's interesting here, though, is that Johnson & Wales is going to one of the bomb sites that I thought would be stronger as a bomb site for competitive players, which is Games Bar. When this was being played around, when Chile was being played a lot, we were testing, right, in the testing phases. When we were met with Games Bar, it initially looked like a very strong site to hold. You have a lot of vertical potential for vertical presence. You have these like choke holds, these areas.
Great lurking positions.
Right. It's just a very commanding spot. You have problems with the window there, which it seems Flossie did. Is he's just going to be losing his life very quickly, and that's kind of unfortunate. You're losing the Maverick. That's
the only frag grenade. So if we didn't think any grenades were going to hit their mark before, there's literally none on the board now.
And they're going to have to. On the bright side, maybe you don't have to clear out the Omai distance. Really put them as a priority now.
Yeah, save some time.
Toxicity on this window here on the office balcony. Can it get peeked on by Meow? I don't know why he was peeking that. But he's just gonna lose his life there. Even up the kill count going for.
Meow got a free one on Flossie. Guess he gave away a free one.
Yeah.
It takes as it gives.
Who is more important? Impactful as a loss, right? I think it really is the Maverick at the end of the day. But if you don't have to lose somebody, I think that's preferable.
Yeah.
Goyo's shield being blown by Untoxicity, slowly encroaching onto the defenders here, but I'm not sure if they have information where Autosmo's position is currently. And he's just going to be sitting here on this.
Well, they definitely know where he is now.
Yeah, right. Made himself known as coin flips, grabs up a kill onto Untoxicity. I'm getting a very late frag. What did you say?
Ados actually provided enough of distraction there to actually allow that kill to be picked up by his teammate Coin Flips, and he's getting one himself there on Tumok. Lil Beatus is the last one left with four defenders to deal with. His position is known. I think his days are numbered.
I think I know why. Like this, I can see why Johnson Wales picked this map. They look incredibly comfortable on defense, honestly. On attack, they looked a little bit lost at certain stages. They looked a little bit uncoordinated. They looked like they didn't really know how to attack Chalet as much as you should in these situations, right? Oof.
How does he know?
Oof. Immediately, can hear him in his third eye. he's like, he's gonna be over here. I got it. But we just see this tight defensive play from Johnson & Wales. They keep playing like this. All right. I see you, Johnson & Wales. I see you. And that was a site that we have not even seen ourselves this entire time. Yeah. CMU did not want to go to Games and Bar. They did not want to deal with that. And now with these two sites that are considerably stronger, Master Office and Wine and Snow are just still on the table. Johnson & Wales might have something in their pocket for this. They might have some sauce.
Yeah, I was thinking a moment ago about the first 6 rounds, and I think with those kitchen objectives going both to Johnson and Wales, it's not a lack of comfortability with this site or a lack of comfortability with their attacks. I think it's just a problem of sort of being too comfortable with their attacking strategies and getting punished by the defenses that Central Methodist happen to use, because especially looking at the basement attacks, they focused all their resources in the same place, and that happened to be Central Methodist's best hold on the map. If they just rotated, like I mentioned before, for second floor, going trophy room or going for main stairs on the basement objective, I think they would have found a lot more success, but they just kind of rammed their heads into the wall on that. So maybe now that they're the ones who are the wall and Central Methodist has to kind of ram their heads into it, this might be where they actually find some success.
Yeah, and it's looking like it so far, right? You're now looking a little bit better. You're finally able to win a back-to-back round, the only time here they have won a back-to-back round. And you got a bit of momentum going in your side. CMU is not going to be sitting as comfortably in that position. Flossie's definitely going to be playing a little bit more carefully. You do not want to lose a Maverick that early, as we saw last round. I think that was really pinnacle to the victory of Johnson Wales.
Here, start off with, it's going for relatively typical hold or push, a lot of east side presence. Tumok already pushing up, trying to get some openings and just put on some pressure in the office. If he doesn't have anyone else to provide more intel for him, it might be a little bit of a dead end here. I hope he doesn't push in without anything more, which
I think it's about putting pressure, right? You put pressure on Killbox to be able to, oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Low Beatus. We'll miss him. We'll miss him. Oh, he's fine. Okay. Well, what's not fine is coin flips. Flossie just going to be taking the head straight off of the Aruni. Coin flips, while having a good series up until right now, a little bit of a rough go. Flossie, of course, a little bit of payback from last year. Coin flips is actually the one that downed him. So, I guess it's not too bad to see.
Well, it's nice to see Central Methodist get the start on this attacking round, but there's still quite a bit of strongholds and strongholding positions from JWU. We see Meow here on this really nice power position, totally holding off Library. His teammate, though, is going to go down. Gen 10 Ted, killed off by Arm Toxicity. This is going to be folding quite a bit on that north side, and it's going to be up to Meow to hold up the south so that they don't get pincered nearly so hard as they might otherwise.
Yeah, they have to be careful here. They're in a very tenuous position as yet another player is going to go down. That's Strict Viral taken down by Toxicity. Auto Smooth tried to stop the plant, but Toxicity grabs a triple for his troubles. Now Meow stuck in a 1v5. With that momentum going your angle, this is not what you want to see. Flawless victory here for CMU. I love that. I love the flawless round popping up. makes you hype.
It's so spiffy.
It's so...
And they updated it too. I'm like, it like explodes out of me. That's what I'm saying inside every time it comes up.
It spookers you. I get it. Well, Central Methodist proven that momentum does not mean squat to them. They're just going to be trying to shut down Johnson & Wales and looking for a pretty similar split like they saw in Oregon. 7-3 was the split previously, and that's the split to beat right now for Johnson & Wales.
Yeah, this is pretty rapidly approaching that match point. It's closer. No, it's about the same place that it ended up last map. So if Johnson & Wales can make any more progress on here, that's their extra credit, and that's what they need in order to keep it going. Probably to overtime at this rate. They're going to need a lot in a row to stop it before overtime.
Yep. Definitely agree with that one there. We're going to be seeing a run back. This is a little bit interesting. I would have expected Johnson & Wales to opt for more of the basement hold, but they're just going to be doing it back to back. This time, opting to bring the castles for the frost. I like the castle Aruni combo. I think it's an incredibly irritating combo to contend with, especially when you don't even have a sledge on the table here. They do have a Maverick available, and a Zoth and an Ash. I think
that's actually a really good spot decision with CMU's lineup.
Yeah, no, they have a Chalet has a lot of soft destruction, so you're really going to be seeing more committal to these soft destructing operators. I'm actually almost surprised considering that this was available, this site was available, that Buck's not even being brought. Could have kind of push the anchors out from the positioning, but either way, hey, if it's working for them, it's working for them, right?
Yeah, there's not a lot of things to actually blow up these castles and arenas. I think Tumak is probably going to be on support duty. He's going to be having to open things up, and that's not what you want a fragger such as Tumak doing. You want him to be able to focus on getting kills. So having to stick around, running around, opening up utility for everyone is going to be his full-time job, unless his other teammates are just going to end up getting stuck without him.
Yeah, we see Iron Toxicity not willing to deal with the castle right up top. There's actually not a Rooney gate there, but there is a dead Rooney. His coin flip is just going to be falling time Toxicity.
Second time someone's peeked that window.
He's swinging. He just keeps swinging. Yeah, you don't need to swing it, man. You're going to be losing your life because of it. And that's just what happened here. The advantage again goes to CMU. They're sitting pretty good right now as they're slowly starting to descend on the site. Oh, but there is a pick coming there from Meow. Nice angle. Nice angle
play.
A little bit cheeky there. I haven't seen a lot of these holes from the second floor, but this roaming this is lurking castle seems to be.
Yeah, I really like this. He's actually able to dominate the whole trophy room and the second floor above those stairs. He's got a lot of presence that way, and now that he's known, he's actually going to have even more presence because the attackers won't be able to push him without being very cautious because they don't know where he can really see.
What we can be seeing too is this new patch coming through where mute jammers actually stop the claymores, and we can see there is Toxicity put their claymore down. It's not actually going to work here on Killbox as the mute chamber is available. He's just going to be rushing in, or at least maybe rushing in, a little bit slowly rushing in as Tumuk's able to get killed, but Meow is not having any of it. Double kill for the captain of JWU. Not willing
to see the castle fragging out that way.
Oh, man out for my heart, let me tell you here. Flossie able to get a kill onto Strict Viral, back to CMU's favor. 45 seconds left on the clock, and CMU's got a little bit of pressure on themselves to finish this out. They're able to get to the here, nice advantage, but it's really going to be down on this last few seconds as
no.
Status move there.
That would have been a great frag, be it not for that Jaeger. And wow, Meow is just not dying. He's taken so many gunfights so far, and he's still got Addis move to back him up. Oh my god! How does he get more cheeky?
I have no clue. I have loss of words. I'm lost for words.
Man, that feels so bad.
But maybe they're
both lying down.
They say, you know what? If we can't beat CMU fairly, we're gonna rat it out. We got this. If all else fails, rat it out. I think that's what my teacher in school said. Actually, I think that was the
exact words.
I think that's the exact.
We did it. We're further ahead. Johnson of Wales has 5-4, and honestly, you look at the scoreboard, and that feels pretty even. This isn't feeling like a stomp at all anymore. I was really worried for the first few rounds, not seeing them get that early success that they had previously, but a 5-4 is 100% winnable. And with this record, like, Johnson Wales can really look forward to that map 3.
Yeah. No, but don't count your chickens before it's hatched. Don't count your hatch.
No, always.
Always gotta be careful about that one. Because we mentioned that previously, and it didn't work out so well in Johnson Wales' favor, unfortunately. So they got their position, because they're not even now, right? They stopped the boom, right? They just stopped. They're not quite in an advantageous spot yet. However, they are able to go back to games. CMU had a problem trying to attack this site previously, so maybe Johnson Wales knows something that CMU doesn't here. But we have yet to see a basement hold from them. They are avoiding it like the plague.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't think it would be too bad. I don't think Central Methodist has really set themselves up to deal with a basement hold all that well on any of these rounds. Especially look at the lineup right now. I mean, Flossie is doing his own thing. But Wailord is the only hard destruction. No Maverick this time. Usually it's just been one hard destruction and the Maverick, which is like a half a hard destruction, depending on the situation. But this time it would have been pretty successful, but they must really not like the gameplay there. They had a hard time attacking basement, so, I don't blame them.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. We're going to be seeing the execution CMU put a lot of emphasis on this trophy up top, this trophy area, just wanting to make sure to get some vertical play onto Games and Bar, and we really need to see a strong hold from CMU here, or from Johnson Wales here, if they are able to stop CMU from getting this kind of advantage. The power position that you were talking about previously, when we're looking at the in like the mezzanine area, right at the top of black, that is going to be very hard for them to deal with their current lineup. Maybe putting some pressure onto Flossie to make a move, but just as I say it, he's not able to do it. Ados move's actually able to take down the Amaru, and with both drones also sitting in his pocket, Flossie made next to no impact this round.
Study is our library is such an important room to take, but Tumonk and I'm Toxicity have been holed up trying to take this room and take Frost off that power position. They've lost a life for it. Flossie also was lost earlier. But I guess it all comes out okay, because Warelord is their get out of jail free card. That's crazy. Ados move is now on his own. The play might be able to hear that plant going down, but he can't get Wailord. Wailord is just on a tear again. Central Methodist has so many just wild card players that are at least doing their job at all times, but at any point could just win a round with no warning, just out of nowhere. And that's actually exactly what Wailord does right there. That's just unprecedented.
Wailord walked onto site. He just walked onto site and had his way with the entire team. But to plant the bomb, he bang bang, got 2 frags for his trouble, planted the bomb, and got the 3rd one all by himself.
Then triple in a
Doesn't even need a team. Wailord versus everybody here.
Oh yeah, he's boosting his class score right now is what's happening.
That's for sure. Some adjustments might potentially be needed from Johnson Wales, but here's the problem with what we're currently seeing. They make a hold, right? They do a hold. They realize that it's not working, right? They run it back, they readjust, they do it again, right? And we saw on Masters that they won the second time. They lost the first time, they won the second time. they don't have the rounds to do this for long, because they are now on match point. They're staring, and on their map, might I add. Looking at this, we're probably not going to be seeing a Villa if their adjustments aren't coming back quicker. And they just need to be quicker about how they're choosing to adjust their positions, because I think what happens is that someone loses a gunfight, right? And their second guy tries to move to fill open the spot. And they're just not. The adjustment isn't made quick enough. The reposition is just not done quick enough, and they also done with it. So they either need to reposition themselves faster when there's holes in their defense that get opened up, or they just need to win gunfights. And I hate to use this as an example, but there is no situation where you have 2 people looking at a window that someone like Waylord could just walk on site, get 2 of you, plant the bomb, and kill the third, right?
Yeah,
that should not be happening. It's just...
That's just something that when it happens, you're gonna lose. Like, I mean, what are you gonna do when Whaler just gets 3 kills in a plant? There's nothing tactically.
What you gonna do when Whaler comes for you?
Okay, here's that CMU coordination waiting to blast that until he's going to have some support from his team. And without any information, he's able to get out his move. And I was happening to be on his cams at just the worst time possible. And that's going to even up the man count. Tumak has a really good power position now as well, because he's able to pincer up towards Library. He is going to lose his teammate to Meow, which is going to actually be pretty impactful here. And, oh, he loses his own head. Meow on a tear with this Frost. There's the triple kill. Waylord is the only one left to deal with. He's reversed it on Waylord.
He's outside.
Turn his head, go, huh? This is the same strat as before. I don't know if it's gonna work this time. Like, you just don't have. You're not set up to do that.
You know the new Call of Duty, right? You know they have that like adrenaline thing they pump themselves with, gives them some like speed boost or something. That's what Meow just used. Meow just pumped himself full of adrenaline, just ran through the attackers coming through. This is an attack from CMU that focused a lot on aggression and a lot on getting dislodging JWU by catching them in things. They were able to do that to Ados' move, but the defense that JWU has set up is almost impregnable when dealing with that aggressive play. CMU has to take time to kind of pick apart the defenses from JWU. Otherwise, you're going to end up in situations like this where suddenly Waylord, the hero of the last round, is now stuck in a position where he has to play hero yet again. And JWU, like, you see where their players are positioned? These sight lines are nasty, right? He's not going to be walking into a spot and picking a fight with one person without dealing with 3 of them, right? And so you see here, and it's just they're everywhere.
He made a noise and everything got shot. But he is going to get what he wants there. He gets Gentet's head and Strict Viral, and he's going to get a plant down. That's, again, more than he should be able to have here. Meow is still up on the board, though. He doesn't know where he is. He's looking through the other room in gaming. Both of them are. That's lining themselves up, but Coin Flips is going to get it. He's got a better machine pistol, and it pans out. That's plenty of time to get Diffuser. JWU keeping it up and keeping in there.
It is racing. My heart is racing. Jay, we cannot let this keep happening. They can't let someone just... Literally, he's running and gunning through that, right? They have to be able to shut down Waylord earlier on.
You saw him think about what he could do to win the game and switch to the Bearing 9 just because it has faster ADS time and then just sprint.
No, Waylord's an immaculate player. We've seen Waylord previously, who is actually the captain of CMU,
Central Methodist.
Yeah. We've seen him previously throughout the season, how impactful he is as a player. And it's something that a lot of teams have trouble in dealing with, and Johnson Wales is no exception here. Going to a kitchen hold. This is the first time we've actually seen a kitchen hold. Man, they are really avoiding basement. They do not want to deal with it. I'm actually interested to see the kitchen dining chosen over the basement sites.
I'm not really too surprised by this. Looking at the stats, we've played kitchen and dining room twice so far in this map, and both of those on attack went to Johnson and Wales. So honestly, I've been waiting a while to see this. I was like, well, maybe they just don't have any strats for kitchen, but they're comfortable on this side of the map. This is where they've seen the most success. And the other side of the map, like, legitimately, it's been like a 50-50 split on the side of the map. They've had more success in gunfights just on this northern half, and Central Methodist is almost unstoppable on the south side. It's a coincidence? Yeah. I think not.
I think not, indeed. Yeah, I think you got me convinced. I think Johnson Wales does have this. This is what they've had up their sleeve. They have this dining hold. It seems a little open, however, so we'll have to look at CMU's attack to really see what adjustments they make. But it's probably gonna be an upstairs taken. Yes, Tupac is gonna be getting droned in with Little Beatus to get a quick entry into trophy here, trying to potentially road out any roamers that might be around. A lot of shots coming through though.
So nice.
Oh my god.
First one going off on Flossie, but traded out immediately with I'm Toxicity. No free clout indeed. But you said it was looking a little bit open, and I looked at the kits, and not much was down. I don't think Meow actually got a castle barricade down. He might have gotten one in the amount of time because there's 3 of them still in his pocket at the beginning, or at the end of prep phase. And that's the first one going down. That's
Did he
really
die with
bad.
all of his castles?
He died with at least 2. He literally didn't have time to put down another one, and I didn't catch him. I wasn't able to see him there.
Oh my gosh!
No, that's a really anchor-focused team lineup. Okay, there's definitely one in bathroom.
There's the one, right? Well, I think that they were.
Coin flips just going off.
Yeah, I think they were looking for what I was talking about previously when you were holding the site, right? But they needed to have control over the office master area. So I do like that their hold did include that. Unfortunately, yeah, not really able to get everything set up. But Coin Flips is holding it down pretty solidly. He's already got 2 kills to his name, and they haven't even got
going down right now. That's gonna belie Coin Flips' actual position, and he didn't even catch that. He was getting shot at. Oh, Tumak getting a dirty one in Coin Flip's back. That's just going to even up the man count, though. This is still quite a bit for Johnson and Wales. They've been playing really well despite these shortcomings on the hold. And there's Lil Beatus getting up his Nomad charge. That's going to be a nice advantage here, make it a little safer to start playing vertical. And they got to do that fast with a minute left.
Yeah, they still have to deal with those Maestro cams. You know, we haven't talked about Strict Viral's Maestro previously. We have not seen a lot of Maestros coming into play. But that's going to be really, really instrumental in winning this round if they are looking to. We're going to be opening up a wall here as Waylord pushes themselves.
Oh man, it's going to happen now. Oh my god. And the hatch is still open above kitchen. It's going to be really hard for Tumak and Lobetus to be able to get into sight. These barbed wires went down a little bit late, but there's just a pile of them. It's going to be so much for Waylord to even get through in order to just start to plant. He's got 20 seconds, and he's got to push up slowly because they don't have any intel. Gen 10 Ted going down, though, to Tumak, so that's a little bit more for them to deal with, and these Nomads are still up to be used. But, again, this is going to be going in blind. Tumak is taking a risk here by just dropping, and Waylord down. That's going to be really bad. 5 seconds left. Lobetus needs 2 kills in order to keep in this, but it's not going to happen. He's going down to strict viral. That takes it to overtime. That's overtime.
Oh, let's go, Johnson and Wales. That was hype. That was a really good setup. I was concerned because I've been concerned this entire time with them just swinging, right? They just kept swinging. No Coin Flip. You went through your barbed wire. You just didn't hear it. But we saw Meow. We see Jen and Ted. We see these players, even Flossie, right? Flossie. They just swing everything, and it's a problem in these clutch situations where you are on a Maestro and it is down to you, and you win if you don't swing. And I was incredibly concerned that we were going to be seeing some more aggressive play there from Strict Viral, but no, he came through. He got the 2 kills and he secured it for his team. Chalet is this might be Johnson and Wales map, and I'm excited for it. We stand. We stand
a Chalet team. Okay, so that really kind of played into some of my suspicions, is that they didn't have a setup for kitchen dining that they were really comfortable with. They've been avoiding it. That was the first time that JWU actually chose to play on that defensive site, and the setup was slow. It seemed not everyone was on the same page. Barbed wires went down at the end of prep phase, and there was 6 barbed wires on the team. So that was just like worrisome to start with, but just being able to win gunfights there. Oh, the other thing was lots of anchors and not enough time to get your roamers into their positions. The roamers were late to their positions, and all the equipment was down too late. That was looking really worrisome, but just winning those gunfights, having more comfortable holds for the team is what ended up making the difference.
Yeah, no, and it's just some really good stuff to see from Johnson and Wales. Even though it was a little bit of a rocky setup, they really
a nail biter for sure.
Nail biter. I'm on the edge of my seat with this series here, Treasure. This was a good one to be casting. I'm excited for it. Well, so we're seeing CMU. They are met with this hold yet again. They've dealt with this upstairs hold. Last time they just circumvented it and just ran onto site with Waylord. They just got the plant. But this time it seems that
Not real strategies. They gotta do something else.
Yeah, it's not a real strategy. It can't be. It can't be a real strategy. If it just works, it works. But what does work is taking down the Jaeger right off the back. Jen and Ted still having a rough round. Still having a rough game. Gonna be taken down immediately, but yeah, exactly. Yeah, but Tupac though. Tupac gonna be taken down from CMU. Johnson Wales kind of evening out the man cap. But Waylord's in sight planting right now. He's planning.
Try it.
They don't even know. They have no clue that he's planting. They do. They took him down. Another kill should be coming through. Meow takes down Flossie, and now we're sitting at 3v2. Diffuser is not in possession for CMU. Little Beatus on Toxicity completely out of position here. Little Beatus, there's a little bit of pressure here for him. He's not able to quite deal with the Surya Gate here. I think I'm pronouncing that right, Surya Gate. And he doesn't have much information either on where these defenders currently sitting.
And there's shields to deal with.
He's just going to push shields. And this isn't even sight here. This is just getting
man.
top. The coin flip is going to go down here, but now we're stuck in a 2v2. But Toxicity does have diffuser now.
Oh, there's a fake. Looks like Ado's move had to actually knock out some of his own barbed wire. Maybe it's just baiting. Maybe it's able to push up a little quieter the next time he comes by, but he's kind of stuck out, and it looks like the man count is getting better for him as at his move taken out by I'm Toxicity, finally being able to get those kills that he was set up for along gaming room. He wasn't able to save his teammate though while he was planting. Waylord had to die right at the end of that plant.
It looks like Central Methodist has figured out what to do with this site, right? They have some sort of semblance of an idea when it comes to games. And this is not what you want to be sitting at if you're Johnson Wales. You desperately need that victory because you have not won a single site on attack outside of dining. And I'm sorry, but CMU does not have to go to dining to deal with you here. They're going to actually be opting for Master Bedroom, and they've been having some commanding victories on it previously.
I don't know if this is really the right choice. I mean, they haven't lost it yet, so that's fair. But I think they just had absolute shutout victories on basement. Like, Johnson and Wales just had no chance of getting in on any of those rounds. It was just so stifling to hold the Canyon that way.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to come down to how they're choosing to attack on the second floor. You know, with Pixel and Long, they need to get control of these the balcony area here to really open up these sight lines and prevent rotations from piano, from reading, from bathroom. It really kind of splits the site into two outside of the like the cubby rotate, the default rotate there between sites, and it kind of just boxes them in. Right? So I'm hoping that they dedicate some more time. But hopefully they don't get spawn peeked by Flossie because he has no respect. He has no regard for anybody. He's just...
He'll do anything. He's crazy.
He's crazy, man. He's absolutely insane. He's just spawn peeking outside the bathroom. I don't think he's going to be able to find anybody right now. No kills have come through. Just as I say it. Just as I say it, but it's actually him. Reverse Uno. No, you, Flossie. Just going to be taken down.
Oh, man. Flossie was 6-1. Before, and he's just not found anything since Johnson and Wales has really wised up. And right there we saw Jensen Ted. He knew what he was going to be dealing with. Just deal with any window. Everyone's pre-firing windows, showing as little of their head as possible because they knew they're going to have to deal with Flossie. And so now that his surprise factor isn't doing as much for him, he's just been shut out of almost every round since.
Yeah, it's going to be really down to Tumac now here as he is holed up by himself in trophy. No support. and he's been completely droned out. This is a rough spot. They're gonna have to commit some manpower to him, as Tumok's not gonna be going down without a fight. What are you peeking with your drone for? He's gonna grab another drone for himself.
It's like, where do you think he went? Oh my god!
He just swings it. He just swings it, so he does get traded off. So that's good for him. That's the best case scenario, I would say, besides just flat out winning for Tumok. The man advantage is still very firmly in Johnson Will's area, however. So Simi's got to be a bit careful.
Yeah, we've seen this happen almost exactly like this before, but there wasn't a minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. There was 30 seconds left on the clock. So this looks a lot more Johnson & Wales than before. Also, they had one person as opposed to 4. So, ooh.
No, I'm toxicity, though. Just going to get
the... tick down a little bit.
Yeah, long-range kill on the Meow. He was just not ready. Didn't have any flanking drones, unfortunately, as they are really committed to getting this wall open into office.
Ooh. I don't want to speak too soon, but everything that we asked of them for this objective take, we've been getting so far. That wall is open. They've got a line of sight behind that little half wall, but there is still someone hiding out behind it. Beatus is not someone to shake a stick at either, so he's going to be a real problem for them to get through. There's Addis move, taking out I'm Toxicity, so it's down to the last 2 SAS operators trying to anchor and hold anything off of the actual plant. Yeah, that C4, and now Beatus is stuck without any throwables.
Yeah, he committed that C4 a little bit early when he didn't really have information if they were pushing him or not. There is another smoke.
I didn't hear footsteps coming up.
Okay,
so
well, there you go, there you go. Yeah, maybe it's okay in that situation, but now the Bapes are gone. Ace Stretcher is going to be shot off of this wall here. Waylord is not willing to deal with it, but these shotguns have been very effective previously, and now we're in a close range engagement. Beast hears him. He doesn't need this plant. He doesn't have any support. He doesn't have any support. He's just going to try to plant by himself. Strict Viral is down, but Addis Move does win the gunfight, and there it is. Little Beatus. JWU, they did it! They won Master Sight! We're going to the final round of Chalet.
This one's going the distance. I don't know why that plant was unsupported, but the shotgun at the long range just wasn't going to finish it off, though. That was really playing with fire, though. If he had just backed off, taken that down, and then run to the other side of the room, he might have just been able to play time and shotgun again when the plant actually had to go down.
Okay. I was terrified they were going to go back to games and bar. I was terrified. That popped up for a second. They're going kitchen now. Okay. Ooh. Maybe they'll get the setup done this time.
Yeah. Let's see. We got the Aruni and the castle again. The Maestro as well. Looks like it's the same setup.
Yeah.
With a little bit of practice and a win under their belts. That's not a bad thing to see one bit.
Yeah. No. It is not at all bad to see because it was very effective previously. Even when it was only half set up. There's just so much setup for this site, and I think that's actually the really daunting thing when teams are approaching kitchen, because you have all of these destructible walls. You have what is that? It's like 10 walls down there.
It's a little labyrinth of soft walls.
Yeah, and then you have to hold up stairs to secure the hatch. And so you're
that's the one reservation I have about that site is just because you can't reinforce everything that you want to for all of the different holds you're going to have. So you're going to have to make some sacrifices, and a few people are not going to be fully supported by their utility. Either that or you're not going to be able to take much on the fragging side, because just imagine trying to hold the site with a vigil. It's not going to happen. You don't have enough utility to put down.
No, you definitely don't. I've always been interested about the change that came through on this first floor, because the main entryway got there was a metal door that got put on it, and you can only come through the window by in Mia area now, which is, I don't know, that's always interesting to kind of see, because it really turns that from actually being a viable place to get in, because you're just going to avoid that like the plague. There's no point in trying to push through there. And that's not what we're seeing from CMU. CMU is just opting to try to get this floor control, because they know what they're walking into, right? They saw this previously. Tumok looking to get a repeat onto the coin flip skill from last time.
Yeah, he really does a lot of solo pushes. I don't know if these are so necessary for him. It makes me so worried every time seeing him do this. I wish he was just a little bit more supported. And he's going to meet up with this drone, which maybe will make that a lot better for him. Here's those reinforcements for the upstairs hold. That's going to be really vital. We saw some suffering before due to not totally reinforcing up for your second floor players. And is Tumok just going to swing this?
Of course, it's Tumont.
He's got a player behind him to refrag for him, or to refrag for, since coin flip's actually going to take Flossie out, but he doesn't actually get the opportunity to get that refrag, so he's just down a teammate with no gain.
And that's a Capitao as well. That is a lot of utility that's going to be taken off the table here. Just going to die in his pocket. Toxicity actually fell last round as too, but thankfully he's alive, has some utility to deal with what he deal with the defense here. And they're just kind of opting for opening up the hell walls, getting into dining, not willing to deal with it. Toxicity though, able to get the kill on Gen and 10. Jaeger's gonna fall pretty early here. Well, I'd say early, but it's only like a minute 10 left in the round.
Oh my god.
Yet another kill for him. That's gonna be a double kill from Toxicity. He's just rampaging onto site. Autosmooth's gonna be falling, and now we're down to a 3v4. There is still a presence upstairs because Coinflips and Meow are there. But it's not just, oh no, Meow was there, but now he's here. But I'm sure Viral is there, but I don't know. Toxicity just comes up a triple.
Is Toxicity just going to do this for his team? Strict Viral is down to the pistol. Coinflips is the only defender left. He's got a quad kill. Can he get this ace? I don't think it's going to come out there.
The wrong way. Oh no.
Wow.
Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking to see.
To come so far and lose it like that. You know, that was the first time they lost Kitchen in the whole series, and it was on double overtime.
Yeah, that's just very unfortunate to see. Yeah, it's very unfortunate to see from them. You just feels bad when you get so close, but gosh darn it, they really gave Simi a run for his money.
That was such a valiant attempt. There were so many amazing plays from both sides all the way through that series, and especially on that just climb to the double overtime. It was just trading back and forth on these just immaculate plays from either side, and some not so immaculate, but just mind-blowing things to do. So just a really valiant effort from Johnson and Wales, but it is going to send Central Methodist University on to the next leg of this bracket. They get to stay in for the top split, and they're going to move on to semifinals.
Yeah, good. There are. Oh, I have to look at the side of the bracket. Oh no. Which side of the bracket am I looking at? 4, 5. Okay. Oh, we got bracket on stream apparently.
We got the technology.
Yeah. So if you kind of take a look at the bracket currently. Thank you, producer. Shout outs to Caleb, the Gluvius. They are actually going to be going on. Central Methodist is going to be going on to face up against UB Alpha, currently the undefeated champions. So from the main season, who are looking to be the undefeated champions of the whole year. I guess I could use season again. My bad.
Season.
So that's going to be.
I saw them earlier today. If you were with us for that, and they were very impressive to see. Really good team. And if you were here for our interview with their team captain, he actually said he's pretty confident that they can go totally undefeated on every map for their entire season. And yes, they have not lost a map. But CMU is the team that they do fear. That's what he said. This is the one team they thought if they win this, they'd have to go against them. And this is where there's that chance he sees. So definitely stay tuned for that one. It's probably going to be one of the most intense matches of the entire NECC Rainbow6 Siege Season to date.
Also, stay tuned for an interview here. We're going to come to a quick ad break as we get that set up for you. But we're going to hopefully be seeing the captain of CMU, Waylord, the man himself. The myth, the legend, and I kind of asked about his team strategy. So don't go away. We'll be right back.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Hello and welcome back. We are here with NECC, starting off on the playoffs of our fantastic league. This is Rainbow6 Siege for those of you just tuning in. And what you just missed was a fantastic set between Central Methodist University Alpha, or their A team. They're just one. I think this is the CMU one. Up against Johnson and Wales Blue Squad. Unfortunately, Johnson Wales did take the L going against CMU. But it wasn't without some. It wasn't without putting up a fight. That was not a stoppage session by any sense of the word.
It's what's sometimes called, and I mean this with no irony, a close 2-0.
Yeah,
no,
of course. Yeah, no, I completely agree.
Yeah, map 1, Central Methodist map, which was of course Oregon, was a little more one-sided. There was 3 rounds going to Johnson and Wales. They looked very strong to start off with, but Central Methodist really ran away with the Oregon map. Overall, on map 2, though, Chalet was a pitched battle, initially looking to go the same way, but going all the way to double overtime and just being an absolute nail-biter every step of the way.
Yeah, and I was left speechless more than one occasion. That 3-piece by Waylord to just 2 pieces, plants the bomb, gets the last one to finish out the round there. That fantastic play up top of the Frost. I can't remember specifically who it was. That was on Johnson and Wales. Was that? Oh gosh, I'm gonna kick myself. They're still in here, right? I can go look. All their names are gone. I keep wanting to say Flossie, and that was the wrong person. That Frost play up top. You know who you are. Phenomenal plays overall from both teams. And that we really saw what Chalet can do as a competitive map. I have to be honest with you, Treasury, and I know you share some similar sentiments. Seeing Theme Park leave the competitive map pool broke my heart, and it is still broken. But it's healed very slightly by saying how good Chalet is. I just wish we lived in a timeline where they were both here, and maybe we took out like
Someday they'll put them back.
Coastline. We'll get rid of Coastline.
No. Just
I know you like Coastline.
Slightly larger map pool. That's all
just
we need.
8. Oh god, banning would be awful with 8. 7's like really nice. You pick ban.
And it is convenient, but we lose out on a theme park for it. I don't know. If anything, I think Consulate. But with the rework coming soon, I think Consulate. Yeah, I know across the world, Consulate is sort of a side-eyed map for most people. It's kind of degenerate right now. There's too much ability for spawn peaks and runouts, especially now compared to the other maps that have been reworked and have that taken out. Going to Consulate is just so much of a gamble on whether the other team is going to play like monkeys and just to be totally unpredictable, which
trust me, I've seen some monkeys play.
How Siege should be played.
I've seen some monkeys play Consulate for sure. I mean, remember Detach, but no, Consulate is just the window simulator has to go. And we had prime time to do it, but they took away our baby. But seeing Chalet here, it's good. I like seeing Chalet. I think all bomb sites very much displayed. All bomb sites are very viable options. Even more so than I thought they would be, honestly. That hold on kitchen was really good.
Honestly, I think that's my favorite thing about Chalet is that every site is a real site with real strats, as opposed to just shoot them because it's pretty wide open. I mean, you look at like Clubhouse, where one of the bomb sites is just unplayable. First floor, it makes no sense to go there under any circumstances.
I don't know. We saw it earlier today.
and the architect of that strategy told me we're not gonna do it anymore.
Was it Dugan? Did Dugan come up with it? I thought it would have been Zigolo, but all right. The absolute goons over at the University of Buffalo guys. But producer just told me that we're getting an interview. I'm sorry, who was that? I'm Toxicity. Oh my gosh, the man himself. Well, bring him on in here. I'm Toxicity. How the hell are you, man? Glad to have you on camera here. Well, just your voice.
I am freaking awesome, dude. That was an amazing game.
Oh yeah, you are, dude. The amount of plays that you made, absolutely mind-boggling. You gotta tell me though, what was going through your guys' head when you saw Chalet?
When we saw Chalet, I mean, personally, I like Chalet, but I know that a lot of my team doesn't like it as a competitive map. But so we were kind of thrown off by it, and we haven't really gotten the chance to really put in time on the map yet. So it was kind of a struggle, like adapting, but I mean, as you saw, we did kind of okay, you know.
No, and I think adaptation from you guys was superb. Treasury, I think
Yeah.
you agree with me on that one.
Oh, absolutely. Just your ability to just read out what the other team is doing and consistently respond to that, I just respect so much.
Definitely.
Yeah, no,
definitely.
very good. Yeah, I guess the other question that I had was, how are you actually now playing against a team that seemed to be, I would say, when it comes to the defensive side, seem to have some more threats than you guys when looking at Chalet. When you're staring down that kitchen hold, especially for the first time, what was kind of your thoughts on it? Do you think kitchen is more viable than basement then?
I mean, sorry, I do a lot of personalies. I don't like kitchen, but that's the site we play. We kind of go by majority rules, so that's a thing. But anyways, yeah, kitchen's nice, but I definitely think we like basement more. As for attacking, we just kind of adapted to what they did.
Right.
So definitely.
Okay, so my real question is, do you guys just let Flossie do whatever comes to his mind? Because he is just something. Every time I look away, like I go back and there's just something weird on the kill feed. I'm like, how did that happen? He's like trying to get back inside.
It's so funny because if you guys saw last week or like 2 weeks ago, he was player of the week, and it was a picture of a rook, and his joke around the team is that he's just a roaming rook because he's just off the wall and he plays off meta stuff. So I mean, yes and no. Like we kind of have a leash on him, but we kind of don't.
Like, I would say there's a big difference between playing off meta stuff, because I enjoy a good rook here and there, and then then you look at Flossie, who's just spawn peeking every round.
Yeah.
And I've played with people like that. I've played with people every time you end up in the next round, they just say, "Okay, I'm spawn peeking again. I got this."
Right.
And that's just what I see with Flossie. It was working on the first step there, but he had a little bit of a rougher end there towards the latter half of it. So what is kind of like what are your guys' go-to when it comes to mentality? I know Siege really big mental game, a lot more strategy than most shooters.
So with Siege, it's definitely very strategical, and it is mental, but the mental aspect of it, it's like it's one of those kind of like 90% mental, the other half of the game is physical type, or like it's a weird baseball quote if you guys know baseball.
Yeah.
But, it's super it's super mental, and I feel like we did okay. We do okay with preparing for it. I mean, we don't go into every match like we're the best around, but I mean, we're in there to compete and we're there to go win games and win rounds and click heads. So
And clicking heads is what you certainly did.
Exactly.
For that second map there. So I was actually wanted to talk about a little bit about Oregon, because I know we're focusing a lot on Chalet. You guys previously took on Johnson Wales on Oregon last time you faced them. I think it was week 9. You can correct me if I'm wrong on that one. And they actually opted to pick Oregon that go around.
Yeah.
And I know that you guys won pretty commandingly previously. Is that kind of like influences the Oregon pick? Were you surprised to see it not banned off?
I mean, personally, I was, because if anyone's been paying attention to map bans and stuff, we've literally never banned Oregon.
Yeah, you guys have not.
So like we've played it like 80% of the time, I think, and it's crazy like that no one started banning Oregon on us, because I feel like we have a really really high win rate on Oregon too. It's one of our better maps. So whenever it's left open, we're just kind of like, okay, that's a map we can definitely win on. So I mean, yeah.
Who's the brains? That's the other question. Who's the brains behind the operation? Who's the map? Who's the strat maker?
Actually, it's Waylord.
Is it? See, I had a feeling.
he's definitely IGL.
Yeah, no, Waylord's got some sauce for sure.
For sure.
You got anything else there, Treasury?
I had one a moment ago.
Oh no, I took it. I'm so sorry.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah, go ahead. You got the floor. Don't get us in trouble.
Buffalo, we're coming for you.
Hey, that's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. Coming for Buffalo, guys. You better watch it, Zigalo.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you so much for talking to us. Really appreciate it. And we're going to be seeing you very shortly here up against Buffalo. So stay tuned, everybody. All right. So next on our agenda here, what was our next match for you, Treasury, actually? Wanna go over that really quick?
Oh no, I don't have it up.
Do you not have? Never prepared. Well, our producer's on top of it. UC Davis versus CSUDH. I'm so sorry. I mess it up all the time. I try to type it out sometimes, and it just completely throws me off. Yeah, that's gonna be actually that's gonna be a nail biter itself. Third seed versus sixth seed, and there's some killers on both squads, so I'm not too surprised to see that kind of coming up on our feed here. That's not gonna be us though. However, we're gonna be seeing the wonderful voices of Infernosis and Caro, the boys themselves, kind of taking their spot for it.
Yeah, they're my favorite casters.
You're right. Yeah, I like them the most. Us,
I'm ready for an upgrade.
I'm ready for that upgrade. But just kind of closing off that match, kind of a little putting a bow on it. Where do you see Treasury? Where do you see Central Methodist kind of finishing their run? Do you really think the Buffalo's going to be taking them down?
Dude, I looking at the stats, it's going to be Buffalo. I hate to say it.
I can't disagree with stats. Statistics are there.
Yeah. I mean, it's not Buffalo like by a wide margin by any means, but Buffalo. I mean, they haven't dropped a mat. There's no statistics against them at all. I mean, I think with the adrenaline, all the pressure that's going to be on this, I think the statistics have less bearing on it though. So, I mean.
You know, it's funny though.
Like a 60-40 at most for Buffalo is what my guess is. Like I think it's gonna go to map 3 undoubtedly. It should be probably. I mean, Grand Finals is gonna be the best match, but it might be the best match.
Well, if CSUDH gets through it, I said it right that time. Let's go. But if CSUDH really gets through it and goes up against Buffalo, they really were the ones that gave Buffalo the biggest trouble. I know that they weren't worried about them as much in comparison to CMU1, but according to my stats that I'm staring at right now, 15 rounds to 8 rounds when Alpha took on CSUDH, and that was week 9, so that was very recent wound for Buffalo. They actually ended up having to go to overtime for one of those maps, and that was the only team this entire league that was able to take him to overtime, and this is the Champions Division, of course. While CMU, it was 14-7, so not bad, right? But we're looking at like a 7-3, 7-4 kind of map change, and that's I hate to say it because I do really love watching the CMU boys, but they gotta bring their A game when going up against Buffalo. But they're confident. They're confident. That's like half the battle, right?
I mean, like we were talking about earlier, it's a mental game, you know. Like he was saying, 90% mental and 50% physical. And I mean, physically, those two teams are pretty close to evenly matched. And the mental is just such a grab bag when you get to playoffs, especially for your chance to get into top 4. That's big. So really, I mean, again, like I said, like a 60-40 in favor of Buffalo, and a 60-40 means nothing.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, they did play at Oregon too. It was Oregon.
It feels a little rough because I feel like, honestly, getting knocked out on semifinals is going to feel bad for either team. Both of them are shooting for the championship here.
Yeah.
And I mean, not to say that any teams at this point are not shooting for the top spot, but these ones really stand out.
Yeah. No, and I could give it to anybody here after watching. I guess the only team that I would be a little bit, I'd be a little bit remiss to make finals here is. Let me look really quick. I think it's the site because we have UB Bravo versus San Diego. Now we have not talked about San Diego a lot. That match was actually played off stream already. And I'm not sure if you're aware of the score there, Treasury. But San Diego did take down Bravo's B or University of Buffalo's B team previously. So that was actually the first playoff match that was played. Scheduling, right? So, and that score, because I'm not sure if it was reported on here yet. CCD or UCSD, University of California, San Diego, beat them 2-0. It was 14-8 overall, 7-5, 7-3. So, everybody's beatable here, right? But they will be going on. They are on and to their next round, and that's going to be what this next round of games really decide who's going to be seeing them. And those four top teams, no matter who makes it, I wouldn't be surprised if any of them were a champion, honestly. And Buffalo's really the ones to beat, but I would not be surprised if any of them really took it at the end of the day. It doesn't surprise me all that much. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this top 4 potential, and that's who I would have selected as top 4. Like, not surprising. We're still waiting on one spot, of course, which will be the next game coming up, which is UC Davis's primary team against CSUDH. So, this is the one that's left there, but otherwise, no surprises really at all.
Yeah. No, I would have to say that for sure. But GG's to all the rest of the teams that participated today. Lakeland and the rest, really appreciate you guys coming out for it. It's been a fantastic season, and as the guy who was running Rainbow6, it was phenomenal to be here with all of you and watch you guys play. I'm rooting for everybody. But we're going to be, unless you got something else, Treasure, I think we could cut to a small break as we get the rest of the casters set up and the next guy set up into the lobby. So don't go away. We're going to be here with the next match and the final one that's going to be streamed tonight. So you're not going to want to miss it. It's going to be a good one.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable. Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC here in the Rainbow6 quarterfinals. We've got a wonderful matchup coming at you guys here. University of California, Davis versus California State University, Dominguez Hill. UCD versus CSUDH. My name is Infernosis, joined here by Carr. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. New setup right now. If anyone's seen me cast before, I have not been in this room before. New lighting, got a different headset on, everything like that. So I'm ready. I'm ready to cast. I'm ready to get to it.
Super excited. I have a great idea about these teams. Really excited for this one. Basically guarantee whoever wins this faces the winner of UC San Diego and Buffalo Bravo, right? So, that is going to be a pretty interesting matchup to come through. And then obviously, I believe CMU just beat JWU Blue and Buffalo Alpha beat Lakeland, I believe. So it's going to come down. We're nearing closer and closer to these final sections, these final matches as we head from the quarter to the semi to the finals. We're going to have a wonderful, wonderful set of matches ahead of us. I'm really excited to see how this pans out.
Yeah, 100%. And with the maps actually coming through, we're going to be having the 3 maps being Clubhouse, Oregon, and Villa. Not entirely sure what the orientation of those are right now, but those are the confirmed maps that we will be seeing. And then I'm not entirely sure that what the divider is either, or the decider is either, but I am obviously not too surprised about Oregon. Clubhouse is obvious as well. Villa, I'm not surprised about any of these picks. I did want to see a little bit of Chalet, to be honest. New map, new cast, so, it's pretty basic picks so far.
Yeah, man, I'm so excited to be able to cast Chalet at some point in time. And every time I think I'm going to, it's the game before me. It's the game before me at any point in time. I mean, it's so upsetting to see that. It's so upsetting to have that. I'm like, I just want to say the words mezzanine. Like I just want to say the words mezzanine. I'm like, oh yeah, you got library mezzanine, you've got study mezzanine, you've got like the two sides of mezzanine that you want to call out. You can say, east and north mezzanine, but like I want to say mezzanine in a cast and have it be in the middle of the game. I want to bring that out. That's a big fancy word. I like to use big fancy words. I flex
I know you.
vernacular.
You're trying to find another one to throw out before.
I wanted to say thesaurus, but it's that I didn't have a joke to follow through, suit with it. But nonetheless, like I'm still excited. These are very classic, tried and true maps. The T4 specials, T3, T4 specials. Clubhouse starting off. Wait, no, not Clubhouse starting. Isn't it Oregon starting off here? Oregon starting off because I think UC Davis opted for that one. They're going to be attacking as well. So we're going to have an interesting decision. I think the biggest question to be brought to the table is what type of variations of attack are we going to see on the second floor and what are we going to see in the basement? Because when it comes to the tertiary objective, we don't know which one they'll take. So it's kind of hard to opt it. But second floor, do you go for that north and south big tower and walk-in closet entry like most teams do? Or do you maybe do big window, white stairs, and armory hallway? Or for basement, do you take pillar, which you should take pillar at all times, no matter what? Do you focus pillar, blue bunker, or do you take a step away and go freezer and laundry? There's a lot of different stances to take going into it. So can each side find something that works, or will the defense be able to deny it all opportunities?
Yeah, you question if there's going to be any variety or just to see if there's any like different times of plays when it comes to this map to see if they could actually break down the defenders when it comes to the attacking side. But with Oregon, everyone calls it Oregon. It's cookie cutter when it comes to the plays, when it comes to the operators, when it comes to just selection, and when it comes to the selection of sites, everything like that. They typically go for the kids' room. They typically go down to laundry, and then, like you said, the tertiary objectives. And there's a lot of argument between those two sites. There's a lot of argument between going dining or meeting, and no one can really say what would be better. But everyone has their opinions, and I'm pretty sure I'm along with you when it says that dining would probably be the better option when it comes to that tertiary objective.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't think dining is a better objective, then I just don't like you, really. Let's be honest here. No, I mean, dining, it's just so much more fun to watch. I mean, meeting hall, I don't like the centralized focus for, like, basically every objective on this map to be entirely focused on Big Tower. I don't like that. So when you play meeting hall, the team just kind of focus in a little bit too much on that. They don't play enough verticality. You do need to still take control of attic, and I just don't like everything being so reliant on top of Big Tower. That's not what I like to see. So we'll have to see if we do see that tertiary objective of dining and kitchen, and I would prefer to see that one because I like one-man armies. I like seeing a maestro, settled inside of showers, taking their own position and just holding their own as of that current time and able to just literally, like I said, one-man army. I mean, that's probably more fun to me than just sticking all 5 attackers inside a Big Tower and hoping for the best.
Yeah, and when it comes to kitchen and dining, it's a little bit more of a smaller site. It's not spread out like you would in have meeting, and you take those a little bit more of a long range gunfight, which is better for the ACOGs. And obviously the defenders don't really have many ACOGs anymore. They kind of just stripped them from them a while ago. But with that being said, we're actually be going right into it, and hopefully we actually do see those dining. But going back to that real quick, with that really tight and like congested area, you can actually like separate, not really separate, but you can actually place your gadgets to be a lot more effective, like to clear up more of the site because of how small the rooms are. Having a Jaeger ADS, it can cover both the hard breach wall when it comes to going into small tower, and then the doorway to the right hand side of it. It can cover both of them depending on how it's oriented. And it just goes to show of how important some gadgets can, and the placement of some gadgets can be, especially when you choose those smaller areas. And it also can make it very hard to defend as well with flashbangs going and everything like that. But we are going to be going to the bans. You do expect that Thatcher ban to come out. You need some sort of support of the hard breach to be taken care of. Comes to the hard breach, you expect either a Maverick, an Ace as well, but they did opt towards the Thatcher this time, and the other one's probably going to be another hard breacher, and it's actually be that roam clear. It's going to be the Jackal off the board, and we're not going to be worrying about the the footprints being scanned, no more ping is coming from those roamers, and they're going to be able to travel as they see fit. And with that Nomad still on the board, though, they need to cut off those rotates as soon as they possibly can. And these defensive bans, yeah, they're pretty cookie cutter like Oregon itself.
Yeah, I mean, we don't see a Maverick be banned out, so there's no need to ban Kaid. If you ban Kaid, it's a little bit of a waste. Because it's just going to be moved by that. So, obviously, Mira, big ban, go for that. This next one, maybe you get fancy with it. Maybe we see CSUDH come in and, like, pick something fancy. Maybe we just see Wamai ban, pretty popular. Maybe see a Malusi ban, somewhat popular. Not always the go-to choice. Sometimes Wamai is just better, a ban in that aspect to really, stop such a significant hold on Blue Bunker and, of course, on second floor attic. But the ban that will come through, we will see it is going to be the Malusi, so they're going to opt for the all-around presence removal instead of just those specific sections. So keeping those pancakes in play, of those, having those be available to the defensive side is going to be very helpful, but at the same time, you don't have to worry about that roaming Malusi with the MP5 to just chase you down and catch you off guard at every angle. So maybe CSUDH are worried about UC Davis on their roam. Maybe they're worried about their offside presence when it comes to their attacking round, but we're going to have to wait 6 rounds to figure that one out, because as of the current moment, CSUDH, they're starting off on defense, so maybe that'll bite them in the rear first.
Yeah, and then like I said, you do see that Nomad come out on top. You expect to see 2 hard breach on this map. This lineup right now is cookie cutter. Besides the Ayana, I do like to see that Ayana come out. That intel that she does bring to the table is immense. But with the Maverick and Ace pick, you do expect the Nomad as well. Zofia is a cookie cutter pick as well. None of this is surprising whatsoever. We typically would have that Maverick and Ace opt towards, or no, the Maverick and the Nomad would opt towards the big tower side to try to take attic, try to take care of that wall as soon as they possibly can. Maybe the Zofia will add a little bit more of an assistance when it comes to that vertical play below the reinforcement to take care of any sort of electrocution on that wall. And then they would have the Ace opt towards the master side, try to take care of that closet wall as soon as he possibly can. But they actually did go for the downstairs site this time, which is pretty interesting, opting towards the secondary site. And now they're going to be bringing all this hard breach, which is still effective when it comes to construction side, don't get me wrong, but they did expect an upstairs take, or they needed to take upstairs rather.
I mean, it's pretty interesting to see basement get picked first. I mean, you're gonna see second floor, you're gonna see basement, it's one or the other. And I don't necessarily think UC Davis's lineup is maybe incorrect for this one. I do think that not having an Ash may be a way to bite you in the rear, but they're supplementing that with 4 nades. Right, you do have those nades in pockets, you can toss those, remove those. The issue is you have to worry about ADSs and you have to worry about pancakes. So as of the current moment, pancakes you don't have to worry about because CSUDH did not opt to bring out Wamai, which does mean that you can kind of get a little bit more utility than initially anticipated throughout. So maybe you take Blue Bunker. Maybe UC Davis says, hey, we know that we can take L, just bait it out with some smoke, some flashes, get Huncho over there and toss some flash grenades to relegate out the ADSs, and then toss in your nades. You clear those out pretty quickly, and then you've got Elbow. They may escape and be able to take a step backward to reinforce it, but you've got a Maverick, you've got an Ace, you've got so much hard breach utility on your team that you can significantly give yourself an advantage by clearing those walls and setting your team up for success.
Yeah, and you actually mentioned Huncho, and I forgot that this man was in this lineup. He is a machine. Didn't he drop 20 kills a bit ago against some other team? Gosh, it was a while ago, but I remember, I don't know if it was him or not, but I'm pretty sure he went on an absolute tear amongst some other team, and I think he was crowned MVP of whatever week he played on. So it's really nice to see him back. He was? Yeah, okay, yeah, I need a little confirmation there. Yeah, it's nice to see him back, though, and him back on that Nomad role as well. He's going to be playing absolutely flawless. Hopefully my Caster's Curse doesn't come in, but he obviously they do have a lot of control of upstairs right now. They don't really opt towards much of roam. It seems like Star's still upstairs. They're going to be opting towards that hatch right off the bat, trying to take care of that as soon as they possibly can. It seems like he will be successful for the most part. No Nitro Cells trying to counter him whatsoever, and he will open it up as well. There's going to be someone sitting inside a construction holding it from there. Was that the Maestro holding inside the construction site?
Very well could be. I think there kind of just becomes an issue of the fact that they aren't set up to push construction. I think it was the Nomad kind of presencing nearby, but they're not set up to take towards construction. Right now, they're kind of pushing themselves in an option to take laundry and freezer. This is one of your main 2 viable strategies for taking control of this basement, but they do still have the flex player. Like I said, you always need to take control of pillar, and we do see that the Nomad player is situated over there to try and play it out. Can Huncho be that impactful player we know they could be? I mean, they won player of the game, and just like a week ago for that. But nades dropping 2, taking out Kuma and Star, and it's going to be Artist taking him felled by Toasty. And now Noodles dropping the lunchbox down. He's going to take some shots. I believe they're actually in a toxic babe as in the current moment. Can't get it down. And Playboy will secure the kill off of it as well. But Squall was able to find one in return on Guac. But it's a 3v1. And Huncho will take him out for the count. Squall is going to be squandering this round for his team in the end. Not able to get a 3v1. No shocker in that aspect. It's just not the most, probable thing. But honestly, from both sides, I saw a lot of potential, but I think the biggest thing that CSUDH now, looking at that last round, you're going to need pancakes. You had 2 nades find impact and kills. You need more ways to burn those out. Bring Wamai. It's going to be your answer. And in fact, we do see
Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah, they heard that. They heard that far. Oh, Caveira? I'm pretty sure that was an auto pick. But either way, yeah, I was going to say we better see a 6 pick out of that. And if they were opting towards a 6 pick on any other operator, I hope not. Yeah, right. We don't see anything yet. They're having discussion. Oh, they did it. All right, whatever. But with those nades going out, that's why that intel is so important. They droned it out. They got the locations. Audio calls went out. And you can definitely tell that the communication's flawless between their teammates right now because the nade went out, took care of 1, took care of 2, and then a gunfight took care of the third, and that little lineup of 3 kills instantly from the attacking side. Smokes were perfectly played, and then Smoke died, was shot as he was throwing out the canister, and then detonated it right then and there. Actually did take care of the ace. Did delay some time for the Goyo to try to pick up another kill, but sadly he was not alive for very long because Huncho did peek in with that Nomad and took care of him right then and there. So it was a decent hold. Obviously, you said bring those pancakes, try to burn as much AD, burn as much as many of your throwables, utility, whatever as possible, and try to clear that as soon as you can. But now that they will be opting towards that, hopefully they do start to clean up their play.
I think you kind of have to rely on that. I think it's a really big purpose of how do I phrase this? When you let nades through, when you let utility like that through, the tossable utility, the airborne utility, as some people do call it, any ranged damage utility, I guess. Because it can be concussive blasts, it can be, just flashes, it can be things that burn your retinas as well. If you let those through, then you kind of put yourself in a bad position. You kind of make it so that you're more than likely going to kind of suffer the consequences. And for an objective like basement, that one is so difficult to hold on to in a correct fashion for turtling that most teams kind of are forced to bring that out. And usually you see those brought forward in the focus of bunker, blue, towards elbow. We didn't see that. Instead, we saw the focus of Freezer and Laundry, and they did a phenomenal job of connecting with those nades and finding a rapid level of success, but they need to be able to replicate that in further rounds, and it's going to be a little bit more difficult when they brought out Playboy on this Wamai. But it's not really going to matter at that point in time when now heading into this attic side, you're going to see those pancakes placed up. You're going to have to remove those out. You don't have to worry about the Wublubs, the Banshees, and Malusi. Those are out for the count, no longer relegated and allowed in this match. But when that gets Maverick tricked, it gets more difficult to try and push into this attic. And it also gets more difficult to defend it. You got to worry about time.
Yeah, do you see the patience on Star right now? Oh my gosh, he actually got through his line of sight. The audio call came out. He came to pre-fire it, but he's going to run off it. Smart play there, smart play. I definitely would have fell back there as well because there's 2 operators ready to take care of that flank. And with that pressure being applied, he can actually wait out a lot more time. And as you can see, Guac is not going to be wasting any time as well. He's ready to burn those ADS. The call-out went out. The team play coming through right now as well, taking care of the Wamai gadgets and everything like that. But with Star off that site, they may have had a flank drone up to really give that call-out and just ease some of that pressure off a little bit. But with Star coming back around the white hands, the white stairs, he could actually still be a threat. But Wamai not going to be able to hit too much on Toast, but that headshot from Toast onto Playboy is going to be significant amount of damage to the defensive side because now that is that defender in the attic side. They need to start getting a rotate and try to get those angles watched. But with that window upside down repel from the Maverick, it could be devastating.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a difficult time period to try and figure out what you need to do. You have a problem with, Arts that is holding in behind this bunk bed. You got to worry about players. You got to worry about stepping inwards as Kumo will be able to find Guac, but Toasty and a refract finds Squall. You kind of are at a disadvantage right now if you're CSUDH. You got 2 players extremely damaged. You get a 1-player disadvantage. Noodles planting the diffuser in a default position, and Art goes down from Cersei now at 4v2. Noodle gets the diffuser down, though takes a lot of damage in the process and will be forced down and killed by an Evil Eye, but Cersei finds Star. Now it's just Kuma in a 3v1. They're stuck right now. They're trying to find Toasty. Will guarantee to kill the Aldo with it, getting a triple kill for their name. They'll need the ace if they want this round, with little to no time on the clock. Rotating back through, checking door main hall. Will look towards attic door, not able to find anything, but with this diffuser placed inside the lunchbox down in games and a player repelling, Sightline's not on their side. They'll need to hop up and turn. Player could step through armory door. You got a player repelling as well. They may be able to spot it out. No time. He has to stick this at this point in time, and Huncho will not let it matter, finding its Kuma in the end, and UC Davis will win yet another attacking round.
Yeah, that was such an awkward position. He could not really do too much, especially where he put himself in that little endgame situation. He needed to clear out other angles. There was going to be very slow play, and you shouldn't expect much aggression from them because they have the audio coming out. They probably had a drone on site as well, depending if they actually were ready for that. But the audio calls, nonetheless, were already ready. They had an upside-down rappel outside of the master doorway, so that entire setup from the attacking side was pretty much an inevitable loss. And he kind of just walked into it as well. He put himself into a corner to where he had to stick it. There was no time left remaining anyway, so I can't really blame him. But with no time counting down, he had to stick it. And at that point, he didn't really have any pressure being applied. He didn't take care of any other of the attackers. The upside down rappel was not going to be peeking unless absolutely necessary. So in that situation, the attackers just planned it out better, and there's not really much you can do about it.
Yeah, just outplayed, outgunned. I mean, like, what's that old phrase that, you know, gamers like to say in their lingo, huh? You know, when you're playing and you need to do better, just click heads. Click heads. And one team's just doing a little bit better at that. And while in the first round, it wasn't necessarily clicking heads that guaranteed success. It was more like pulling the pin that guaranteed success. But in this one, that last round, it definitely just felt like they were able to enact their push, gain success, and they had a position of an advantageous position, I guess I could say, despite being in a post-plant scenario and having Itskuma go on a rampage to get a 3K in that round. You were able to deny it because you got Huncho repelling in the outside edge. You've got a player sitting inside master bed, just holding in tight corner next to armory door, or I guess that's technically trophy door. You've got so much that you can just hold out and wait and buy time that when Itskuma wasn't able to push up as aggressively as you wanted to, then you've got yourself in a situation where they're forced to stick it. You saw it. They had 9 seconds left in the round, and he was at 8 seconds for the diffuser. They had to stick it. There was no chance for them to hop off and go for a shot. That was it.
Yeah, and I find it funny, speaking of aggression, Itskuma is kind of took a step back, even though that all the attackers were just swarming around the site. He still sat on top of, not on top of, but he still sat on his Maestro cam and zapped away at one of the attackers, managed to find a kill as well. I don't think he was downed. We obviously didn't get a visual of it, but he did confirm a kill with the Maestro. And which is obviously not really seen of. You don't really see that very often. So the fact that he did commit to the kill, showing that the attackers were committed to whatever angle that they were holding. They didn't want to flick away to try to deal with the distraction of the Maestro cam. And that being said, they obviously lost a life because of it. And just as consistent as before. Oh, it's going to bounce off Maverick. That's unfortunate. That's going to be a lot of utility. Yeah, I was going to say that's a perfect time for the flank to come right through, but obviously was not aware of the situation. But yeah, Toasty is flawless with that Maverick trick. He took down that wall almost instantly. They have a minute 40 right now. They're already advancing their way into attic and taking care of that utility.
Who was it? I'm pretty sure it was actually this team that we had noticed that. Was it this team that we had saw at the utility that was so prevalent to come through? Like, they necessarily didn't frag out. I can't remember who it was. I'm pretty sure it was this team, though. But, like, there was one very specifically with you and I where it was just like there was one player that just weren't showing up on the leaderboards, but their utility every single round was just so pivotal.
Oh, what was his
name?
You remember. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you remember. It might not have been this team, but, like, you've got to realize players that can do that, right? I mean, and obviously Toasty is able to find 4 kills themselves, now downed in a bad situation, and finished off, or not finished off. Guac will finish on Playboy. He was also downed. But, you know, you got to realize that utility is just as important as getting those frags, especially when you're a hard breacher. Art finding Huncho on the outside games window. Repel. Nice cheeky shot. Literally the first one connecting and hitting head. Bye-bye the lifeline to the opposing player. No use for those air jabs now as they're going to be relegated out, but Toasty, who was downed, now repelling outside that Children's Room window, but it's going to be Noodle who finds a kill first. They're going to find the AK-12 and a Star. Now a 3v3 set up, but 2 players on the side of UC Davis low. Could be a little bit of a difficult situation, especially when you got the player of, it's Kuma that's able to, find a rapid level of success with that Alda on this second floor specifically. They haven't got any kills this round, but they got the 3K the round before. If they get another 3K here, it's over. UC Davis will find their first round loss, but time will have to tell. It seems a big window push may come from Toasty, trying to step inward now. It's Kuma looking forward, but Noodle steps in, finds out Art, but will be downed immediately in return. And now as they try to peek it again, he'll spray and pre-fire. Squawk looks to finish, but Squall is also fighting out in the end. Toasty steps up to find Kuma and will rush to find Squall. And it's all over. UC Davis will win yet another round back-to-back, despite them not even being able to get open that games room wall.
Yeah, Toasty is popping off, man. His utility usage, him burning utility, him running into sight and just gunning, clearing sight. He took care of both angles that he needed to worry about. That was an Alda sitting there ready to take care of whatever hold they had in games. He took care of him swiftly, and the call out from the White Stairs side when it came to the Goyo, audio call out, team call out or not, he peeked it, pre-fired it, took care of him instantly. And that was just a beautiful clear right there. And then when it came to Ace running onto site, like I mentioned, you cannot deal with that distraction of that Maestro cam. Other operators running onto site, the reason why Maestro got that kill is Kuma, he zapped him because he didn't want to deal with the Maestro cam. And in that situation, Ace focused on the Maestro cam while it was still blinking, looked at it, and that's the reason why he died, because he un-ADS and then he had to re-ADS towards the white stairs side, and then they peeked, pre-fired, and took care of him right then and there. Down but not out, but still, it was the reason why he was down and why people don't really take too much precaution when it comes to those Maestro games.
Yeah, and you kind of have to worry about spacing, right? I mean, one thing that we super noticed was that UC Davis, every single one of their players for that last 3 were in a different location. You had your player of, I believe was Toasty, was coming in through that big window, or they were repelling. Were they the ones repelling? They were initially repelling outside games room. Then they rotated around, and then you had a player that stepped in through attic. You got a player that was looking towards armory door to step through. And while it did put you in a situation where 2 of your players were more to the southeast than one or the other, it was Toasty that found success. It was Toasty that cleaned up the last 2, and it was Toasty that ultimately won you the round to finish off strong. That's spicy. That's hot. And on top of being able to, like we talked about, swiftly clear out attic wall, using that utility to rapid success, it's exactly what you want to see. And right now, what I'm seeing right now in this situation is Cersei coming in aggressively trying to assert Cersei's dominance, stepping up over towards Barrel of Construction, already dropping out that barricaded wall, now waiting for their teammates to kind of clear out Big Tower, work their way through. A knife peek coming out from Huncho. Interesting
did they nerf
decision.
that?
I have no idea if they.
I'm pretty sure they nerfed. I'm pretty sure they nerfed that. I don't know.
Maybe it's just muscle memory at this point. But,
yeah, you're right.
I mean, you just gotta let Huncho do their job and get these air jabs down. Because if they don't do that, then one player from CSUDH can go in a roam and devastate you.
Oh yeah, and you were mentioning Toasty before, him just being able to clear out that attic side with absolute ease. The fact that you can just run through there, it makes the defenders kind of panic to an extent. They're like, oh, they're already through attic right now. They're ready to go. They're ready to burn this utility and get going, and it probably caught them off guard a little bit if they're paying attention or not, if they're like dealing with another utility situation. Star already picking up Cersei. I don't think he really used any utility yet. Those are those Zofia impacts off the board already, 4v3, 4v5 situation. And now he's going to sit back, play well. Star has been perfect so far playing this Jaeger, man. He went on the roam when it came to the big tower side, sat back, and he tried to run through. The audio call clearly went out, and he was ready to try to take care of the situation, try to get that flank through, and try to take care of that hard breacher. But then he fell back when he was aware that the audio call was coming out. And then in this situation, he took the kill on the Zofia, showed the aggression, and then was aware that he didn't need to show any more aggression. Just fall back, hold the angle, wait for an audio call to come out, and then you pre-fire off of that.
Yeah, I mean, like taking pre-fire angles, trying to, take an aggressive peek. And I think one of the things, the big differences you kind of see in a lot of different levels of play is just consistency when it comes to off angles. Like, you can take an apex position and you can kind of take that really aggressive stance early on, going for a pixel peek, an aggressive thing we can lean spam and take an angle. But I think one of the biggest things that you can do as a defender, since you have the advantage of being able to anchor a turtle, is to take it to your full advantage. If you have the defensive side, you have the advantage naturally, and you need to abuse that. And while that may sound, wrong to say that you abuse the fact you're on the defense, but, I mean, that's true. Hold angles that they wouldn't expect you to do. Don't stay in, like for pillar, they're going to be behind pillar, right? That's your expected position to be in. But they take a look right here. We've got an off angle held by, I believe, Squall crouched down, who's going to take a step up. But Toasty on the shot, finding it and finishing them off. Now tied back at this 4v4, but with little to no time left on the board and these Vulcan shields being destroyed, it's going to be more and more difficult for UC Davis to step inside and get any position to go for the plant, but this wall's been left open. Could be the wrong decision, and they'll find a kill on top. Toasty finds Playboy, but Huncho found Art, and they're not even going to be able to get it down, though, in time, because CSUDH will protect their bomb, because time was not on their side. Unfortunate for UC Davis, but CSUDH just managed to hold out.
Yeah, I don't know what they did to clean up their play there, but they scared the attackers to the point to where they needed to make like a, what was it, like 10-second push? Like when the Maverick started making his way down the back tower stairs, it was like 15 seconds. Yeah, it was like 15 seconds remaining. He took the first kill onto Squall, and then he just tried to push down with some sort of aggression, but as a result, one of his attacking buddies lost the diffuser, got down. They couldn't stick it to extend the time a little bit more, but in that situation, what can you do? Like, you need to set up a better play. You got to start taking care of these angles. It doesn't matter if one person dies, try to get the trade-off. This is why you cannot peek all alone. If you're the Zofia that peeked that freezer stairs, you lost a gunfight to Star, and then he took the kill, fell back. You got to be aware that these defenders are great players. There's a reason why that they are here right now. They are able to just wipe off players and they're fully aware that the fact that they can fall back without any consequence. They can fall back and just completely just apply that pressure until they get back on those drones and get that intel through to their teammates.
Yeah, I mean, UC Davis coming into this one in the Champions Division ranked 3rd, and CSUDH ranked 6th, but I mean, honestly, still being ranked 6th and making it to this point in the highest division we have here at the NECC and Champions Division, that's impressive. Coming through with that is going to be exactly what you want to have happen. You want to be able to find a level of success beyond just like the first, original season. You want to get past the, quarterfinals. You want to make it past the semifinals. You want to go all the way to the finals. And honestly, both of these teams have a pretty good chance of doing that. I mean, at this point in time, they're going to have to face the winner of the Bravo and San Diego game. They're going to have to figure that one out. I'm not sure if that one's been played just yet. I don't actually technically have that information, but you're going to have to play. Wait, no, is it the same? I can't remember. The sheet's interesting to see. They're going to have to face a winner that's already won. So you need to win this, and then you need to be ready to face a team that's already come out winning as well. Both of your mentalities are going to be hot. Both of you are going to be coming off of a round success that you needed to have, and it's just going to be another thing. You kind of have to snowball yourself going forward. You can't let any of that slow down.
Yeah, you definitely need to build up momentum, not only during the rounds, but even between rounds, between just sequences of just brackets. You need to continue up with that momentum. You can't just take a break and know, okay, yeah, we got the win. Good job, guys. Take your little celebration now, but you're going to be going up against someone that has done the exact same thing you did. If it was a bad team they went up against or not, they're in the exact same position you are, meaning that the people that you're playing against are on par with you and whatever plays that you just pulled out to win. If it was a close match with the people before you, then you never really know. So you really got to keep on your toes. And oh no, my boy Mew's going to be dropped by Huncho right off the bat. He's been doing this really well. Look at him. He already has the utility down. He only has 1 air jab remaining. He's probably going to be saving that for sight, and he's already taken care of 1 defender. And Mute, I don't know about you, but I'm pretty sure Mute's supposed to be on site right now. So him sitting on site and Huncho being able to just peek into and take a kill, and there's a significant amount of damage already being traded to the attacking side, but it won't matter because Playboy's going to be taken down by Toasty already. Toasty is flawless on that attic push. He's already taken 1. History's repeating itself once again. Playboy cannot take care of your boy Toasty, so they need to start figuring out a different play to go against it. They need maybe another defender to trade off the kill or something like that, but who knows.
You're going to have to find an answer. Star is able to maybe help out just a little bit, narrowing it a little bit more as Huncho will be felled, but still a player disadvantage, and we've seen this replicate itself time and time again right now for this matchup. CSUDH, they're spread out on the objective, but UC Davis does a better job of spreading themselves thin as well, finding where they need to be to connect kills. You see that player of Guac on that outside big window push, and Cersei's waiting for that player behind Bunk to overextend themselves. They're gathering information as well with only 30 seconds on the clock. You still see drones making their way through the objective. You still see them moving around to find information. A player tagged, it's Kuma, marked out inside of kids. They're not going to ping it by marking with a drone. They just press Z to ping that location individually, but they'll even it back out as it's Kuma downs and outs. It's OC Toasty, and now you've got a 3v3. They'll step forward. Certzy able to find one onto Art. A 3v2 in play as Guac's going to take a lick of damage in the process, but it's Kuma steps out and Star finds Noodle as well. It's going to be Guac on the outside left, finding the wall, connects to 2, and UC Davis saved the round miraculously.
That pre-fire through the wall was perfect. He went from there, pre-fired through there, and just swapped. I said swap, but that's not a word, but you know what I meant. He just sweeped them through. Yeah, you mentioned the drones coming through, and you could tell that this team really knows how to keep cool. They're with those 30 seconds counting down, you expect the team to be like, oh, we got to get into sight right now, take care of these kills as soon as we possibly can, because we probably won't get another opportunity to do so. But they were calm, cool, collected. They took that intel, and they still put it to use. Went through sight, probably had a teammate right behind that drone as well to take care of whoever they spotted out. And Guac was there. I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I don't think Guac should have won that last kill because he was trying to play as safe as he possibly could. But just the pure awareness of this man, this buck just pre-fired straight through a soft wall out of nowhere into a quarter right next to bomb chassis. And it was the perfect pre-fire. He probably didn't know he was there, but it was the right decision nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, what a great round. Honestly, I think that the positions we saw from CSUDH, they've been holding that over and over again, and UC Davis is just kind of plugged it. I don't think there's another word for it. They plugged it like a cork in a wine bottle, right? I mean, CSUDH is kind of trapped in a bottle. There's nothing they can really do. I mean, it's kind of just an SOS in a bottle, which a great song reference, by the way, there.
Oh,
yeah. They're kind of trapped inside of the second floor they put themselves into. And while you usually have the advantage to turtle, they're always going to the same spots. They're always going to be in those same spots. And UC Davis, like we just saw there at the end, they know where to point. They know where to aim. They have the information. They gathered that they pinged the spots. They know what to spray through these softballs to connect to those kills. That's pure talent. That's not luck. That is knowing exactly where to point your crosshair, exactly when to pull that trigger, and exactly when you can find that success. Phenomenal right now from UC Davis. CSUDH just aren't finding an answer. They need to kind of be a little bit more mobile, a little bit more agile, taking different locations, taking an aggressive stance in different spots. They do need to be aggressive, and they do need to find these anchoring positions at the same time. They just got to find the balance. And we're 30 seconds into the round, and this attic wall's been cleared.
I was gonna say they probably have someone sitting in spawn, ready for having the drone set up on that flank, so he's just able to run in there, take care of the wall as soon as he can. No drone needed, no teammates in there with him as well. He can just open it up with no consequence whatsoever. Flashbangs are already going out. Is there Womai set up? They're just going off right now. I think there's a little bit of a stall because they did get caught in the Womai magnet. Where's the Womai? Oh no, you shot the Womai magnet over towards like the top rafter area, and the grenades are actually going to be going out, dealing a little bit of damage to Playboy, and they know that they've met their match right there. And speaking of meeting their match, Star gets dropped by Certzy, and they know that they cannot peek that angle into attic because they need that intel before any sort of pre-fire comes out. And you can tell he's experienced some dangerous situations in attic before this, so he knows that he needs to take a step back and hold that pixel angle. The walk coming through from the Maverick, this could be huge. Oh, that timing, don't look away, no! He was there and it was ready for it. I mean, there's a little bit of a pre-fire coming through, and Art dropping from Noodle, where's this at? And he's just getting dropped by the AK-12 in Noodle's hands, but luckily the trade goes through, and Playboy's not aware of the attic hold whatsoever. He's going to be down but not out, but the SMG-11 onto Noodle as well. Maybe he'll be able to crawl away in time, but it does not seem likely. But I think the nades have already been used by Maverick, as you do see on the left-hand side. So your boy Itzkuma needs to actually hold this defense properly and try to find the perfect opportunity to try to up his down teammate.
Yeah, you got to pick them up. They're down but not out, and they're not out. Pick them back up. Get them back into the fight. Make sure yourself situated in a position where you can continue the aggressiveness that you kind of want to defend against as well. And as of the current moment, UC Davis has come out on top in this firefight. Now with Playboy at 20 HP, you're looking worse for wear. You can situate yourself in a spot to try and find success, but they've already pinged. You see the butt right there, and unfortunately, when you tunnel vision, that Playboy will punish, but Certzy's able to refrag it back out. Team coordination at a massive level right now, but UC Davis with Guac once again stepping out to the big window, gathering information, looking to step inward, but Certzy finds the 3K. Can they punish with the 4K? Position given away, and Guac has the opportunity to maybe go for another spray. I think that side wall is actually hard, but Huncho will plant the lunchbox down inside games. The snack while you play the foosball table. Maybe what they're looking for, but an air jab, the last one we've seen consistently. They wave their head at Kuma or whoever's on the evil eye, and there goes Huncho to punish when Kuma overextends. UC Davis close off this half in spectacular fashion, 5-1.
See, I like that right there. He has the confidence to be able to just sit there, look at the Maestro cam, and just nod his head at it. That just shows the communication that's coming through these teammates. They know the exact location of Maestro. They know that there's not going to be much aggression coming from him as well. So, because Maestro, you expect him to just sit back, hold an angle, wait for the aggression to come to him. It's a 1v3 situation. You expect a little bit of a level of cockiness coming from the attacking side, but you haven't seen any of it yet. They are prioritizing the objective. They planted the diffuser. He took a little nod at the camera and he was like, yeah, I think you guys lost this round. Little nod. No, this is not yours. This right here, this diffuser is staying here and it's probably going to be counting down to 0. So I don't think you'll have anything to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, it's just scary to kind of look at. And I see a Valkyrie. Just FYI, that's one of my favorite things to see in general, because the MPX is a phenomenal weapon. You don't get the 1.5 like you do on Warden, per se, when you play Valkyrie, but you still have information. And if there's one thing we've noticed that UC Davis has really put to good use, it's information. They've been droning. Even when there's 10 seconds left in the round, they're hopping on a drone. They're doing everything they can. If you're not necessarily in the fight, you're kind of not useful. If you don't have the diffuser in hand and there's 3 people alive, one of you should be in a drone. One of you should be gathering information for a safety net. The other one should be covering your diffuser placer. And then that's really what should be happening. There's some scenarios where you don't have that. Say if it's a 3v5, maybe don't only fight it into 2v5 and have information. Maybe play that. But when there's only 2 players and 1 player left alive at the end, one should be on a drone to gather location. One should be covering crossfire. One should be planting. And that's exactly what we saw. We've seen it consistently throughout this. UC Davis have really, I don't like to use the same references or same like wording twice, but they really plugged it. They put the cork in it. They put it down the river, and CSUDH is nearing the River of Styx. They're about to cross over into the next map real swiftly. This could end in just 2 more rounds.
Yeah, it totally could. And you mentioned how you need one person sitting on drone, you need one person, blah, 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 everything like that. They may or may not have had a flank drone going on, because they do throw in intel into sight even in those last second situations. So you can't really, it wouldn't be a surprise to see a drone just sitting in a corner of sight anywhere. So that's probably the job of one of the dead players. They're probably just sitting on that drone and giving out the intel as he sees fit. And then like I said before, the intel was going out, the communication's flawless. They already knew that he was in Kid's bedroom, so he could just sit there and just have no issue with it whatsoever. And that's why no one was really watching the Nomad. They already had both angles being watched. They had the big window angle being watched, straight into the doorway leading into games, and then they also had someone in attic watching it as well. So to an extent, both of them were watching the diffuser, just not directly. They were just holding both angles that needed to be watched and trying to lock him into that site. And funny enough, the person that actually got the diffuse off was the person that actually ended the Maestro. So,
Car.
Yeah.
I have a question.
What's up?
Do you remember back in the good old days where Buck had grenades?
Oh, I thought you were gonna like reference like a stream or something like that in the past. That was gonna be like the gold days, like 6 months ago.
No.
But yeah, when he had nades, oh yeah,
not that good. Yeah.
When he was a fantastic operator and he was brought into like every single situation, casual, ranked, competitive, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. You obviously do, and I wanted to bring that up because like them bringing Buck and not bringing Sledge is interesting. Obviously, they want to play below, and they're going to find rapid success with it as Playboy skeleton keys out Huncho. That's a little bit devastating to see, but Buck was so good. You'd throw a nade on the floor from the floor above, and then you'd shoot out the floor, and then the nade would fall down, and it would be a shock. So you would have so much going there. You'd have so much happening that it would be phenomenal to see that. So it's something to keep maybe an eye on, to worry about. I think that, when Buck doesn't have that, it can be a little bit more difficult, but what started off as a round in favor of CSUDH as they had skeleton keyed out Huncho, complete opposite now at this point in time. UC Davis has made a resurgence, timed right back through to this one. It's now a 4v1 with nothing but art left, and not left for long because Cersei will clean it up. UC Davis clean up the cinching round for match points. Now it's a 1 round away if UC Davis can just replicate the same level of success.
Dude, I'm not a huge fan of Aruni, to be 100% honest with you. Mainly because of that situation that Capitao was in. I don't know if he had the utility remaining, but the Aruni reactivated the gate, and he can't do anything with that angle anymore. He could try to rotate to a different angle, but that being said, the defenders can isolate that based off of not only audio calls, but the fact that there's Aruni gates everywhere. The audio call of him throwing some sort of utility into the Aruni gate will let you know he's going to be pushing in this certain amount of time before I can peek and reset the Aruni. So there's going to be this little fraction of time that he will be peaking. And then when it comes to him running through the thing, you'll probably be pre-firing it anyways because it gives off the same exact audio call. So that's why I'm not a huge fan of Aruni, because it gives you that perfect audio call out that you don't really need, that you would expect to see from some sort of intel like Valkyrie or any sort of camera that you put on site like a Maestro that they've been running for majority of the time. That's where you expect all of that. But that's why I don't like the Aruni, because he can push from a different angle, but they don't need to watch the Aruni gadgets, is my point. And it just, I'm not a huge fan of it.
Not a huge fan. Not a huge fan of Aruni?
Aruni's gadget.
No, okay, all right. So here's what I'm going to say, because I kind of agree with you. But I'm going to play devil's advocate, all right? I agree with you to such a massive extent, but I'm going to play this devil's advocate. Surya gates are time buyers. They're time wasters. And I genuinely feel like they're a bit wasteful to put on doorways. They're wasteful to put on windows. They're phenomenal on hatches. They're phenomenal on reinforced walls on the opposite side. That's where they're useful. Because if you can play a Surya gate on an outside wall, reinforce the same side of it, somebody goes up with a hard reach, you're on the other side, you step away from it, Surya gate reactivates since you're no longer close, and it will zap off any of the hard reach utility on the door. You can Surya gate trick.
Yeah.
It's useful then. It's not very useful because a lot of teams don't bring it. It requires a big setup. It requires a big process because most hard walls are typically somewhat close to the outside edge. But I think the biggest thing to keep in mind is that a lot of teams just don't necessarily know how to use her yet, and even if they don't, you do still have the Roni in hand. You do still have an amazing passive utility to be able to punch out big holes in walls. There's so much more to her kit beyond the Surya gates. She's still phenomenal.
Yeah, I agree with you on all of that as well. I can, to an extent, but this is a competitive play. People know what they should be doing with these gates. They know how to work around it. They know what is expected of an Aruni play. So all of this being said, if you bring into a casual match, I agree with that part where you're just like, okay, yeah, it's not that useful. It's a little bit more of a waste of time. I agree with you. In ranked, to an extent, if you're solo queue, not really have a plan set up, I agree with you. If you have an Aruni set up in a competitive match with very coordinated teammates, and UC Davis is definitely a team that has shown that coordination. Speaking of coordination, the opposite of coordination right now, actually, it seems like Huncho is going to be solo holding a big tower stairs flashbang, going out, fully blinding him. Hopefully he's down into safety, but Cersei's going to be picking up a kill onto Playboy. A second one as well onto Art. That's going to be insane because that's the Buck and Capitail off the board. I'm not entirely sure if the utility's been used yet, but that hold has been absolutely powerful from this pillar side. He's ready to find another one. The aggression may or may not come through from the construction side, but we will have to wait. Diffuser down on big tower stairs, and now the pressure's on for that Ashe. Star is the only person set up in that area, and you know Cersei is on his toes right now. He's on fire. Oh, we caught that little glimpse of his elbow. Pre-fire's coming out. Hopefully he can find another one. He's ready for this pre-fire on that door. He finds a third onto its goose, and that's going to be another one from his teammates. Star's going to be finding one to Huncho, and OC Toasty's going to be finding another one, and Star is that last remaining attacker. Needs to slow it up a little bit. The amount of HP he has right now, he knows that he probably cannot go at this with much of a chance of winning because the HP that he has right now, yeah, and there's also audio calls coming from the barricade right now, so they're already opting towards the other side. They're probably coming from the freezer. There's already a flank ready to take care of Star as well, and he might be opting towards waiting for that flank to come through. No, the defense is waiting for her. There's a lot going on right now. The gunshots going back and forth, but with him just waiting on the freezer side, 20 seconds counting down, he needs to deal with this flank right now because that will be devastating. That's going to be a lot of pressure from behind, and she cannot deal with that in this type of situation. Just deal with the fragger now, but it won't matter anyway because Noodle's going to be taking down Star for that final kill of that round, going to that good half, and that's going to be the final round of the map as well.
Man, what a devastating performance we just watched UC Davis bring to the table. There really is in that stage in time. There's nothing to be outside saying it was dominant. I mean, to come through and win it in such a spectacular fashion, a 7-1 scoreline. I mean, that's phenomenal. There's no words beyond that. There's such a great precision, a level of play. When you've got Cersei and Toasty dropping 12 and 13, respectively, right? You've got Guac with 4, Huncho with 5, Noodle with 4. I don't care how many kills Huncho dropped. Seeing right there at the end, holding that basement staircase, lying down, having literally 0 retinas whatsoever. The entire eyes burned like that SpongeBob episode where they just like pour out of his eye sockets, right? Like that's exactly what was happening right now to their eyeballs.
Was that the King Neptune scene?
Yes, I
the
believe
ball.
so. Yeah, yeah, I think so. It was something like it's just SpongeBob, right? But that's what it was like, and they just sat there. They didn't stand up and try to walk backwards and then go right to get behind into safety, maybe dip into Harry Potter. No, they just stayed laying down. They did not care in the slightest. They just said, "This is my spot. There are many like it, but this one is mine." And that is just the highest level of confidence I've seen. And quite frankly, when you've got Cersei behind you to back you up and kill that player on that stairwell when they find the 3K in the end, that's hot. So nonetheless, a spectacular performance from UC Davis. They're going to take map 1 in a 7-1 fashion. We'll be seeing map 2 somewhat shortly here. So we're going to be heading over to Clubhouse, another one of the T3, T4 specials. And we'll catch you guys real soon.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I was
My
gonna say.
name's Information. Joined here by Kara, of course. We've had a great map one. Maybe not so much if you're a CSUDH fan, because it just wasn't your map apparently. Ending that one spectacularly in a 7-1 finish. UC Davis taking it in a dominant performance. They looked spectacular throughout it, and I think that going to a map like Clubhouse, which is a little bit more even, I guess, across the board, it could either be a replication of what we just saw, or it could go an entirely different direction. I think that CSUDH have a pretty good chance for a map like this. I really hope that's not going to cast or curse them. I really hope that doesn't come to bite them in the rear. But
Don't
for
worry,
a
I
map
didn't
like
say it.
Clubhouse, like absolutely, I think there's a pretty hot shot chance of finding some levels of success on it. But we'll have to figure out whether or not that's going to happen. We'll have to figure out if UC Davis kind of takes a nap on this one. Maybe they slow down. Maybe they just don't find the same, amount of impact. But Carr, for a map like Clubhouse, what do you think the bans are going to look like?
Oh, heart breach, 100%. The map, every single site has to do with heart breach. Every single site, like it's essential for you to open up a wall on every single site, and it's expected for you to do so as well. I'm expecting a Maverick ban. Those hatches need to be held off as long as they possibly can, especially when you're playing or at least starting on defense. So a Maverick ban is expected. You expect an ace ban. Just it's obvious because it's a frag. It's almost like a fragging hard sport. You throw the gadget and get straight back to gunning, and you won't have any issue with it at all. You have the smokes in hand, and it's just overall that operator brings so much utility to the board. So I can expect that being a ban as well. I probably will not be expecting any sort of roam clear ban coming from the attacking side because because last match we saw the Jackal. They brought the Nomad, but they probably won't be banning the Nomad. This is probably gonna be oriented exactly towards the hard support, hard breach. So like you saw right there, Thatcher gone. That's the support for the hard breach, and I'm expecting either Ace or Maverick. And if you ban Maverick, you have to bring that Kaid as well, or at least ban that Kaid as well. So we're waiting to see both those bans come out because once Maverick goes through, simultaneously you need to see that Kaid come out as well. So we will have to wait and see.
Yeah, and kind of wait. I guess that kind of comes down to just patience. Name of the game,
wow.
just be a little bit patient. The
Yeah, for
Jackal
sure.
ban, that's a little shocking. I
Yeah.
think CSUDH picking that up and going for that, maybe they're just worried about kind of roam. They are starting off an attack this time around, and we do know that they banned Malusi previously, right? So we know that they're worried about roam that UC Davis would bring on defense. Maybe they're now realizing that they need to actually roam as well, because we didn't see that from them. We didn't really see them roam ever. They just anchored up and turtled, and it worked once. It just didn't work any other time. So while it is unfortunate for them, maybe a map that's a little bit more wide, a little bit more spacious like Clubhouse, they'll start to roam and find a level of success. So they want to stop any chance of UC Davis to deny that roam. And Jackal's a pretty good way to do it, though it's mostly Jackal's mostly banned on, coastline, right? Coastline.
Fragging maps that have nothing to do with hard breach whatsoever.
But a Kaid and a mirror to end off, it's just standard at that point.
Yeah, and I like how they just go against everything I just said. Like, okay, if you're banning the Maverick, you gotta ban the Kaid. They don't ban the Maverick and still ban the Kaid. And yeah, whatever. But yeah, I'm not surprised that they banned the Jackal either. They're a very coordinated team. So the fact that they did ban the Jackal, clear off those roamers with absolute ease, because once you get that ping off, they will probably push it, get that trade off, and then just start working on site. They will have no issue giving up any life. And obviously you see Star right here. He's been running Ash for majority of this. So seeing him bring Ash to the table, you expect that is going to be that throwaway life, that trade, that entry fragger. That's why why she's under the role of entry fragger, because once you use those breaching charges, it's not going to be that big of a deal, and then someone's going to be able to get that trade off of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of a trade and trade world. Trade and get trade worlded. I guess, like, get traded, trade worlded.
Trade or get traded.
I start dubstepping because I just can't speak English. So, just drop the beat real quick, We'll make a soundtrack over here.
Yeah, I'll do that while you're doing
royalties for it, right? Like, we're gonna.
I'll start doing that while you're like in the middle of a play-by-play. I'll just start dropping. I'll start beatboxing.
Yeah, there's this old Kickstarter video where like they were doing a beat. It was on Coastline as well, the map we were just talking about.
Oh yeah.
And he just went into it, and then it turned at the end and says, "So when are you dropping your rap album?" And somebody put actual rap music into it. It sounded really good. We should do that. But NECC does have to pay me royalties for it. But I'll let them use it. DMCA free and everything.
Yeah, hint, hint, NECC.
Okay, and then the next thing, the next words we're gonna hear from production is no.
Yeah, I was waiting for just a slight no in the middle of our conversation there, but clearly it was not ready
just
for
a
it.
chuckle to laugh at us and our terrible thought process.
Yeah, we still need to get that green screen bit out where I I won't say anything, but I want to get that out at one point.
yeah, we really do. That's a lot of, maybe I do it for the finals like fellow or something like. We're gonna go for that. There he goes. He just
just
you
popped
think you're gonna get paid for rapping? No, I was gonna drop a beat. It wasn't rapping. Gosh.
Yeah, I was gonna make a beat on the spot, man.
Yeah, just make a beat on the spot. But no, already starting off, and I necessarily don't think we're starting off strong. I mean, no one's dead just yet, and we have a Capitao, so I guess anything can happen for a map like this. Capitao has a couple of glitches on this map. I think you may know about one of them, Car, outside in Garage, where you can kind of flip it through, and it's an interesting thing to say the least. But when you play a Capitao like this, you've got to be able to, as a defensive player, be able to move from your anchored position, and I think that UC Davis is a team that's able to do that.
Oh yeah, and something that UC Davis does other than CSUDH, they show the aggression when it comes to that roam clear, but they don't have that intel to follow up. So with the intel going through, you could typically just have another player behind it, give the intel, give the callouts, and then right there's the drone that they needed, but Star was already in the room before the drone started going through. So Star totally could have lost his life right then and there, and that would have been a man in the advantage of the defending side. I don't think do they even have a roamer? I think the only roamer is a Rooney right now sitting around the strip area. So they're clearing upstairs, wasting a lot of time. They're already at a minute 10. Unlike UC Davis, they cleared attic wall and they're already running into site without any sort of issue or consequence whatsoever when it came to taking that wall. And here we are a minute into the round, and they just now cleared both floors, and they're about to get ready to clear up that vertical, try to clean up, try to isolate whatever play that's going to be coming through. And Rooney's already ready to come through with a kill of his own. The shots go through, and downing Playboy, taking care of that utility as well, and down but not out, and he needs to try to commit to that and try to finish off that kill as well. A little bit of an audio call on the right-hand side, and 40 seconds counting down. Playboy needs to be picked up before that timer comes down.
And timed onto their side with 34 seconds on the clock, and nobody's dead. Playboy has been down, but still no one dead. It's going to be a little bit difficult. Toasty's taking some crossfire shots over from Kitchen. Could be a bit of a halting position that might have to come through. I worry if you are CSUDH and the fact that you're now having to rely on a last 15-second meta to step inwards, and you haven't cleared a single player. When you've got a Roni that can take an offward angle, play in a different direction, you haven't even been able to drop downwards to get a plant situation. Either going to take out the bolts right now to drop some smokes down below, cut off sightlines, but Noodles will just spray straight through, finding its Kuma. A Nitro from Huncho finds Art, and while Skull will begin the plant, Toasty's not far behind to drop inward, and it's going to be Star felled by Certzy, but Squall will find one for their team. We're immediately refragged by Huncho, and Playboy not going to last either, as Noodle will secure the kill. A 4 versus 0 scenario at the end. Defense will take round 1. UC Davis, man, they are just resilient. I guess like they're literally cockroaches. They just stayed alive to the last second. It would take a nuke to take them away from that objective. They're just everywhere. Not to be rude about it. That's an impressive feat.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's funny because the Aruni that was offsite and not holding down and playing as anchor as possible, she was still roaming and then tried to come back around, and she was still alive. Downing the Nomad, did Nomad even get up yet? I wasn't even paying attention to that side. I was paying attention to the push, and Hot dropped straight into Kitchen because I'm pretty sure they were aware that they had no time to worry about that main stair area. And I do like that last second push. They were pretty flawless. They got the plant down, but the issue was that they put themselves in that position to start with, and they cannot do that. That time that they wasted clearing upstairs, getting that intel out was not needed. It was not necessary. Star was already halfway through the upstairs area, and he was still waiting for those drones to come through. And here we are, just wasting time, coming down to the minute remaining, as I said, while they were only taking care of that vertical at that
time. Taking care of the vertical. We just didn't see CSUDH take care of it quick enough. I mean, in all honesty, they also had to worry about, that offward player of having an Aruni be behind you when you've got Toasty on the prowl and obviously looking hungry, right? Like, it may be a little bit more dangerous than you initially anticipated, right? Like, so CSUDH, they're going to have to get quicker than that. It's the old, State Farm meme, the old, like, some
gotta be quicker than that.
You gotta be quicker than that.
I think that
fishing line. I don't know who it was either, but you got to be quicker than that. Ubisoft has been so adamant about nerfing out this last 30-second meta. The 30-second meta will always live on, but it's the last 30-second meta that Ubisoft wants to get rid of. They don't want you to be entirely reliant on just the last 30 seconds. They want you to still be able to do 30-second pushes or 20 or 40, however long you want to make it be. They just don't want you being so reliant on waiting till the last moment to get into sight or even attempt sight. So we'll have to see whether or not that's going to actually change, if that's going to matter. But CSUDH is kind of falling into that rut. They're kind of getting stuck into that, and UC Davis punished them accordingly.
Yeah, and by adding a Rooney, come to think of it, that does take care of that 30-second meta, because her gadget's being placed. You got to take care of that as soon as you possibly can and push before she has the opportunity to reapply it. And yeah, that entirely does counter the meta, come to think of it. And if that is their intention to stop that 30-second meta, then all power to Aruni then, because like I know I have my words about Aruni and how she works. You already heard them, so I'm not gonna re-say them. But yeah, if that's their intention, yeah, that was actually a really well played way to deal with it, because like adding the Aruni, adding those laser gadgets, it's gonna just want that attacking side to push in as soon as they possibly can. So I do like how they did set that up. But with oh my gosh, the magnets that he has set up on that top rafter, not only just on that little walkway area, but on top as well. The pre-fire coming out as well. Playboy is going to be taking a significant amount of damage and going to be falling off the angle as well. You do not want to be losing your life right there. He still has 2 air jabs to his disposal, so you have to be waiting that out, and you got to save your life to be able to utilize that as much as you possibly can. But with OC Toasty, you know, this man's a fragger. He not only can take care of utility, he can frag out. So he's waiting for that audio call to come out to finish off what he started onto Playboy's HP.
Man, with only a minute left on the clock and still no one dead, CSUDH are just getting pinpricked, right? I mean, it's not a goo mine that's doing it either. I mean, it's just UC Davis systematically tagging them with a needle. You ever see the old TV shows where a student would put a tack on a chair and their teacher would sit down? Yeah. This is literally what they've done. They've set tack. Every angle they pre-fired and shot, it's just been a thorn in the side, constantly leaving out just bits and pieces of damage. And while finally we'll see Playboy be felled after Toasty had helped secure the kill, it'll be Huncho that guarantees it. Toasty does get air jabbed away, and now 2 kills dropping. A Squall and Starfind, Guank, and Huncho, and now a 3v4. A little bit of hemorrhaging right now for the defensive side, but CSUDH are looking low and worse for the wearer as well. As Star sitting about 2 HP, and it's Kuma sitting at about, I believe, 30-ish HP, but they'll rush forward. Noodle finding one with the SMG-11 into Squall. A rush coming through. Moss finds another, and it's Kuma. They'll find a long shot into Star. A 3K to their name, and now a 3v1 as it's just Art stepping through construction and down by Toasty. UC Davis securing a round W, round 2 in favor of the defense once again.
I said to myself that, yeah, Star at that HP is not going to be alive for much longer. Has to play it a little bit more safe and probably should be used as a trade, like entry frag, run in there, and the trade off of that. But he's back in Master, and the shotgun, that SAS shotgun, all the way from the reinforcement inside of Cash, managed to take that body shot all the way down there and just wipes him off the face. Send him into the next round. He's done. Like the HP that he has right now, that's his fault. Take him out right now. Next round, buddy. Maybe you'll clean up your play a little bit more that time. But yeah, like you mentioned, they're slowly like little needle, like you mentioned, whatever analogy you made, the little pricks that they were taking, the little damage that they were taking, every single angle that they peaked, they were taking some sort of damage and they fell off, and they were too scared to peak that angle. That's what that pressure. That's why pressure is so important. Once you apply that pressure, it makes that solo push horrifying to actually deal with, and that's why you need those teammates to come back you up. And when you don't have those teammates and they're off doing some other important business, they cannot come over and try to help you with that roam, and that damage has already been done to that attacker for that little endgame scenario. And with Star, like I already said, that endgame scenario, that was probably the most important situation. That long-range 3K with that shotgun. Gosh, God. Have I mentioned that I like the SAS shotgun? I think I've mentioned that quite a few times when casting, and that is the exact example of why.
Man, I got to cast a spectacular play yesterday for a different league, right? It was, not collegiate, sadly, but, T3, T4. But we watched a play on Cafe, and I hate that map. We all know I hate that map. Anyone that's ever watched me cast before knows I despise that map. It's pretty obvious. It's a terrible map, so, yeah. But an unfortunate timing came through as a team decided to push through Cigar Lounge and over towards Pixel. And they came out, and then there was the player sitting inside, what is that, closet, supply, or bathroom, whatever the heck it is.
Bathroom.
Bathroom, yeah. Player sitting inside, I believe it was a mute or a smoke, and they had the Mossberg in hand and proceeded to shoot one shot, down 2 players, shoot another shot, kill the players that were downed, and then shoot another shot and finish off the last guy that ran through. And so the entire team funneled through that, and it was a 4K. Sorry, it was a 4K if my story didn't explain as much. And the entire team rushing through that just got devastated by a Mossberg shotgun. And that right there, if that's not enough of a way to prove to somebody that, the Mossberg's a good weapon and you should be rocking that instead of their main hand weapons or their other, tertiary weapon choices, I don't know what will. But Star starting off strong, guaranteeing 1 kill. It's going to be OC Toasty. The main themselves now Toasty beyond the grave, and a 4v5 underway as CSUDH are attempting to claw their way back into this.
Yeah, and the same hold from before, but obviously oriented. It's not Noodle anymore. It's going to be Cersei, and Cersei's ready for this cash angle. And like I said, the Aruni gate is there. The audio call will come out when someone either disables it, like you saw right there, or runs through it. The first visual is going to be coming out right about there. Pre-fire is coming out, hopeful to get some sort of damage out, and definitely aiming for that head. Wait for that Aruni gadget to come back through, and this is why the Aruni gadget is so important. He can just reset and just allow them to waste even more utility. It's like an ADS, but obviously it takes a lot longer. But speaking of ADS, he has ADSs lined up ready for the use right behind him as well. Intel's finally going out right there, but UC Davis Cersei is going to be able to hold back. There you go. There's ADS in the use once again. But the aggression coming through, he was not going to be expecting whatsoever. Playboy's going to be taking out Cersei, and Star is sadly going to be traded off as well, but still in the favor of the attacking side. 3v4 situation, 50 seconds remaining. It could be anything. It's up in the air right now. It could be anyone's game.
Anyone's game, that's very true, and it is, a little bit disadvantageous right now for UC Davis with the 1-player disadvantage they have, but you've got an MP7, an SMG11, an MP5, you've got so many good arsenal weapons in your pocket that CSUDH are still going to have to worry about it, and while attack typically does have a favored weapon pool, it doesn't really matter when you can take an aggressive stance, but the aggressive stance taken by Huncho will be felled and gotten rid of by Playboy, and they'll take a forward position, looking to maybe peek in towards master bedroom from this construction doorway. We know a player situated in that outside hallway, right outside gym, or maybe that's inside gym themselves. But 2 players remaining for UC Davis, but with only 10 seconds left, CSUDH falling into their old problems. But it's going to be Kuma finding Guac. Now a 1v4, Noodle finds Kuma. It's the 1v3 in play. They'll start planting the diffuser right now inside pocket, outside, just short of gym. And now Noodle's kind of stuck in probably a post-plant scenario. Sees a player go through, and they'll actually shoot an air jab in his direction. Now the player outside window, he'll turn to go for it, but can't find it. Noodle out for the count and are in. CSUDH will guarantee themselves a round win. But don't get too far, because just like last map, the score was 7-1. Will this be the only round CSUDH wins? I sure hope not. I want to see them make this comeback.
I want to see like a little bit more competition. I want to be here for a bit longer. I enjoy this little office. I enjoy casting with you, Inferno. It's very rare for me to come in here, and I want this match to last longer. I'm trying to salvage it as much as I possibly can, and I hope they help me out a little bit here. And that hold right there, that push, actually, like you mentioned before, you need someone holding with the drone, holding the diffuser's angle, and then the other person, I entirely forgot what you mentioned. But we had 2 people holding his angle. One's going to be holding that foot angle around that gym area because he was completely open from those little footholes opened up by a shotgun. I think it was actually a Rooney's punch. But either way, they have 2 people holding it, one from the gym window and then one holding a little foot angle as well. So I don't know if the Zofia got there a little bit later. I'm pretty sure she did because there would have been no reason for them to actually hold that foothold, and it should have been holding the hallway. And if that smoke actually, or not smoke, but mute actually did commit to that angle, he probably could have been able to find a kill, run onto site, took site back from the attackers, and then took that final kill and left the last attacker outside him. Do whatever he could with that, but obviously in the favor of the attacking side, diffuser's down. All they have to do is hold angles and work off of audio calls.
Audio calls are kind of important. Not even just like an audio call from a teammate, but like any audio cues you get that kind of just happen. Like even just a small pitter-patter of a footstep is everything. I mean, like this is a game where the audio engine, a lot of people will just absolutely dish on it because, in all honesty, it's pretty awful. But it's because it's one of the most advanced audio engines currently available in gaming, because there's so much you have to do. When you're on the middle of the first floor, it has to do audio engines for muffled sounds below you, for muffled sounds above you, for every single wall and corner you step around. It is so advanced and so far ahead of what any other competitor in that regard. It's insane, and you have to use that. You have to abuse that. You have to use it to your full advantage. And not enough people do that. You need to get yourself a good pair of headphones. You need to get yourself a sound booster, like an audio booster, like a cloud lifter. I know that's for a mic, but like
saying it's pay to win.
Get a booster. Yeah, it's pay to win. Yeah, it's R6. It's pay to win. If you're not using, HyperX gaming gear to get your, no, I'm just kidding. If you're not using, like good gaming peripherals, like especially for audio, I think that's probably the most important. Then you kind of are going to be at a bit of a disadvantage. And while it's maybe not pay to win, because there are insanely good people that don't have the best setups, it gives you a clinical edge.
Yeah, I entirely agree with you with that. And then, like, obviously you need Star picking up Cersei really early on. That Jaeger roam is not going to be too much. Not even a single bit of damage traded in the process. But like you were saying, the audio, you both have that audio. It's going both ways. So whatever audio you're hearing, you're just being outplayed by the other player, depending if you can hear them. There's a walking mechanic. If you don't want to be heard, walk. Yes, you could still hear them to an extent, but it will definitely be able to deafen it to the point to where it's not as effective. And like you said, like the advantage that you get for having a good pair of headphones, like there's not only just the audio, it's more the visuals as well. You get a good PC with some decent frames, so you don't have to worry about those little screen tears, or not really screen tears, but just like little freezes, little frame freeze, and you won't really have much of an issue. But Star's already down and ready to take blue, waiting for a little bit more of a call out. A minute remaining, a little bit more time than what they had in the past, but long range kill coming out right there. Starvey onto Huncho. Huncho's already going to be taken down. I don't think he was entirely aware of the situation. Waiting for those punch holes to be peaked, and Starvey is still waiting for a little bit more of a visual to come out as well. 45 seconds counting down. The 3v5 situation could be devastating for the defensive side if played correctly.
With only 40 seconds left on the clock, I want to take a look at the player lying down right there for UC Davis. Their feet, if they just put a hole right there, could absolutely be devastating. I think it's Noodle at this stage in time because they have the Mossberg, but could be sprayed through narrowly. Could be just a really close scenario, but Guac still holding strong behind the short boxes right here. They've stepped up a little bit, but it's going to be Kuma teaming out Art, and they'll be saved just a little bit because Squall will be able to find Guac, but a 2v4. Noodle with a shotgun. Now going to have to go for some shots here, attacking a little bit, but not enough. Star now below at about 10 HP, and Kuma finishing off in the end onto Toasty. Man, CSUDH are looking spicy right now at the current moment. UC Davis are kind of at a loss of words for what's really happening. They have really just getting torn asunder in these last two rounds. It has not looked that hot for them. Is this the comeback of CSUDH?
Well, I hope so, because the way they kind of just picked off that play, I think UC Davis has kind of fallen off and kind of just losing that momentum. You saw right there that Huncho was not aware of the situation whatsoever. He let his guard down for a little bit too long there. They were fully aware that they were clearing the upstairs, and with the aggression that they're really showing, I would expect that there's someone holding. You expect the unexpected. Expect every angle is right now and get ready to try to counter it to the best of your ability. And Huncho let his guard down. The aggression coming from him, he could have played back, played defensive, wait for the audio calls to come out, wait for the call-outs from his own teammates to come out, and he would have been able to stay alive and made it a 4v5 situation. And then that would have been much more of an advantage compared to a 3v5. And then the aggression from the attacking side definitely just swept the rest of the three remaining defenders. So it was devastating. It was devastating because I don't think they lost one single attacker in that entire process. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I mean, in all honesty, right? CSUDH, we're seeing something from them right now that we haven't seen the entire game. We're seeing them find kills, find success, and while they still are doing what I really hate, that last 30-second push, they're actually able to find success off of it. And I think a lot of it's kind of attributed to the fact that it's a bit of a wider map, a larger map pool, and it's very different from the map previously. So CSUDH, they're looking spicy, and UC Davis hasn't found an answer. But we're going to heading back over to this cash room side. We know for a fact UC Davis can hold this. They found a high level of success. They were able to completely shut down CSUDH's attempts to step in from construction. And I think that if UC Davis can just stay in and anchor and not lose a couple of roamers at the very beginning, like Cersei's already been tagged out, then UC Davis will be able to handle this one and maybe end off the half a little bit stronger. But we've got two rounds. CSUDH could take this 4-2. UC Davis could take this 4-2, or it could be that 3-3 at half. It's still anyone's game. But CSUDH, they have to show us more in defense because they just haven't this entire matchup.
Oh yeah, entirely. And you expect a lot more out of OC Toasty. He went off last map, and look where he is now. He's 1-3. Sadly, I did not expect this from him. And to be honest, I'm a little disappointed. What he's holding right now, his setups are perfect. He's sitting in rafters right now, waiting for the kills to come out. And granted, he probably isn't getting many gunfights either. They're probably just gunfights in the favor of the attacking side. They probably just outplay him to the point to where he can't look at them in time, can't flick to him in time, and they find the upper hand to where they pre-fire him out of an angle compared to like an actual gunfight. But OC Davis is probably going to be definitely going to be fighting one now, actually, because drones are coming in, audio calls are coming out, and the attackers definitely do not want to be peeking that doorway. And look, this is what I wanted to show you. Those you're looking down right now, but sadly you didn't see it. But these magnets that are being placed on the top of the rafters are going to be caught and then thrown up to the top. Yeah, look at all these magnets set up. The utility is being wasted. The Jaegers are being set up right now. The Jaeger ADS, throwing out those impacts to try to deal as much damage as possible. That's a very, very small sliver of damage dealt to Playboy. And with the angle being set up right there, finding one onto Squall, and that's going to be another one trying to play as aggressive as possible, and the fire is just right there, just a sliver away from actually knocking him out of that little angle. But it doesn't matter anyway, because Playboy's going to be taken out as well. Cersei's going to be adding onto the gunfight, onto Art as well, and all of this is going to be devastating, definitely in the favor of the defensive side. And these two remaining defenders, they need to start clearing out these defenders as much as they possibly can. Diffuser just out in the open, ready for OC to just clear out whoever walks in front of it.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got the pancakes, I talked about this in Attic previously. This is why you typically ban to a mine. You don't want them to sit up there. And UC Davis have just completely denied any chance to see UCDH. I said, like, they're going to do that. If they can just connect with a couple, make sure they don't get fragged out at the very beginning, then UC Davis is going to be able to find success. CSUDH, they've only gotten one pick. It's Kuma who's able to find Noodle, now getting super damaged out by an opposing player on that rafter side. And it's not looking hot. They had the head on the crosshair on the head, I should say. Just didn't click it in time. Guac will make quick guacamole of their opposing player, squashing them and leaving them torn up in bits. But, man, I'm just saying right now, UC Davis taking themselves in a little bit of a good position right now, taking a lead. If they continue this, then it could be a big story. But CSUDH, they just beat Basement. They just beat this Turret and Arsenal Room objective. They took this one so spectacularly, so well one-sidedly that UC Davis, they're going to have to change everything. Not just one minor thing. They're going to have to change literally everything. They have to have absolutely everything to their name. Man, because CSUDH, I'm telling you, that was a phenomenal round. That was the best we'd seen them on that basement push. We had seen them win another round. I don't even think that was their best. Coming in from construction to take master bedroom? No. Basement is their bread and butter. The BB bread and butter.
Yeah, and well, going there right now, once again, just try to hold a little bit better this time. And I think what the attacking side really figured out is that they've adapted to their play. They understand that they're going to be playing a little bit more defensive. They only have like one or two, rarely two actually, probably just one roamer running around upstairs, giving off that intel and try to apply that pressure. And now that they've actually learned that they're just going to be sitting downstairs and waiting for the angle to open up for them, they're going to be clearing upstairs, downstairs, middle floor, second floor, whatever, as much faster than what they did the first round. And like I mentioned before, you saw the drones come through right after Star was already in sight, and they needed to start clearing those rooms a lot faster with just the intel itself. And Star was already in there, potential death right there as well. But now that we know that there's going to be, or now that they know rather, that there's going to be less roamers upstairs, they're going to be playing a lot more aggressive and ready to actually take it. But as I say that, there's already Noodle upstairs with that Mossberg taking a kill. Oh, Toasty taking out Star right off the bat. That's their fragger off the board, and a lot of utility already. That soft breach, those 3 soft breaches already on the board. Who was that?
Oh,
it was OC.
No, was that? Oh, it's a bullet hole. Maybe a punch hole.
It was a punch hole. It was a punch hole. Oh no, I didn't even realize where it was from. I just knew it was a spawn kill, and I was gonna be like, oh, that's devastating already enough. But looking at how he actually died, you know he's not too happy, and he's like, okay, get on flank cams, get on drones, throw them out. I'll watch him for you, get those callouts going, and we should be able to sweep him anyway.
Man, that is ecstatic. I'm ecstatic. Man, seeing a spawn peak like that, it sucks, but like as a toxic casual player that I am, it's great.
Oh, yeah.
It's so fun to see those, because I do those. I live for those. That's my bread and butter. To just take a shot at somebody at spawning, and then I'll die and be like, okay, well, I'll just sit here and cast for these random people in a casual match, right? That's where I get a lot of practice in. I can just mess around with people. But I mean, in a match like this, a single kill at the beginning is game changing. It's an impactful kill, no matter who it is. It's impactful because at the very least, you just devastated that person's mentality. You just hurt them in more ways than one. They're down bad perpetually. They have to find an answer. And that's not just a meme for the down bad meme. I mean, they literally are. Anyone that's ever played and gets spawn peek, it is a quick press of the T key and a quick press of why are you spawn peeking? You suck. You know, like it's pretty. I mean, it's a bad thing to do, but it works. And full props to UC Davis to actually manage to connect onto that.
I mean, if you weren't allowed to spawn peek, then they wouldn't allow these soft breach like walls to be opened up at any point to go onto the outside. If you're not meant to take care of these attackers right off the bat and try to give yourself the advantage as soon as you possibly can when they're not expecting it, then you if you weren't supposed to, then they shouldn't. They wouldn't make it a thing, and they would add like a kill timer or something like that off spawn. If you weren't allowed to do it, then you weren't allowed to do it. But in the situation, he took full advantage of the situation. Like you mentioned, take advantage of the audio. Take advantage of the fact that you can get those spawn peaks. He took advantage of the situation, took Star right off the bat. Cersei was sadly traded as a result. Lion was actually picked by Itzkuma. I think he did pick it before when it came to the downstairs site, but seeing it be picked again, I'm actually realizing how interesting that pick is, and Noodle's gonna be taking a lot of damage. Can't even get out of the way and dying as a result. That is gonna be the Goyo shield taking him out. I thought it was a Capitale, but no, not as a result. Playboy's gonna be taking down OC Toasty and Guac, finding Itzkuzma. That Lion scan's off the board. Plant is currently going down. 2v2 situation. Squall, oh my gosh, kills going left and right. Guac taking down Squall, Art taking down Huncho, and leaving it all in the hands of Guac versus Art. 1v1 situation. Diffuser's down right behind that box. It seems like the flank coming from the blue side. Very aggressive as well. He needs to find the audio. Not the audio, but the visual, and sadly, Art's going to be dropped by that headshot Guac. That pre-fire coming out, taking him out with just ease. That swift little pre-fire right there. He wasn't even ready for it. His reaction time couldn't even keep up, and he got the defusal as well. God, that was actually really well played. It was 50-50. They got the trades off really well. He brought that 1v1 situation, and he found himself just winning the gunfight as a defender, and UC Davis showing up once again.
Man, you see things like that where, like, you're watching Art, and they're staring at the exact position. They're basically tracing through the wall. And you know they're not tracing because they're not tracing. But, like, it's basically they knew exactly where it's going to be. They're like, we're not going to see them cross. I haven't seen that. So I'm going to peek the doorway instead into blue instead, and was right on it. But Guac knew the exact position, and even if they didn't know, they pre-fired. They shot it. They went for it. They peeked out and immediately pressed the trigger, and it gets you the kill. Even if you don't necessarily connect enough to kill the initial time, you've now scared them. You've kind of forced them to kind of step away. You've got time. It's, what is it, 45 seconds, 40 seconds in a post-plant? You got time to work with. In a 1v1 especially, you don't have to worry about fighting 3 other people and watching your back. If you have a general clue where they are, you can play that so much to your advantage. And as of that current moment, I was very fearful of Guac because they could have been just peeked out. If they had stepped away from that Arsenal corner and peeked out towards Church, they would have died. Guac would have been dead. It would have been the end of the round, but Art didn't do that. Art took the safe route. And because they took that safety route, they took the safety net, it is what befell them in the end. And Guac just made quick work of the opposing player. Man, nice shot, nice connection. UC Davis will take the 4-2 lead at this half point.
Yeah, and UC Davis definitely would thrive on the attacking side. To see them actually come, switch sides off, and I'm ready to see how they play here as well. And funny enough, they're actually running a very similar lineup that what they did on Oregon, bringing the Maverick and the Ace, and they did sneak in a Habana in there as well. They did stick the Zofia and Nomad from the Oregon map as well, but seeing that Habana, you gotta triple take on that hard breach. You gotta go, okay, if Ace is gone, okay, we'll use Habana then. If Habana's gone, okay, we'll use Maverick. Very slow process, but you know, it gets the job done. So just not only do they have 3 hard breachers to make sure that the spawn peak does not happen anymore, because you know that Star is not too happy about that, but he's no longer gonna be on the attacking side. He's now on defense. He may be the one to actually show OC Toasty that, hey, it does not feel good to get spawn peak. So here's my little sample of how that feels like.
Sample, like a mixtape.
Oh,
Back to the mixtape talk. So similar mode.
Oh no, yeah, I was gonna say, calm down, buddy. That is not PG.
But like, in all honesty, like you reap what you sow, right? I guess that's another way to phrase it. Like, you get your just desserts. You get your just due. What goes around comes around. What other words are there for karma, for revenge, right? Like, I want to see CSUDH try to enact that.
Eye for an eye.
What?
Eye for an eye? Did you say that already?
Eye for an eye? Yeah, that's a good one as well. Yeah. Like,
yeah.
You wanna see that. Like, it's a revenge story. Even if these teams are faced, which I think they probably have, right? I don't know too sure. You want to see one team kind of come over and fell over that hump that they were in earlier, but as of this current moment, UC Davis are starting off on a very strong suit. They're already halfway up the hill. They've taken out Squall. That's a castle player, so you've got yourself in a situation where you don't have to face a UMP with a 1.5 scope. So you have a player advantage. While Toasty has taken damage, you cleared out a lot of situations. You have control of Raptor inside Garage. There's a lot of versatility you can work with right now as UC Davis that kind of puts CSUDH in an uncomfortable position.
Yeah, 100%. And that Squall was set up in the rafter area. So that pressure being just lifted off the attacking side shoulder is huge. So now they can just freely walk up the rafters, and whoever's holding cash is shaking right now. They're like, okay, we got to start worrying about this angle. They also have the hard breach to worry about. They have the diffuser about to come through. 50 seconds counting down. They're already throwing in that intel. They're flawless with that intel as well. OC Toasty probably should be the fragger. They probably should be that entry fragger. And there's also an Echo Drone setup. Probably going to be trying to take care of that. I don't think he was successful in the process, as you do see, is moving down on the left-hand side. Diffuser's probably going to be going through. They do not have that vertical play with the nitro cell. They don't even have a nitro cell on the board at all, but they do have the smoke canister. There's the Echo Drone taking care and denying that diffuser. The smoke is not going to be making any contact whatsoever, so he's able to hold it. The aggression coming from the red hallway side, my apologies. It seems like there's going to be a little bit of aggression coming from there. Not going to see much of a visual, and they're going to be waiting for one as well. Audio call comes out. Guac's going to be picking the first one onto Art. The aggression coming from the left side as well. It's Guma's going to be finding a lot of damage, and Huncho's going to be able to actually finish it off. Noodle's going to be finding another one to Playboy, and Star's that last remaining defender. 1v5 situation. Not really looking too good for him, but he does manage to find Guac. Nice looking shot, though, and he needs to actually worry about that very aggressive play on that reinforcement. Waiting for him to actually peek through it, but he does seem like he's going to be falling off it. Someone's already in sight, and that is that next line of defense that they need. And I don't think he's aware of the situation at all. No audio call whatsoever. That little backstab with the bullets. Noodle shoots Guac right in the back, and sadly the audio call did not really transfer for the Jaeger, but it did for the Ace, and call spewed out. I don't know if it was a drone or an audio call. Either one, it went through, and he obviously was the first one to the draw. It was like the situation like the Wild West, like a high nude, take 5 steps back. Yeah, right. Take 5 steps back on the gun, turn and shoot. That's exactly what just happened.
Yeah, I think it was almost like a panic we saw there when they turned around to get the kill. I mean, Tuzzy was just like, "Oh, it's one right here. What's going on?" Sorry, Noodle was like, "No, there. What's going on?"
Yeah, I knew that. I knew that.
Like,
I knew they were there.
Yeah, I got him. Yeah, it definitely wasn't just me moving my mouse up and down and hip firing. I would have loved to see like a knife. Like
just a little bit of BM to add on to it.
You see that all the time in CS:GO, right? Like, there's like
a lot of
hold shift and you walk, and it's like, oh yeah.
Yeah, but there's a reason. There's a reason behind that though, because you get a lot of money from a melee
you
kill.
do, yeah, yeah.
So.
And this, you don't get a lot of money, you get a lot of clout. So I mean, like, you get yourself a Twitter clip, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're mentioned by the casters, and you get that 5 seconds of fame. All right, next round.
Oh yeah, you get to hear me say your name. So I mean, that's like important.
Yeah,
way,
right? dude, that's a Twitter clip right there. If Inferno said my name, dude. I mean, I have my fair share of information spewed about my Inferno stands. So. You saw me in the chat.
You and Fellow both. Fellow has the same opinion. I think he's a little bit more lenient about it, but it's funny as all get out. No, but
you saw me in the chat earlier.
Yeah, no, this was like a couple weeks ago for NECC. Okay. He made that joke as well. He was like, man. Fellow enjoyers, Inferno's stands. Big difference. It's like the Chad meme in comparison.
I love that one. I love that.
It's like comparing the two. Oh my goodness. But I mean, this game's been pretty action packed. The fact that CSUDH been able to clean up 2 rounds, that honestly those 2 rounds were probably better than most of UC Davis's rounds that they've gone, right?
They cleaned it up.
I mean, they were on CSUDH's attack, but they were pretty handily. The Master Veggie one was a little bit close. It did come down to a 3v1 at the end, but at the end, it was still like a 4v1 at a point in time. But their other one was a 4v1 at the end, and they won. It was spectacular. So UC Davis has just been really consistent, while CSUDH has just shown up every once in a while. Are they really Impact tricking out with a Hibana? No, did not ban the Hibana. They have brought every single Impact.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
They have a billion Impact nades to work with to keep Impact tricking this one out. Guac's like, please just let me have this.
He's
like,
so
it's
confused.
Just try over and over again.
Look, he keeps doing it. That's 4. That's 5. That's 5 already gone. He's so confused. Like, you ran out already.
He can't even get the hatch open at this point. Oh wait, no. Now they can't get the hatch open at this point. It's impossible. It takes 4 to get it open, if I remember correctly. There's only 2 left. You can just make a hole in the hatch. You have to use Toasty now.
Yeah. They need to actually. Oh wait, no. OC. Speaking of OC, he's already picked up 2 kills for his own. That's Art and Playboy. They took a little bit of a revenge. They're like, hey, you cannot play around with those impact grenades anymore. We're gonna take you off the board. Where's the other 4 impact grenades that were used? Where's Squall? Where's
Give me the Karatos pellets back, please.
Yeah. Guac is gonna be finding Squall right there. That's gonna be exactly what they needed. Star was not part of the equation whatsoever when it came to the impacts, but he's gonna be found right there from Cersei. But even though OC Davis is very low, he's there. He's like, I'm not going to be taking care of that hatch. I'm taking care of these kills. Completely unaware of the situation. Kuzi's going to be finding Guac, and Toasty's going to be able to find that last kill onto Kuma. And I don't think there was much awareness whatsoever, even though I mentioned of how well the intel goes out. It doesn't matter. They didn't need the intel. They had the support from 2 different angles. They had the hatch open up. They had that dirt angle being held as well. So there was no need for intel whatsoever. They used their bullets. That's all they needed.
Yeah, I mean, just shoot. Gun go brr. I'm sorry. I did it right as you were taking a drink, and you just choked for a little bit.
Just shoot. That's it. All right, on to you.
You had the joke earlier. Just click forehead, 5 head, right? Like
it was great. Yeah, it's great. It was just like, just shoot. All right, back to you.
All right, back to you. Yeah, we're good. Yeah.
I actually thought you were sending it back to me. I was so confused. I was like, are we doing this right now? Seriously?
Yeah, we're gonna start doing 1-word responses. That's a great reference to week 1.
Great, I'm fine with that. Yeah, our production's just chilling. He's just like, oh no, he was aware of the reference that we just
wet paper towels, you know.
Yeah, wipe up the tears, get the mop, boys.
Listen, I'm already sunburned enough, or I had to stand outside for once in my life. It was terrible. It was awful.
Wait, you go outside?
Never doing that again, right?
You go outside?
Yeah, it was crazy. I had a whole school thing for college. I had to go outside. It was crazy.
That's crazy.
Man, I'm dropping out now. Like, make me go outside? What a terrible college. No, it was fun. But, like, you know, honestly, this match, it could very well just end right here. I think UC Davis, after the performance we've already seen them drop before and on this objective, CSUDH has the working out for them. If they lose Squall at the very beginning again, it's going to be even tougher. I genuinely think they needed more nitro cells. They have art now with the nitro cell here. That's really all they have. They have impacts for Playboy. I don't think those are useful in any capacity whatsoever for this objective. Barbed wire can be useful if you want to put them at, like, bottom red stairs, maybe. You want to put them outside of secret if you want to put them on, you know,
audio call
rafters. Yeah, audio calls as well, I guess. But you can put them on rafter stairwell. I mean, it's just to slow down so you have the audio call to turn, right? It's a double entendre kind of thing, but it's just interesting to see them bring out a castle and bring out the Malusi not with it, like with a nitro, and it's just, why do you have the bulletproof camera? You haven't even used it, Squall. Like, that's utility that's not being...
I think that might have been accidental, because I think the impact grenades may have been what he tried to opt for. I mean, I guess he does have the secondary shotgun, so... I don't know. I guess he just didn't want to utilize it, even though you should be using as much utility as you possibly can. It doesn't matter if you don't really have a setup. You should be, if you're to the point to where you're at this level of skill and this level of, like, awareness as a support player, you should be able to make a judgment call. This is probably the best place for a bulletproof camera. For someone that's dead, jump on this cam, give the cause as you see fit. You should be able to hold off this camera, and it should be like a contrasting point to where, like, you should be able to hold off that and give off the intel, and Squall definitely needs the intel apart from the audio call that's come from this hard breach right here, the little rotate going from the little 90-degree hallway to the jacuzzi wall into bathroom. Not just, you need some sort of drone to work off of that.
That was a cheeky angle he just bounced off, walking narrowly,
yeah,
getting an opportunity to maybe tag out some feet there, but you know, there is no Jackal, so there really is no foot presence to come through. But Toasty's breached in through construction wall, finding 2, and it's Kuma and Squall. Refrag now by Playboy, but this wall inside Cash has been busted open. Cersei would clear from a different angle onto Art, probably from that southern suburb. Indeed, I believe that is correct. But Guac out for the count, possibly for the last time, as Playboy will find it. And now Huncho's looking to maybe enact in as well. Knows the player is behind green box. And now they're trying to step forward. Noodle has control of Jim. Their holes in the floor to get those sightlines may be a little bit difficult, but Cersei has a crossfire angle over towards Cash from construction side. They're going to stop punching out the castle barricade on the Jim bedroom window, but they are going to step inside. Noodle begin planting the diffuser, and now it's going to have Playboy rotate back around and Star to begin making their presence known as well. Eaten up, air jab gone. Plant has gone down, but not in time. Star will find the kill onto Noodle, and now a 2v2 in place. A post-plant scenario for CSUDH to try and play into this one with only 32 seconds left on the clock. Time not on their side as these players sit on this central suburb, most known as the southern suburb for this map. Not entirely sure why it's split like that, but it really and truly is. But Huncho holding strong, laying prone, waiting for the audio cue. A player lying down just under. That's going to be Star's. Playboy was sitting inside bedroom. Now rotated over. Playboy hops on. They'll have a cover fire shot. Star down. But uh-oh, Huncho fell. And now a 2v1 still in play. But Cersei will clean up where he cannot. Playboy out, and UC Davis secure the W.
Yeah, that was well played. You play slow. You have the defuse down. You have a perfect angle into the diffuser. That is the deciding round if you win or not. I mean, don't get me wrong. They had multiple rounds to go off of. Even if they lost this one, it was a 2v2 scenario. You can't just take gunfights as if it's like a 1v2 or a 5v2 rather. That like you can't just be peeking stuff like that. And when Nomad fell off the cliff, there I was like, oh no, the angle's just free for the take and free for the diffuser. And then the backup was there. The support was ready to take care of that. And I'm set. I tried to do like a little clap into the microphone, but my mic wasn't picking it up for like the little end round. So it was kind of just awkward. You can see my camera. You just saw. But yeah, well played though. UC Davis. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that UC Davis came out on top. They played perfectly until go through. They had perfect team communication. I'm ready to see them take this all the way. This is my team now. This is my team now.
They're going to have their work cut out for them, though. As we head over, we'll take a look at this division. We can see it already come on over as our production will swoop it on onto our screens. And production, make sure to give me a refresher here. This means that CMU faces who coming up next? Okay, so it's the left side will face the left side, the right side will face the right. So, okay, yes, I understand. Thank you very much. So, with Buffalo Alpha taking the win over Lakeland, which I'm sure not a lot of people were necessarily surprised about since they were a first seed and an insanely good team all around throughout this season. CMU taking the win over JW Blue, and it was a very close game. It really came into overtime on Chalet, of all places. Unfortunately, we didn't get to catch Chalet, but UC Davis will take the W here, and they're going to beat the 6th seed CSUDH, and San Diego, UC San Diego beat Buffalo Bravo. So we're not going to be able to see two Buffaloes for very much longer in here. They'll be taken out pretty on early, but with CMU now facing Buffalo Alpha, that's going to be a very frag-centric team of CMU that plays such aggressive angles, plays so frag-centric, just basically TDM for them. They're toying with that aim style that they've got. They're going to be facing a team that's got some of the best strategies here in the NECC. I would dare say the best strategies here in the NECC to match suit with that. And then we're going to have UC San Diego versus UC Davis. And this is kind of a revenge, a grudge match, you could say, because UC Davis, they're third and UC San Diego's 2. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 in this last section. So if you had voted for 1, 2, 3, 4 coming into this one, you're sitting pretty. That's all you needed to have because it's worked out for you. But we also have the Challengers Division, a couple scores that have come through here as well. I'll let you take over this one here, Carr.
Yeah, Oswego, I've seen a lot of this. There's some of these teams, sadly, I have not been able to have the ability to cast them. Oswego is a beautiful team. Number 1 seed as well. Actually going to be taking by.
I think they are 2.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, number 2. Yeah, we just fixed it right
then. That was interesting. My brain for a second.
Yeah, I was going to say one on the right-hand side, it was 2 left.
2 ones, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, UC Davis 2. Not going to be up with UC Davis 1, but they are going to be going against CMU 2 as well. We're going to have Concordia, Wisconsin, going against Arcadia, Butler, and Bye. Butler actually took that one as well, and it's going to be.
Is it the bye week?
Oh shoot! I'm sorry. I'm reading these entirely wrong. I don't know. I'm sorry. I only know like a couple. Like I don't really know too many of the teams. Sadly, I don't really get a lot of opportunities to cast as many of these teams. So I just saw bye and then bi-weekly. Gotcha.
Bye is just bye week for them.
Bye week.
Butler,
Gotcha.
They get the opportunity to get that bye week. They place first and second in their seeds, so they get that free week of getting to take a break. But they're gonna have to face off against those two teams. And Carr, let's go ahead and make a prediction here for these two teams. Let's make that prediction. Who do you think is going to win between Arcadia and Concordia, and who do you think is going to win between UCD and CMU2?
Well, the only two things I can really go off of right now is that CMU 1 plays beautifully in Champion, and then UC Davis 1 plays beautifully on the other side. So
they
hopefully,
both won.
Yeah, they both won.
How good are the second teams?
Exactly. So I'm sitting here, I'm just like, how do I make a decision? I haven't really seen too much of it, and if they translate from team 1 to team 2, then I'm like, okay, then maybe UC Davis. I need to start looking at CMU. I got to do a little bit more of a VOD review before I can make a prediction like that. But what I saw tonight, UC Davis is on my list. That's who I expect to see to come out of that.
You hope it kind of rubs off from their first team, right? You kind of hope it goes in that direction. But
the coach translates.
Yeah. I'm gonna say CMU is probably. I'm going to say UC Davis will probably win it. CMU, I don't know how their second team fares up against the first because the first one's so frag-centric. I doubt the second team's also doing that one, so interesting. And then I'm probably going to say Concordia will take the other game. Arcadia's a good team. They fare pretty well. They have some interesting strategies to go through. I remember casting for them before in Concordia, Wisconsin. They're great as well. I mean, like that's going to be a pretty good matchup, but I think that's all we have here for tonight prediction, if that's correct here. Yeah, we're totally good for that. So this has been the NECC. It's been an absolute pleasure here to cast for the quarterfinals of Rainbow6. Stay tuned for the rest of the matches that will come through. We've got Nailbiters Back to back, of course, we've got the big matchup between UB Alpha and CMU1, UC San Diego and UC Davis, the top 4 seeds, still making it all the way to be the top 4 teams. Those are going to be wonderful to watch and behold, but stay tuned while I'm putting more to come through. My name's been Infernosis, joined here by Caro as I point to the right
There you
direction.
go.
And we'll see you guys real soon.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.